Il y a quoi là, de toute façon, il est fermé, on ne voit
Ah,
pas.
maintenant, là, il est rouvert, mais
Pas grave, je dis. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Hi.
Yes,
It's
we
just-
hear you very well. Good morning.
It's a test. Just want to make sure people can hear me.
Yes.
Next is. Can you hear me? Wait.
Yes, hello.
All right. Okay. Okay. Then the next test is the video. So I guess you can see me now as well.
Yes, we can.
Good. Right. So we'll start at 8:45. I'm just doing some tests because needless to say that this is my first conference online as a you know,
Of course. Good morning, Christoph. Yes, of course it is.
not the first as a participant, but the first as an organizer.
As a coach, yeah.
Okay, there was one more thing I wanted to try. So, right, is this? So it's YouTube Live. Okay. Oh, I don't know, 4.1. Okay. Right, so that's done. Okay, that's good, I guess. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
One moment, excuse me, Christoph.
Yes.
I am Trajan Petrisor from Technical University of Cluj. For the person from Technical University which want to attend the workshop,
Yes.
need a password?
They shouldn't need. Do they need a password? They shouldn't need a password.
Yes, because one of my colleague let me know that he tried to attend the workshop, and the Zoom program request a password.
I'll send you the password. Otherwise, there is also on YouTube the second link. So that but it's more on as a participant. I mean, not Zoom, but still, it's live on YouTube as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll send you the. Right.
Yes.
Okay. So I just sent it to all of you, as in.
Alo? Servus, Marius. Servus. Acum am vorbit cu Cristof să ne trimită password-ul. Mie nu-mi cere.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. For those of you who haven't said good morning yet.
Morning.
Well, so yeah. So I have, of course, I have no idea how many people I expect, but so far I don't know, because it's also on YouTube. So I don't know if people follow on YouTube. But anyway, so perhaps we could start. Because I think it's already quite dense. So if we take too much time, then we'll be really late. Okay, so I guess so one more check. So I suppose so you can hear me, you can see me, although that's secondary, and you can see my screen, and you should be seeing only just the PowerPoint, so that's fine. All right, so good morning, everyone. So I guess we can start. So welcome to the first workshop on nanomaterials and nanotechnologies of the European University of Technology, the EUT+. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Christophe Couteau, and I am an associate professor at the University of Technology of Troyes, the EUTT, in France, in case my accent wasn't obvious enough. Before we start, to click here and so before we start, just want to give you a brief history of this workshop. So it started in December 2020 with discussions amongst the 8 partners. So you have the 8 partners on this nice map. And the idea was to see what we could do together in terms of research in sort of broad nano-related subjects. And the conclusion was that we should know each other better before doing anything. That's usually a good idea. And that is the purpose of this online workshop. And one idea being to see whether we can perhaps in the future put up together the so-called EUT+ Institute on Nanomaterials and Nanotechnologies that we call EUTINN. I say that because the name is already around on some websites and so on. But of course, nothing is decided yet, it's just an idea. And so ideally, at the end of this workshop, we should be able to know whether, as I put, there is nano inside. So that would be one of the questions. So for that, we have 2 days, so today and tomorrow. So I give you the updated program. So you can find it on this web page. There's also this email address that you can send requests to. It will go to me and to someone else, so we can help. So here's the program. As I was saying, so there will be different sessions. So this morning, there will be 2 sessions on presentation of the various institutions. So the 8 institutions. And then from this afternoon onwards, there will be sort of technical sessions. So the first one on nanomaterials this afternoon. Then there will be nanotechnologies and sensors, and then nanotechnologies for communication and information technologies. And tomorrow, there will be other sessions. So we will start again by nanomaterials. Then in the morning, there will be nanotechnologies for energy applications. And then in the afternoon, 2 more technical sessions on nanomedicine and nanobiology. And on nanomaterial nanotechnologies, so for toxicology, pollution, and food and agriculture. And then that will be the end of day 2. And afterwards, there will be a roundtable, which will be a limited number of people to precisely talk about what could be next. And then eventually there will be the end of this workshop. And that means I will have a nice beer, and I hope you as well, or wine or whatever, champagne, by then. So the 2 days are quite dense, and unfortunately we might not be able to answer all the questions during the sessions, especially the presentations are quite short. But you can leave your questions, comment on the Zoom comment bar, or to the email. So send email to eutin.workshop@univtech.eu. So it's on Zoom and on YouTube. So on Zoom you can interact, and on YouTube you cannot. You can just follow. And I believe everything will be recorded, and we will discuss afterwards what we do with the recordings, with people if they agree to make it available and so on. There also will be a book of abstract that I need to finish, but I also wanted to make sure I've got everything. And that's it. So before we go on to the first sessions on the presentation of the 8 institutions, so I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Nicole Sanger from Germany, because Nicole is in charge of the work package, which is related to research, if I'm not mistaken. So I'll give you the floor. So for that, I need to stop my my share. And I believe you should be able to now put yours.
I don't have any slides, so I'll do it directly. So good morning, everybody. I'm happy to greet you here from Germany. So Christophe and I are not sitting in the same room and cannot do it together, which is a pity, and we can't all be together. But I hope that within the next year, this will change and we will have the next workshop really in presence and can meet and talk and drink the glass of wine Christophe just mentioned together one evening. Yeah, as Christophe said, I'm the speaker of the Work Package 4, which is research within EUT Plus consortium. And we are very happy that Christophe took the lead to organize this workshop. It is a workshop on, first of all, that we get to know each other. What are the institutions that are involved? It's the first workshop within the research work package to get to know each other on the nanotech thematic. And I'm very, very glad that you all can participate and share your thoughts and share what you are doing research on. As the EUT Plus would like to install research labs, international, and Christophe just showed the slide with the different countries that are involved. And as you know, we are 8 partners. I'm very glad that all partners are participating today and would like to share what they are doing in this part. It's an ambition vision to see how we can install an international laboratory within 8 different countries. But I think we will succeed, as we are all very eager to get to know each other, to learn from each other, and to do research with each other. As EUT Plus is not only on research, but also on teaching and also on administration, it will be an overlap of themes. So we will also exchange not only us as researchers, but also students, as also our administration. And I'm very happy that the first steps are now undertaken to exchange and to get to know each other. I know that the PhD students from the Sustainability Lab have organized something. So the French have a Sustainability Lab already, and they invited PhD students from other countries. And so I hope this will be the same for the Nanotech Lab, and we will all share our PhD students and get to know each other. So, but with this, I would like to stop here. From my profession, I must confess, different from Christophe, I'm not into nanotechs. So I'm a civil engineer and I'm doing research in water sciences. But I know I have colleagues that are already here that are doing nanotechs from Germany, and I'm very eager to know what the other ones are doing. So let's start. The first one, Christophe, shall I?
Yes, please. So yeah.
Go on. Okay,
Please,
the first
you
country
can-
or the first university that's going to present itself is Bulgaria. Where are we? Who is going to present the university
I'm not
and give an insight?
I'm sure.
Do you know who is doing this, Christoph?
I believe George was the contact. I don't know if I don't know, one, if he's here, and two, if he's going to present himself.
Okay, so
If he's late, we can switch we can switch, of course, I guess.
Of course, we can switch. But the next one would be Cyprus, the University of Cyprus. Is someone from Cyprus here?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Georgios Konstantinidis, and I will be presenting for Cyprus University of Technology.
Great. Do you have slides? Would you like to?
Yeah, I will share my screen now.
Okay, perfect.
Just a minute, please.
Yeah.
Not sure if you can all see the slides now.
Yes.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Just a minute, I'm gonna turn on my camera as well so you can see me for a while at least. Yep, that's me. I'm now gonna turn it off so you can concentrate on the slides, and I will also have a better connection. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Georgios Konstantinidis, and I will be presenting an overview of Cyprus University of Technology and activities relevant to nanomaterials and nanotechnology. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Material Science and Engineering at Cyprus University of Technology. And as of a few months now, I also serve as vice chair in the department. Research-wise, I do research on small-scale mechanics, and I have established a lab in 2010, which relates to nano and micro mechanics of materials. And I have also contributed to the development of a research unit for nanostructural material systems. And in particular, I'm heading the nanoscale characterization pillar, which I'm going to talk more about it later on in this presentation. Just a note, I serve as the liaison on this very interesting activity of finding common grounds on nanomaterials and nanotechnologies, but I should state that I'm no more of an expert than other colleagues in the field that will be presenting their work later on today and tomorrow. As you have probably guessed by now, Cyprus University of Technology is located in Cyprus, which is the west end of Europe, and at the cornerstone where Europe meets Asia and Africa. At an island level, the university is located on the southern part on the coastline in the city called Limassol. And the university itself is actually situated within the old city center. This is in fact an image of the Senate House, which is exactly opposite the town hall, the mayor's office. And this is an image of the library of the university, an old courthouse. And this is an image of common infrastructure for teaching spaces. And only a few minutes away is the coastal promenade of the city. And this is an attempt to tempt you and come visit us when the pandemic is over. The university is rather young, and it actually is 14 years old, and many things, including the infrastructure, is still under development. There are several projects undertaken right now to develop more common spaces for teaching, departmental infrastructure. This is a new building for Fine Arts Department, and also residences hall for students, which are currently under development, and they're expected to be delivered within the next several years. Before I proceed with my presentation, I wanted to give you an overview of the academic landscape in Cyprus, in particular the tertiary education. It's an interesting mix of public and private universities, as well as research institutes and colleges. Cyprus University of Technology is the most recent addition on the public universities level, with University of Cyprus being the oldest. It dates back in 1992, even this one is very recent. And Open University of Cyprus, which is dedicated primarily on online education, it has been established in 2002. There are also several private universities which coexist and operate under the same legal structure, and also research institutes which are more dedicated to specific topics, like the Cyprus Institute of Neurology and Genetics and the Cyprus Institute, which is dedicated to energy, environment, and water resources and heritage issues. There has also been development of another institute dedicated to environmental and public health, which it has been a strategic development that sprang out of a collaboration between the Republic of Cyprus, Cyprus University of Technology, and the Harvard School of Public Health. And over the past few years, it has been incorporated under our university, Cyprus University of Technology, specifically under the School of Health. So, as I have already mentioned, Cyprus University of Technology is a public university. It tries to be research-oriented and interconnected with the local industry. It has been founded by law in 2004 and has accepted the first students in 2007. And the language of operation is primarily Greek, but it has to be stated that over the past few years, the parliament passed a local law which allows to the universities, to the public universities, to teach in a foreign language, to provide courses and programs, and English seems to be the most viable solution. The academic structure of the department of the university, is the highest part is the Senate, under which the several schools are located, and within each school you have the various departments. There are also centers that report directly to schools, and all research labs and research units are within separate departments. Having said that, as of today, there are 6 schools operating within the university and 13 departments, which offer 16 undergraduate programs of study, 18 master programs, and 15 PhD programs. It is interesting to note that recently Cyprus government formed the Cyprus Agency of Quality Assurance and Accreditation in Higher Education, and all universities, including their departments and programs, they have to be accredited before they can operate. So currently we're in the process, because we precede as the university the formation of this agency. We are operating normally, but we have to go through the accreditation, and we're already in the process of doing so. Some more numbers relevant to the profile of the university. We are a rather small university with active students with a total number less than 3,000, the majority of which are at the undergraduate level, approximately 2,000, and the rest are on the master and the PhD level. Our programs of study are 4 years in duration, the undergraduate programs, and essentially our first graduates initiated in 2011. So we have 10 years of graduates, which ended up in an alumni pool on the order of 5,500 students, the majority again of which is at the undergraduate level and master's level. On the personnel level, we have approximately 200 faculty members, around 200 research associates, and around 220 administrative personnel. The overall budget of the university is on the order of 60 to 65 million euros, and the majority of which comes from public funds, being a public university, and the remaining part comes from various income sources, tuition fees, etc., and the majority of which it comes from research grants that are allocated to faculty within the university. The 6 schools that are active right now within the university is the School of Geotechnical Sciences and Environmental Management with 2 departments, the Department of Agricultural Sciences, Biotechnology and Food Science, and also the Department of Chemical Engineering. We have a School of Management and Economics, which includes the Department of Hotel Management and Tourism and the Department of Trade, Finance and Shipping. And there is the 2 departments offer also an interdepartmental management. That is the School of Engineering and Technology, in which I'm located, with 3 departments, hybrid ones, the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Engineering and Informatics, the Department of Mechanical Engineering and Material Science and Engineering, and the Department of Civil Engineering and Geomatics. We also have the School of Health Sciences with 2 departments, the Department of Nursing and the Department of Rehabilitation Sciences. The School of Communication and Media Studies, which includes a department in Communication and Internet Studies and a department in Public Communication, and the School of Fine and Applied Arts, which includes a department in Multimedia and Graphic Arts and a department in Fine Arts. So despite being a technological university, you can see an interesting blend from other disciplines, which they generate the ground for interdisciplinary work in various novel areas. We're trying to be very active and engaged in research, and I'm here showing numbers for the period 2015 to 2019. We have managed, despite the young age of the university, to attract a significant amount of research programs, primarily from European and local funding sources, Horizon FP7, Interreg, Horizon 2020, and so on, with a total grant number on the order of 80 million euros. And some notable examples of these achievements relate to approximately 40 research programs from the Horizon 2020, which add up into the 15 million budget. We have recently been approved one of the H2020 teaming projects named Excelsior, which relates to Excellence Research Center for Earth Surveillance and Space-Based Monitoring of the Environment, which have been granted 15 million and started operating as of last year. We have founded Cancer Research Center, the coordinator of which will present within the premises of this workshop later on. It relates partly to nanomaterials and nanotechnology, and this has been in collaboration with the German Oncology Center and major research institutions in Germany, Greece, and Israel. We have also a colleague from the Department of Electrical Engineering secured the only chair in the European research area of UNESCO in the thematic area of digital cultural heritage with a funding of 2.5 million. It is located here in Cyprus University of Technology. And we're also very proud that several of our colleagues have received the prestigious ERC grant, one of which is my colleague in the department, Stelios Koulis, which also falls within this thematic, and he will be presenting later on in this workshop. Again, despite the young age of the university, 14 years old, we're very proud that we've managed to receive some international recognition, primarily through the World University Ranking list, the 3 most important being the Times Higher Education, Shanghai, and QS. And in terms of the Times Higher Education, we're currently ranked in the 300 to 350 top universities domain. And in fact, this is the highest rank among all universities in Cyprus and Greece. The first time we have been ranked was in 2016, and we're gradually moving our way higher as years pass by, and hopefully with this will continue to do so. Other relevant Times University ranking list, we're currently ranked on the 57th position in terms of young universities in the world, and young being defined as less than 50 years of age. We are currently ranked 17th in terms of small universities in the world, and small is defined as less than 5,000 students. And we're currently ranked second best university in the Europe of 13 new countries, meaning the 13 latest entries in the European Union. Now, in terms of research in nanomaterials and nanoscience, the majority of laboratories and research units that operate directly or tangentially within this field are located either in the School of Geotechnical Sciences and Environmental Management, or naturally in the School of Engineering and Technology. In the following two slides, I highlight an overview of the colleagues that they are operating either directly or indirectly. They use, for example, the technologies of nanomaterials or nanotechnologies for their own applications. And here is the list with relevant either research units or laboratories and contact details for the people within the School of Engineering and Technology, and the following slides for the people within the School of Geotechnical Sciences and Environmental Management. What I'm going to do in the following slides, because there are this is a significant number, I'm going to focus on the laboratories that will be presented within this workshop, and there are 7 contributions. The first one relates with a contribution to the research unit for nanostructured materials, which has been established in 2010 and is a strategic infrastructure with funding from the Republic of Cyprus and the European Union through structural funds. It has been a collaborative effort with the University of Cyprus, Aristotle University in Thessaloniki, Greece, and Harvard University, as well as the Department of Energy from the Republic of Cyprus. It is built around 3 pillars: a pillar for the synthesis of thin films and nanocomposites, a pillar related to characterization of nanoscale structure and various properties relevant to specific applications, and a pillar relevant to computational simulations that span from the atomistic all the way to the continuum level. On the synthesis front, the unit is equipped with chemical vapor deposition and physical vapor deposition systems, which can be used for depositing thin films and thin films nanocomposites, primarily based on amorphous carbon and amorphous carbon metallic nanoparticle systems. On the characterization end, we have mechanical, structural, morphological, and optical and thermal characterization tools. And on the atomistic simulation, we have clusters that enable large-scale simulations from the atomistic level up to the continuum level modeling. And there will be a presentation relevant to this particular research unit and primarily on the computational aspects delivered on session 4 of this workshop. The second infrastructure unit, it relates to molecular electronics and photonics, founded by my colleague, Professor Stegios Houlits, and it relates to organic and hybrid perovskite solar cells, or organic and perovskite nanocrystal light emitting diodes. They also emphasize on novel electrodes and interface, and they study the degradation mechanisms and accelerated lifetime studies of these devices and materials. And also they invest time on printed optoelectronics. There are various aspects of nanomaterials and nanotechnologies incorporated within their device manufacturing and understanding of the physics. And they have managed to develop a very large facility, well equipped with all the necessary equipment for synthesis of materials and devices and studying their macroscopic response. He will deliver an overview of these approaches, on the engineering approaches of these types of devices, on session 7 of this workshop. The Biolysis Lab, which stands for the Biomechanics and Living Systems Analysis Laboratory, it has been formed by my colleague, Professor Andreas Anagiotos, and the previous rector of the university. And it's based within the Department of Material Engineering and Mechanical Engineering, Material Science and Engineering, and it combines interdisciplinary skills from engineering, biology and medicine in order to provide solutions to clinical problems associated with cardiovascular, cancer and other diseases. It's interesting to show the large facilities that we have managed to develop. Most evidently the small animal facility, which is equipped with all the necessary infrastructure and equipment to support and execute preclinical, in vitro and molecular biology studies. Furthermore, they have access to fluorescent microscopy, SEM equipped with also with energy dispersive spectroscopy and various other equipment relevant for material characterization. And relevant public presentation will be delivered on session 8 of this workshop. The Device Technology and Chemical Physics Laboratory, founded by my colleague Panos Panagiotis Kevanidis. This particular lab undertakes curiosity-driven research projects in the area of organic electronics and photonic materials that hold the potential to enable products for real-world applications. Primarily, the lab focuses on the study of the physical material properties in conjunction with the fabrication and the electrical characterization of electronic devices, as for example, photodetectors and solar cells. And the lab itself is focusing on the technological readiness level of 4, which essentially is experimental proof of concept at the laboratory in order to validate technologies to be furthered on higher technological readiness levels. And the presentation will be delivered by him on session 7 of this particular workshop. Now we move on into laboratories under the School of Geotechnical Sciences and Environmental Management. My colleague Pablo Stefano is a recent addition to the university, and he established his lab in 2019. The lab is called Thermodynamics and Transport Phenomena Lab, and it focuses on the modeling and analysis of complex dynamical systems. He's more of an analytical and computational person, and he develops constitutive models for describing the dynamics and flow behavior of complex fluids, such as polymer melts and solutions, polymer nanocomposites, and blood. The fundamental background is built upon non-equilibrium thermodynamics, and he's making an effort to bridge between levels and scales of description, starting from the atomistic or microscopic to the mesoscopic and the macroscopic level. And this is achieved through scale bridging methodologies, which end up in closed form analytical constitutive equations. And he will be delivering a talk in session 8 of our workshop. Dr. Melita Menelau, which activities merge into the unifying theme of developing functional materials for applications in energy-saving technology, environmental monitoring, and health and diagnosis. And examples of her research work include ceramic superconductors, quantum spin liquids, nanoparticles, etc. And she will be delivering a talk on aerogels, which will be presented later today in session 3. Last but not least is non-conventional usage of nanomaterials by my colleague, Dr. Vasilios Fodopoulos in the Department of Agriculture. his main scientific research focuses to the study of nitro-oxidative signaling cascades involved in the plant's response to stress factors, while emphasis is being given in the development of chemical, biological, and nanotechnological priming methodologies towards the amelioration of abiotic stress factors and the promotion of plant growth. So this is an interesting non-conventional use of nanomaterials to improve the performance of plants under stress, and he will be delivering his talk in session 9 of tomorrow's days of workshop. So this brings me to the end of my presentation. I hope I did not extend beyond the 20-minute limit. I will be happy to answer any questions if there are.
Thank you, Georges. Are there any questions right now? I mean, maybe they pop up later, but if there are any questions right now, please ask. I think there are no questions at the moment, Georges, but I think within the sessions, there will be the discussions.
Yeah,
and
it makes more sense. It makes more sense.
Okay.
Thank
Good.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting. So who's next? Is someone from Bulgaria there, or shall we go on with France?
Yes, I'm here, Georgia.
Ah, wow, that's perfect. Good. Hello, George. Would you like to share your screen? Do you have any slides or? Okay. I think this should be possible with this. There's this. Oh yeah, perfect. You found it. Yes, we are all professionals in this already.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think now it's visible.
Yes, it is.
Okay, my presentation will be more targeted towards nanomaterials and nanotechnologies. So the presentation of our university won't be so wide, but of course I will say a couple of key information about our university, but the idea of my presentation is more focused on the nanomaterials. That's why it is short. Okay, excuse me, just to write. Okay, I hope now everything is visible. So our university, first a few words about our university. It is the biggest and the oldest university in the technical and engineering studies in Bulgaria. Our university was founded in 1945, and it is the third biggest university in Bulgaria as number of students and number of facilities. Our Technical University of Sofia teaches about 11,000 students, including 770 foreign students from 45 countries. We have 14 faculties, including foreign language faculties in English, German, and French, as well as we have 3 branches in the country in different Bulgarian cities. So we educate in more than 30 bachelor degrees and more than 90 master degrees, plus more than 50 doctoral programs, PhD programs. We have also, under the umbrella of our university, we have 2 secondary schools, one in electronics and one in computer sciences. The R&D of our university is focused in microelectronics, in virtual and digital engineering, of course in machine technologies, in microtechnologies, nanoengineering, communications and information technologies, energy engineering and energy efficiency, renewable energy sources, and so on. We are resembling the priorities of our smart specialization strategy. The R&D activities are managed by the university R&D complex. Also, it includes 4 centers of excellence and 43 university laboratories. Of course, these 43 university laboratories are operating in the university. In these centers of excellence, we have 17 more, and the number increases, but these 43 universities are operating in the university regardless of the centers of excellence in the other initiatives. So a bit deeper look in microelectronics and nanotechnologies. We in this area have 30 plus years of experience, including printed circuit board surface mounting technologies. We have 50 plus professionals in microelectronics engineering. These are the staff, the researchers, and the lecturers. In fact, the faculty that is doing research and education in electronics, and especially in microelectronics and nanotechnologies, is the Faculty of Electronics Engineering and Technology, where is the Department of Microelectronics. I'm chair of this department. So our university is presented in this area by this Faculty of Electronic Engineering, Department of Microelectronics. We also have, a couple of years ago, developed a successful project called Sofia Tech Park, where Technical University is one of the founders. We have their equipped laboratory. In fact, currently we are participating in 2 centers of excellence in mechatronics and clean technologies and in information and communication technologies. And there we are developing 3 more laboratories. I mean, we are equipping them in this area. They are also targeting in microelectronics and nanotechnologies. We have educated more than 100 PhD students in the last 30 years. On the average 5 per annum. And we have more than 1,000 students that were educated in electronics and electrical engineering and technologies. Our areas of expertise, these include, but of course not limited to only, device and compact modeling, state of the art, and for the currently mainstream nanoscale devices, FinFETs, nanowire transistors, carbon nanotube transistors, and so on. Here I have presented the leaders in these areas of expertise: bioelectronics modeling and applications, organic protein hydrogen bonding networks for application in microelectronics. Here is very interesting. We have extensively studied the applications of bio and organic materials that could act as standard microelectronic devices for circuitry that is usually built on silicons, but here we show that it could be done also on other materials such as these proteins, MEMS and flexible sensors, including inkjet technology, energy harvesting, root cause analysis of failures. This is more state-of-the-art, more oriented to the industry. Micro fabrication technologies, flexible, thin film, organic electronics, nanostructured oxides, nanomaterials in power electronics, for power electronics applications, nanomaterials for applications in nano devices and technologies. These people that are pointed here are members of our Faculty of Electronics Engineering and Technology. Some of the major infrastructure projects in the recent 5-7 years are listed here. We participate in much more, but these are the fundamental projects with budgets over 1 or some of them are over 30 million euro on general. So that's why I have chosen them out of the other much bigger list. In fact, the pioneer in microelectronics and nanotechnologies is our ECAT laboratory, which was established back in 1994 by Professor Marin Christoph. He was also rector of Technical University of Sofia some 10 years ago. And there we developed skills in designing integrated circuits and also testing. Afterwards, via the operational programs for science education and sustainable growth, and also operational program for innovation and competitiveness, we have established and equipped laboratories, again targeted in this area of micro and nanoelectronics. These include micro and nano laboratory in Sofia Tech project, Sofia Tech Park project, and SYNHA Lab, synthesis and characterization of advanced materials with applications to micro and nanoelectronics, and Nano Bio Lab, modeling and characterization of devices for nano and bioelectronics applications, micro and nano assembly and micro packaging. These are the laboratories that are equipped under the funding of Center of Excellence in Microelectronics and Clean Technologies. So we currently have, how to say, this key equipment available for our work and research and also education. Some of them are chosen here. There are much more, but these are the key. We have manual IC probe station where we can measure directly the characteristics on the die, on the silicon die, on the chip. Also, we have X-ray inspection system, emission microscopy. This is very interesting and very valuable equipment that is available only in our laboratory, and there is no such equipment in the neighboring countries. Plasma decapsulator, scanning acoustic microscope, X-ray fluorescence spectrometer, TLP transmission line pulse testers. This is used for electromagnetic compatibility study and electrostatic discharge. Inkjet printer for layering, for pasting layers of organic materials, equipment for electrical characterization, and also we have more state-of-the-art equipment for prototyping PCBs, and of course software for designing. So these are main, how to say, the main pearls in our equipment. And here are some of the team members, which are, of course, again, I'm focusing, that are oriented in the area of microelectronics and nanotechnologies. They are listed here. They are members of our Faculty of Electronics Engineering and Technologies. And some of them are members of our Department of Microelectronics. Here are a few words about me. I'm Director of Information and Public Relations of Technical University of Sofia, Chair of Department of Microelectronics, Vice Head of ECAT Laboratory. I mentioned it that we started, in fact, we did some 35 years ago, Head of MinLab at Sofia Tech Park, and Head of SYNHA Lab of the Center of Excellence, and Chair of the Management Board of Cluster of Microelectronics and Industrial Electronic Systems, which is very important. These are our partnering companies. In fact, with these laboratories, we are working together with the companies, with the industries that are in Bulgaria, not only in Bulgaria. So it means that our activities are not only limited to pure research interest, but are also interesting for the industry and for their needs, both for testing and root cause analysis of failures, both for fine-tuning their manufacturing process and also for their development of new products. Thank you for your attention. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, George. Is there anyone for questions?
Thank you.
Or would you like to post them in the chat? This is also possible. No questions? Okay, I think they will come up later. It's the same
Yes,
as George's. I think we will have them in the sessions, and we will discuss it. Thank you very much for presenting the university. So, UTT is presented by you, Christoph?
Yes.
Of course.
I shall do that.
Okay.
Let me right. Partager. Here we go. So I think that should be fine. To press twice, 3 times. Then I have to press. Use this. Is that okay now? Yeah, you can see.
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Very good. So thank you, Nicole. So let's make some space here. There we go. And I also will stop my, if I can find it, it's here. Video. Okay. All right. So yes, I'm going to present the UTT. So it's also a bit of a mix between the institution and the activities on nano-related subjects. So the there we go. So the UTT is located in the town of Troyes. So it's not Troyes or Troy. It's, in French we say Troyes, like the number, but it's written differently. So it's sometimes called the city of stained glass because one of the numbers, a third of medieval French stained glass is located in Troyes, which is quite a lot, knowing that a lot of stained glass within the world is located in France. And you have some examples here, and that's because we see these nice colors because we, in fact, without knowing, people were using metallic nanoparticles, plasmonics, which we will talk about during some of our presentations. So you can see that the nano-related subjects, at least at UTT, is not new. So it's so here's a map where we are, roughly to give you an idea. So not too far from Paris. So as I said, there's a lot of history associated to this space and nanotechnology, but also if people like history, it's actually the official birthplace of the Templars order. So that was in the Council of Troyes some time ago. And also, to be fair, there's also a very good selling point, which is in the Provence region, called the Champagne province region. So that's usually a good selling point as well. But the UTT, so the Université de Technologie de Troyes, so it's a public institution awarding degrees in technology and engineering. So it goes from bachelor to PhD and also further education. So there are missions on higher education, research, outreach, and transfer of technology. So history and location. So the UTT has been established in 1995, so it's fairly young as well. So in the south of the Champagne region, like I said. So now actually we are in the Grand Est region, but that's more sort of French politics. So the university's main building is an elliptical shape, as you can see here. And there are some more buildings on the left-hand side, and one of them being the sort of nanotechnology research platform and labs. So we've got everything around us, sports complex, and also a startup incubator very next to us. So that's quite convenient, and this is very close to the city center, where you have some nice images of the city center, and of course without forgetting the Champagne as well. Some key figures. So to French standards, I don't know if you know the French system, but since Napoleon, we sort of divided the universities and engineering school together. Now we're trying to group them again, but whatever. So it means that we are a small university, but we are a big engineering school to French standards, because we actually have both hats. So it's about, as you can see, more than 3,000 students altogether. So around 170 academic staff and 220 non-academic staff. So there's one main campus, which is in Troyes, and there's another one located in another region of France, about an hour and a half south of Troyes, in Nogent. We have lots of MOU with for institutions, more than 200. Which means that a lot of our students go on so-called semester mobility and do some curricular, part of the curriculum outside the UTT. And then we have, so again, to French standards, it's not so so common, but we have an a la carte curriculum so for our students, so that's good. And with that, we have numerous innovative and alternative ways of teachings. There's also, it was the first institution to have a sustainable development lab since 2001. And we have joint laboratories with the main research institutes like the French CNRS and the French CEA, which is the energy agency. The INRIA is linked to Computing Science Agency, and the CNRS is the main French research institution in France. Some examples of the themes that we do at the UTT, so information technology and digital society, nanotechnologies, of course, I'll come back to that, and also interactions between society, technology, environment. So it's an interesting way of looking at the interaction between people, technology, and nature in a way, and also our work on mechanical systems and meshing in finite elements, on sort of mechanical engineering and science. So the UTT strength. So like some of the strength. So like I said, so 90% of our students have at least one semester abroad. So that's good. They also have a la carte curriculum. I said that again. And they also, so they get a job after usually. So that's after they graduated. So that's good. And good jobs. And they have also something that is not written here, which is not common in France, at least, is they do two long internship for 6 months during the curriculum. So I'm talking about the engineers here, in a professional, in the industry environment. So basically they can go industry or academic environment. And usually in France is only one internship of 6 months, but we have two of them. So that's quite good for our students to choose what they want to do, which kind of engineering they want to do, or they want to carry on research or R&D and so on. There are also some, like I said, many innovations. So one of them is the recruitment of literature students for engineering degrees. So that's quite of a feat, but this is something has been developed among others. And some, at least we try cutting edge research. That's what I'm going to focus a bit more now. They are also, of course, teaching with all of this, so teaching departments to build upon these strengths and themes. So more on the research at the UTT. So we have 5 research units or laboratories. So I guess this is a very French system. So to most countries, it would be the equivalent of five departments. So here are the 5 ones. So there is one called LASMIS on mechanical science and engineering. There's one called Insight on sustainable development, but also, like I said, so interaction between society, technology, and environment. So a very cross-disciplinary research unit. There is also a small research unit, but very effective in finite element and meshing in general for engineering issues and others. There is a research unit called EUTINN on computer science and engineering. And of course, there is the one I'm going to spend a bit more time on, the EUTINN, which is a research unit around nano materials and technologies related to light. So like I said, so in terms of academic staff, so in fact this number is a bit low, but there's between 130 and 150 academic staff, so professors and researchers. There are research engineers, about 30 to 40 of them, with PDFs, so postdoctorate fellows, and there are about 200 PhD students altogether. So that's a fair number for the size of our institution, and there is one PhD school that has all these enlisting all these students. We also have 3 institutes which are supposed to cover broader subjects and linked to society issues. So 2 of them are already in existence, and 1 is in preparation. So 1 is on services and industry for the future. 1 is on global security, and the 3rd one in construction is on around health and technology. We also have 4 industry chairs associated to these institutes and research laboratories. 1 on IoT, 1 on silver tech, which is technology for the elderly in a global sense. 1 again, like I said, on global security and with subjects like cybersecurity and other topics related to security management. And there is a specific one on crisis management, so how to manage a crisis, which I believe these days can be a very useful thing to do and to have. Oh yeah, and so this is the picture of this ellipse. And in fact, so here, this picture, I haven't found the updated one, but it's my bad, I should have looked more. But just to show that there's this new building here, which is where I'm currently broadcasting from. Right, so second part on the laboratory L2N. The director is myself since 2.5 years ago. So that's the job I've been trying to do, especially in 2020. So the name is Light Nanomaterials and Nanotechnologies, and it's the only research unit at the UTT, which is a mixed research unit between the UTT and the CNRS, which is the main French research agency. So some quick facts. So in our laboratory, in our department, there are about there are 28 permanent staff, so professors and engineers, researchers. So there are about 100 people altogether, and about half of them are PhD students. So our main topics are nano-optics and nanophotonics. We have a specific graduate school called NanoPhot that one of my colleagues who will be presenting is actually heading. So that we will discuss that more for the roundtable. We have quite a fair amount of contract. We have about 1.3 to 2 million, depends on the years, but say 1 to 2 million contracts, research contracts. Here is 4.5 is the altogether per year. And this with the help of our platform called NanoMat. I'll come back to that. And to give you an example of what we can do, we have currently a so-called common laboratory project with the French company Suris, which is basically what the French research system has put up to make sure we can put together academic institution like UTT and a company, in this case, a company that works on security purposes. So what we do, what we're trying to do, we try to observe, study, and control the light at the nanoscale. And for that, we have many ways, but in 3 blocks. We work on simulation, numerical simulation and modeling. We work on instrumentation and fabrication of structures. And we also work on material growth, and most of these aspects will be covered by my colleagues during the various sessions. In terms of scientific technological output, so just on nano-related subject then, so it's about 30 to 40 publications a year with the mean impact factor around 4.8 in 2018. So that's quite happy with that. People are invited to conferences. So these days it's online conferences, but still, but also to plenaries and semi-plenaries per year. We have altogether a fair amount of patent because it constitutes actually 50% of the overall institution, overall number of patents for the institution. And in terms of projects, like I said, on average, we have 3 to 4 academic projects. So what I mean by academic, I mean public funding, and 2 to 3 industry contracts on average per year. And that shows, so you have this sort of images of what we do, which can summarize what we do is we try to go from fundamental science to applications, where the fundamental, for instance, you have here the spectrum of a low temperature of a single defect in diamond, and we do a spectroscopy at low temperature, cryogenic temperatures, so quite fundamental study, up to applications where you have here a compact ellipsometer that was developed within the lab and is now developed by one of our colleagues, and which is now within a startup company that opened up in 2019, selling this research output. So research activities, so we have 6 research axes. So here are the names. Unfortunately, due to time, I will not be able to go to all of them, but like I said, some of my colleagues will cover some of these topics, in particular nanospectroscopy, but also molecular plasmonics and photochemistry, also on nanophotonics. We have also some biophotonics related subjects on sensors, for instance, and my colleague will talk about this. And we have 2 transverse axes on simulation, because most of us use simulation, need simulation, and also on nanofabrication and nano characterization of our various samples and projects that we work on. So for nanofabrication and nano characterization, we have a platform which is called NanoMat platform. So this platform is on nanofabrication and nano characterization. So is open to researchers, to colleagues, so to some of you with pleasure and collaboration. It's part of the national CNRS network of platforms called Renatec Plus, which shows the interest of this platform at the national level. So it's quite an old project, not as old as the university, but almost. It's a 15-year-old project, still going on, and several millions of funding through various funding agencies, as you can see here, European, but also local ones, and national ones. And we have about 1,000 square meters of laboratories, and about amongst the 1,000 square meters, we have about 3/4 of it in clean room, like you can see here. And we have many collaborations with academia and industry, as I already said. I give you an example on various topics, nano-optics, nanomaterials, nanomechanics, nanobiophysics, and nanotechnologies in general. And what you can see here, to give you a quick example, so it's the logo of the UTT with the EUTINN, and the yellow color is given by nanoparticles that have been, so here you see a close-up of one area, and what you can see here is on left-hand side, this is not linked to COVID-19, this is actually nanoparticles, fluorescent nanoparticles, which give the yellow color. And you can see that we can make this pattern because we can control where we put these nanoparticles, because they are not present here, but they are present there. And you can see the typical scale bar here. So this is one of the examples of the things we can do. And here, if it's still up to date, I'm not sure, I have to check, but this is a virtual lab tour of the platform, although I have to check that the link is correct. And I think that's it. I could go further on, but I think in order to keep with the timing, I should probably stop here. I'll just mention the advertisement for my colleagues. So there will be 4 talks by my colleagues. So the first one will be this afternoon by my colleague Gilles Lerondel on integrated freestanding 2D transition metal decalcogenite. And then again this afternoon later on, there will be 2 other ones by David Girard on aluminum optical nanoantennas. So there will be plasmonics involved here. And also later on by my colleague Renaud Bachelot on advanced hybrid nanosources for nanophotonics. That will be actually the last talk of the day, so some pressure on him. And then tomorrow morning, there will be our colleague Anisha Gokana, who is going to talk about the growth aspect of some of what we do at UTT on the solution-grown zinc oxide nanostructures. And I forgot there was a 5th one, sorry, which is going to be given tomorrow afternoon by my colleague Julien Proust. So session 9, the last session, which will be on nanobiosensor based on DNA for the detection of pesticides in water. So it doesn't cover all of what we do, but it should give a broad enough perspective of what we can do and what we'll be very happy to do with some of you. I think, Nicole, I'll stop here.
Okay, thank you very much, Christophe, for this presentation. Is there anyone who has direct questions? Okay, if not, Christophe will be here the whole 2 days as he's the organizer. So just feel free to contact him or send him an email. He is the person in charge. Okay, then it's my turn next to give a short interview of what was or presentation of what the Hochschule Darmstadt does. Christophe, can you leave I think I can't share my screen. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I have 2 screens on. Sorry, I have to take this off. I'll try again. So here we go. I'll give you a presentation on what the Hochschule Darmstadt is about. And I'm not going into nanotechnology right now because that's something my colleagues are going to do when they present what they are doing research on. So I'm going to present to you the University of Applied Science in Darmstadt, which is one of the largest universities of applied sciences in Germany. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with the system. So we have universities, which are the technical universities or more the humanistic universities. And then we have the applied universities as one of is Darmstadt. So we are very closely connected with the surrounding society and do research, especially with an applied background. We do sciences in technology, with society, and in the arts. So these are the 3 main points, and we have different study programs. We do lifelong qualification of people, and we do research in the fields of engineering, natural sciences, and mathematics, in information sciences, computer sciences, artificial intelligence. We have business, social and social work, and we also have architecture, media, and design. And within the engineering faculties, which are rather big, there's mechanical engineering, there's civil and environmental engineering. So it's a wide wide basis for the engineering. There's also biotechnology, if you would like to implement it to the engineering part, or rather to the natural sciences. So there are even departments that are going through different status groups, as you can say. So we do research with regional, national, and international partners, as you can see, and we have doctoral programs for certain people who are very research intensive. So these disciplines are usually in the informatics and in the sustainability sciences. And we're very, very much interested in transferring our knowledge as a third mission. The history of the University of Applied Science is long, as you can see. We started about in 1843, but the main Hochschule Darmstadt was founded in 1971. So now we are 50 years old, and we have different campuses for different kind of faculties. And I don't know who was in Darmstadt already, but they are quite nice on the Mathildenhöhe, for example, which is a UNESCO World Heritage part. So in the recent years, which are the ones that I would like to talk about down here, we got the right to give PhDs in informatics, and now also in sustainability science and in social work. And this is a very big step for us to have PhD students and to give them the right to have a PhD by ourselves and not have to cooperate with other universities, which we still do and still like to do. Darmstadt is situated south of Frankfurt. So Frankfurt, you all know, I think, despite the airport, it's a big town in Germany. And as you can see in this area, there are about 5.5 million people living there. So it's a huge area, and there's lots of research from different universities and also universities of applied sciences. We cooperate within Darmstadt with different kind of partners, which is, for example, the Technical University. We have the Fraunhofer, which is a research institute, as you probably know. We have the CRISP as a Center of Research in Security and Privacy. The GSI is a very famous research lab. And so there are lots of things. We have the ESA situated in Darmstadt, and we cooperate with all these institutions. We also, from the other side, as I said, we have study programs that are more in the arts field, Yeah, it's the Mathildenhöhe, which is very important, and we have different kind of institutes that are situated here and with whom we cooperate as well. And there are many companies that are situated around Darmstadt or in the space between Darmstadt and Frankfurt. It's Merck, who is very famous. There's Kau and Vella. So it's something that we connect and get connected to with different kind of topics, and are very eager to merge with them and to feel what they need and what we can accomplish together with them. The HDA has 12 departments, and we are situated in different locations in Darmstadt and in Dieburg. We have about 750 employees and about 320 professors who are doing over 70 study programs. So we still have a diploma despite the bachelor and master's programs that we have. And now we added within the past years a PhD programs. So it's now the full range of academics that you can study at the University of Applied Sciences in Darmstadt. We have about 130 partner universities in more than 40 countries. And as you can see, there are also international study programs and international students that are coming to our university to study here. What I would like to focus on now is that we have won a couple of very nice projects, and with these we mainly focus also not only on the engineering part, the engineering faculties that we have, but also on the societal impact. So we have won a project from the Innovative Universities, which is big funding for 5 years. and when we look at the transfer of knowledge. So how do we transfer knowledge? So research on the transfer, not only transferring research results. How can we do that? Then we are part of the European University Plus, which is a very interesting part for us, and we are very happy to be part of this. And we are a member of the Global Partnership Alliance with the United States. Our organization, as you can see, these are the faculties that we have, and ranging from all sides. So we have the engineering, we have media and design, we have computational sciences, social work. So as you can see, it's a full range. And the interesting thing for me is that we all like to work together. So it's part of our culture that we try to connect people and try to focus on research activities within faculties, but then also going abroad to other faculties to see what they are doing and how we can sit together and get a nice research idea. I think I'll go over this slide and come to the next one, which is about the research topics that we are interested in. So we have changes in society and economy. This is one of our research topics. What we are also aiming is that we're looking at new ways in training and education and in science. So this is an impact that we got from our last strategic conferences, that we would like to put more emphasis even on that, although we are already, as I think, good in training and education, but we have to connect it more. And we look at technical and ecological challenges. So our key research topics are in mobility and energy, they are in process technology and sustainability, and in intelligent technologies for digital economy and society. We have about a third-party funding of 15% of our budget. So, and last but not least, I would like to look at the research centers that we have installed within the last years, coming out of the research ideas and strength that we found at our university. So we have a research center for applied informatics, a research center for digital communication and media innovation. Then we have one on materials and process engineering and one on sustainable processes and procedures. These are the main research centers that we have. In addition, we have many different working groups that are doing a great job in doing research together. Mostly they are smaller groups than these research centers, but they're very strong in research, as we know from the biotech, for example. The main focus in the areas that we just got out of our strategic discussions are digitalization and society, and sustainability and mobility. So these are the main areas that we are going to focus on, and I think that most of our researchers fit in one of these focus areas. So it's very interesting to see that you can bring together with these very broad ideas, many people who are doing research together and then work in different working groups together. So I would like now to go on what we are going to present these days. There's Christina Graf and her working group in session 3, Frank Scheel in session 6, and Dirk Geier and his working group in session 7. So we will be spread over the 2 days, and you will see different working groups from our universities, from the biotechnological labs. So they are mainly chemists who are doing this, and the mechanical engineering, which is Dirk Geier, who's presenting his nanotechnological approaches. Okay, that's from Darmstadt. Are there any questions?
I have a question, if I may.
Yes,
This is from Cyprus University of Technology. Do you have anything related to energy?
Energy is within the sustainability lab. There is
Because
energy.
you have a process engineering, but it's not clear if it includes also energy issues.
Yes, of course. Energy is enclosed in many subjects. So we have the architecture doing energy. We are having the mechanical engineers, the civil engineers, the environmental engineers. So there are a lot of people doing doing energy. Yes.
But also renewables, maybe something related to renewable energy.
To renewable, yes. Yes, we have renewable energies, and you will talk to the Gaia, who is doing something on renewable energies, and I'm in water science, so I'm doing hydropower. I'm not sure if we have someone from photovoltaic, but I will find out. So there are different groups working on renewable energies. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Lola.
Hi, Nicole. Nice to meet you. This is Lola from Universidad Politécnica de Cartagena. I'd like to ask you if do you have any research group on cybersecurity?
Yes,
Or...
we do. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yes,
to know.
that's a very large group already. That's it's a very, also in this area here, very famous group. So there is a very, and they are doing a lot of research.
Okay, perfect. Then I will send you another email with.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, I will then connect you to my colleagues.
Perfect. Thanks.
Perfect. You're welcome. Okay. If there are no more questions, Christoph, shall we have a break now?
Yeah, I think.
Or is there anything that you would like to announce?
No. I think this is good. I think we should probably have a break. I mean, so far so good. So yeah, we can, and it will be you again. You still have to work.
Yes, it will be me again.
For the four other institutions. So I guess we can. We are even early in the planning, which is to say quite unexpected, but that's very good. So yeah, so we can come back for 10:40. And then, so thank you, and see you.
10:40. Okay.
10:40. Yeah. Because it was supposed to be 10:20.
20. Okay. Yeah, then we're 5 minutes earlier. Okay. Yeah. Giving us more break for having a nice coffee.
Exactly. It's a morning break for coffee, so it can.
That's a good idea. Okay. Then see you back at 10:40.
Thank you.
Okay. See you.
Okay, so I guess we could resume. Is Nicole still here to finish the job? Nicole?
We are here.
Yeah, but is our chair lady here, or I can do it if necessary? I guess the coffee break took longer. Oh, no, here we go. Perfect.
The coffee break, huh?
All right. All right. So I'll stop my and then please go.
Hey, yes. Hello back. I hope you had a nice coffee or tea or whatever you liked. And we are going to go further with the presentation of the institution. So next one is the University of Dublin in Ireland. Who is going to present?
I will present, Nicole. Thank you, schön. Merci, Christophe.
Okay.
Just let me try to share. So my name is Hugh Byrne. I will introduce more about myself as we go through, if I can go to the slideshow. So good morning from Dublin. I want to introduce some of the background to Technological University Dublin. I'll go through as fast as I can because maybe I have too many slides. We are possibly one of the more recently founded institutions in the consortium. So we were officially founded in 2019, according to the State Act of the Technological University Dublin Act in 2018. But we're an amalgamation or a merger of three previously independent institutions, which are the Institute of Technology Blanchardstown, the Dublin Institute of Technology, and the Institute of Technology Tala. DIT is very much in the center of Dublin, whereas the other institutions were kind of further on the outskirts of Dublin. Although we're very new per se in that sense, we're actually based originally on the colleges of technology, which go back as far back as 1987. 1887 is the oldest one, and then we also had 1890, 1901, 1905, 1911. So we have a long history in Dublin. These are the founding colleges of the Dublin Institute of Technology, and this goes back to really the development of vocational education in Ireland, which goes back to one of the founders is Arnold Graves, who really in the late 1800s promoted the development of vocational education in the trades and the crafts. This is kind of a landscape of the education in Ireland, and of course there's politics behind all of it, not least the North-South divide, but these are the established universities around Ireland, including the Open University, and TU Dublin really has joined that group of universities, designated universities, and this is partially to try and rationalize the third level education system in Ireland. There's still another layer of institutes of technology, which are now in the regional cities around Ireland, and they are also going through the process of trying to merge smaller institutes into larger institutes to make technological universities. So we're actually the first of these new technological universities in Ireland. We have an enrollment of about 28,000 students, which makes us actually we're as large as the largest, let's say. I mean, there's a difference of maybe 1,000 or so every year between ourselves and the largest institute in Ireland, which is University College Dublin. Most of our activities are in the STEM subjects and the ICT subjects, although we have a very significant activity in the arts and humanities, particularly in the design area, but also in health and welfare and different types of services. One of the areas that really going back to that historical origin of the institute or the founding colleges, I suppose, we have a very large activity. So we account for 25% of the nation's apprenticeships in a range of different activities. So these will be in the trades and the crafts. Our research, now you can account for this in many, many ways. One of the main things that we I suppose, pride our research areas is that it's very, very user-oriented and very directed towards kind of spin-off companies and creation of businesses. So we can count 400 plus sustainable businesses that have originated from our research activity, investment of 200 million, and then there are ways of calculating value to the community and the number of jobs created. We are still investing very, very heavily in infrastructure. I'll show you something about that in a second. The one statistic which is not on this is actually the number of staff. So in total, there's about 3,500 staff members, which represents a staff to student ratio of about 1 in 20. Mentioning that development, there's a huge development of our city campus, which is underway at the moment, and a significant move in the past few months, because now all of the science and engineering has now moved to this the central quad here, which has just recently finished, and we're in the process of developing this. And so this is one of the biggest developments in the urban landscape of Dublin in recent times. So it's a major, major investment. We have launched our strategic plan, which is available on YouTube, and the strategic plan is based around people. I won't go into it, people, planet, and partnership, giving a very kind of young and vibrant feel to the venture of the Technological University of Dublin. We are in the midst of our organizational design. So this is really taking the 3 independent institutes which have merged, all of which have similar and different kind of departments and even structures of colleges, schools, departments, and trying to bring that into a single coherent organizational design. So I can't really tell you very much about that at the moment, in that it's a very active process in terms of bringing all of these together under faculties and a single kind of pan-European infrastructure. I work in what was the Directorate of Research, formerly in DIT, within TU Dublin, and again, that's also will be undergoing an organizational restructuring, I suppose, which we're all eagerly anticipating. We have a stated mission of excellence, I suppose, like everybody else. One of the important things, as I say, we try to emphasize is that it's practice-led. And so we like to pride ourselves that we have a strong connection, going back to the vocational education, with local industries, with national industries, but also industries at an international level. A very strong connection with the Dublin City Council, but also with the Health Services Executive, the National Health Service Executives, and a lot of these professional bodies, so that we'd like to say that our educational programs and also our research are kind of practice-led. We pioneered, actually going back several years, is the concept of the co-creation. And this is related to, I suppose, the ownership of the research and the ownership of the research outputs. And so we've always had a pioneering output to the co-creation of the research outputs and the ownership of it, emphasizing the owner of the creators, including the students, and promoting an entrepreneurial spirit. We, of course, have to be aligned with national strategies. So Ireland is quite new in the sense of development of our strategies in the 60s and 70s and 80s, and kind of defining our research landscape, which were defined, first of all, by the government departments of through Forfos at the time, in terms of priority areas, and these have been redefined and refined into the areas of ICT, health and medical, food, energy, manufacturing materials, services, and business processes. And so we essentially have to align our research to these priority areas. These are, of course, we keep our eye on the European landscape, which is defined or partially defined in terms of Horizon Europe, in terms of the mission areas, and see how we align with those. Increasingly, we're also defining our activity in terms of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and particularly our impact, because this also kind of feeds into a lot of the the international ranking systems, and particularly the Times impact rankings. And so we're looking at how we align our research with the Sustainable Development Goals, and even how we look to prioritize our activities. We have 4 classified kind of interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary research areas in the area of environment, energy and health, information, communication and media technologies, new materials and devices, and society, culture and enterprise. And these are roughly defined to kind of help us to try and group our research activities. Infrastructurally, and again, this comes from the evolution of the 3 merged institutions independently, but we're again looking at the organizational design of these. So a lot of our infrastructure is based around research institutes, which were developed under a lot of the National Development Plan in the late 90s and 2000s into the 2010s. And I'll speak a little bit particularly about ESHI and Focus. More recently, the Science Foundation Ireland have started to nationally gather their research under science SFI research centres, and we have an involvement in a number of these, particularly in terms of the marine and renewable energy. And very strongly and nationally, there's a very, very strong development in the past probably 5 years in the whole area of the IT, information technology. And so, and a new development in this is the development of centres for doctoral training, in which we have involvement in 3 of them. And these are particularly in the area of, or they're exclusively in the area of ICT. Another area that we have a very strong involvement, and these are run by Enterprise Ireland, which is a different part of the national funding landscape, which really tries to interface the academic research platforms with indigenous industries. And these are technology gateways and technology centers, and we have 3 of those. In terms of the research institutes, I will mention particularly the Environmental Sustainability and Health Institute, and that's what we call the ESHI. This was really founded between about 2012 and 2015. And this is particularly addressing the areas of food, water, energy, biomonitoring, but also policy. And this is very strongly linked with the National Health Services Executive and also the Dublin City Council to impact our research. And I mention that in particular because Professor Jesus Frias will give us a talk tomorrow about nano-enabled food technologies. As I say, I'll introduce myself a little bit more. My name is Hugh Byrne. I'm a physicist originally, but I was very much involved in the development of the Focus Research Institute, which probably you describe as a one-stop shop for materials characterization. When we were really developing it at the time, nano wasn't such a big word at the time. So it's more generally kind of materials characterization and process characterization. The idea behind it was really to develop a one-stop shop and also to have emphasis on open access. So to get away from the concept of my laboratory and my technician and my students and so, but really to provide much more of an open access platform to develop in the research starting in the late 90s. So we established what was at the time the Facility for Optical Characterization and Spectroscopy, which made the very nice acronym of FOCUS, which is also the Gaelic, the Irish Gaelic word for focus. So it kind of gave that connotation of optically based platform, service platform, I suppose, for different research areas, but also the notion of bringing people together. It was founded in 2000 and has been running to date as the Focus Research Institute. So as I say, the concept was really a one-stop shop in microscopy to cover all of the whole kind of range from nanometer or sub-nanometer all the way up to centimeters or so, to cover different areas of molecules. These are more in biological sense, but organelles, cells, and tissue, the different length scales of interest, and also in terms of spectroscopy to really cover the full range from ultraviolet all the way to infrared for a range of different applications. And so we have a range of different instrumentation in these. So this is the instrumentation that we really started off with. in 2000, 2005 or so in microscopy and spectroscopy, including electron microscopy, and UV visible, infrared, luminescence, Raman microscopy, etc., to try to cover the whole ranges. In 2008, as part of the national development, they really started to put an emphasis on national research platforms. And so we were one of the founding members of INSPIRE, which is the Integrated Nanoscience Platform for Ireland. And this was really the first time, I suppose, in Ireland, we had kind of a concerted effort to bring together our expertise in nanosciences, which covered everything from the biosciences to nanophotonics to nanoelectronics. And you can see that we're involved here with a lot of the major institutions around the country. This whole platform was funded with 32 million euros. So it was the largest single investment in science at the time in Ireland, in the history of Ireland. And we got funding for 4.5 million of that. And we were also at the same time involved in the second largest platform at the time, which was 30 million, which was in the area of nanobiophotomics and imaging. And Focus was the only kind of platform that was involved in both, and I was coordinating both of them. So it kind of gave me a good overview of what was going on in the country. So we were funded with 3.5 million from that. And that enabled us to develop the core facilities of Focus, particularly in the area of infrared imaging for biophotonics and diagnostics, and also for Raman imaging. So not necessarily intentionally, but we've really kind of developed a niche, I suppose, nationally for infrared and Raman imaging of materials in general, particularly in this case in terms of biomaterials and also flow cytometry. In the area of the nano, I suppose, that we developed further added to our facilities in atomic force microscopy and also electron microscopy. So we have two Hitachi SEMs. And also, again, upgrading in the area of Raman for nanomaterials. I'll mention a little bit of that later. So at this stage in Focus in particular, personnel as of 2020, we physically house 160 research personnel, which in addition to and it was the first time really in the Institute at the time that we had dedicated kind of support from management of research infrastructure, administration and technical support, but it also provides support for about 50 academic research, about 30 academic researchers who are part of the different schools and departments of the university, 50 research personnel who would be postdocs or research assistants, and about 110 postgraduate students annually. And these derive from the different colleges of science and health and the colleges of built environment and engineering. These different research activities are grouped in different kind of centers or research groupings, and there's a whole array of them. I'll mention a few of them, which are particularly, I suppose, what Christoph said at the beginning was, nano inside, so that there are few of our activities which explicitly say that this is nanoscience per se, or exclusively nanoscience, but a lot of the activities based around materials or processes or energy or so engage in different aspects of nanoscience. I'll just mention a few of them in particular. So CREST is one of these technology gateways, and they in particular interface with the indigenous industry in the Dublin area, but also nationally. And their expertise is originally in coatings technologies and surface technologies. And so they do a lot of work in terms of protective coatings, anti-corrosion performance and improved wear resistance. And increasingly, this can have nano aspects of nanotechnology involved. Metal finishing for various different industries. They have got very involved in coatings for biomedical devices. So this can be stents and or different kind of biomedical devices for adhesion, but also for release control, for example, for stents, smart stents. And they've done a lot of work in terms of hygiene coatings, and have spun out one company at least, if not two companies, who are looking at antimicrobial and even antibacterial coatings, which are largely based on nanotechnologies or nanomaterials. The Center for Industrial Engineering Optics, Isabella Nova will give a talk later this afternoon. And so she will tell you a little bit more about the specifics of the research, but particularly involved in materials research, which is increasingly taking on nanomaterials aspects to it. And they have a long tradition in the development of materials for holographic devices, and have more recently got involved in holographic sensors and security devices and security holograms, and have also spun out a company in that area. Nanolab is one which I have been involved with, particularly over the past, well, even before nano existed, I suppose. We started off with kind of a physics of molecular materials group. So coming from the nano, which evolved into nanomaterials, I suppose. You know, quantum materials became nano, and molecules became nano, and everything became nano. But so our background really is based on understanding the properties of nanomaterials, and then increasingly we got involved in the interaction of nanomaterials and biological materials, in particular in cells and in the environment. We will have some talks tomorrow about nanobiosensing, not particularly about nanomedicine, but there's a lot of activity in that area also. We will have a talk tomorrow about ecotoxicology and nanomaterial aspects of that. And then I will give a talk tomorrow also about in vitro cytotoxicity, and particularly nanotoxicity and computation nanotoxicity, which is particularly based around based on an understanding and developing understanding of how nanomaterials interact at a cellular level, which has implications for toxicology, but also for nanomedicine and drug delivery. One thing I'll mention in that sense, that we're trying to bring things together. As I say, we have a lot of activity in spectroscopic imaging, which can be for diagnostic applications and biomedical applications, but also trying to merge the two. We've been trying to we have a lot of activity in using infrared and Raman spectroscopy for looking at visualizing and looking at nanomaterials inside cells. And here's an example, for example, of polystyrene particles within the cellular environment, and then trying to use those type of that expertise and technologies and looking at how the cells react and how the nanoparticles are transported within cells and how they interact and influence the cellular behavior. So that's most of what I wanted to talk about. I don't know how long that took, but thank you very much for listening. Gormar Gwev Goler, that's a little bit of Irish language.
Thank you very much. You were just in time, so it's perfect timing. Everything okay?
Not usual for me.
No, but this was really interesting because I could see many connections to what we do in Darmstadt, and probably my colleagues as well. And what I liked is this open access to the spaces that you have created. I think most universities are far away from that. And, this is something that we all need, and especially now with the international labs, we should try the same and establish that within EUT+. Okay, are there any questions? No? Okay, then thanks again.
Alles klar.
Alles klar. I think they will come up when you start discussing the topics. So thanks a lot. So the next one is the Riga Technical University. Who's going to present from there?
Hello.
Hello. Perfect.
Perfect. So my name is Eric Badamshins, and I'm representing the International Cooperation and Foreign Students Department at the Riga Technical University. So, and actually, I have to admit that you took me by surprise when I received this invitation to this workshop, because as you can understand from my kind of title, that I have nothing to do with nano-related topics, or let's say at least in terms of implementation of academic or research activities in this regard, right? But I have something to do with one project that we are implementing in conjunction with our Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Nanotechnologies. And maybe this is the reason why I am invited here. And of course, I and Professor Yuri Detjar, we are going to bring this topic up during tomorrow's roundtable discussion. Mm-hmm. So, but back to my main assignment for today, the presentation. Yeah, so I will try to share the screen with you.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Let's see.
Try this. And so nothing's there, right?
No, nothing is there yet.
And now?
Yeah, I think it's coming up. Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So now I can proceed.
Yeah.
So we are the oldest university in Latvia and the oldest technical university in the Baltic states. So, and of course, the next year we are going to celebrate 160th anniversary of our university. So, hopefully that we will be able to celebrate as it has to be, not, you know, like using some online platforms or whatever case may be, right? So, yeah. Are these slides moving? Yeah. Okay. So this is our geographical position. So as you can see, we are kind of a bridge between the ex-Soviet Union bloc and the European Union, right? And of course, we are the part of European Union since 2004. And in terms of our ability to reach any geographical point in Europe, so we are well developed in this regard, thanks to our airport, yeah, as well as other ways of transport that we are developing in order to reach the other parts of Europe. So, as I already mentioned, that we have established back in 1862. And as for today and today's operations in studies, research, etc., yeah, so these are our values that we are trying to follow in order to perform, yeah, in all the significant areas that comes to the higher education. So basically, we are in the process of heading towards the status of three-generation university, and also, of course, the idea is to proceed with the path to the fourth-generation university. Yes, and of course, the excellence in research, the high-quality study process, and sustainable valorization are the things that we are that we put emphasis on. These are our priorities, yeah, that internationalization, digitalization, interdisciplinarity, organizational efficiency, financial efficiency, and infrastructure efficiency, yeah, in order to reach the targets, yeah, which are the high quality study process, excellence in research, and sustainable valorization. And regarding the facts and figures, I just would like to point out just a few of them. So today we are educating 14,000 students, and 3,500 out of them are international ones, representing 90 countries. So, which is of course a fact we are really proud of. Yeah, and this is the outcome of these 61 study programs. Completely taught in English that we were able to establish, as well as different operations that we are implementing at international scale. as well. These are our faculties. So as you can see, we are basically covering all engineering related fields, as well as the ones related to engineering, economics and management, and e-learning technologies and humanities. And this is our beautiful campus of Tipsala, based on an island. Yeah, so very, very close to the city center. Basically, there is the bridge that connects this island and the old town. Yeah, and right in the past few years, we were going through the movement process. So basically, if in the past we were located in some 3-4 parts around the city, that now we are moving everything to this island. And as for now, we are building the new, there's going to be a fresh new building for the Faculty of Informational Technologies and Computer Science, yeah, which is now under the construction. And yeah, so basically 7 out of 9 faculties will be there, as well as the students have the possibilities to go to the swimming pool, this dormitory is also there, scientific library is there, all the labs are there. So basically everything is on the place and close to the city center. So this is the way our study process is developed, basically in the bachelor, master, and doctoral levels, of course. And of course, we have also the bachelor studies takes 3 up to 5 years in order to accomplish this stage of the educational process. Then the students can proceed with the master studies, which takes 1 up to 2 years, and doctoral studies. They have to put 4 years in order to accomplish this thing. And by this slide, I would like to come back a little bit to the number I have already mentioned before, the one related to amount of foreign students that we are educating today at our university. So basically, as I say, they are coming from 90 countries, and this amount is kind of assembled from both full-time students and exchange students. And in this regard, of course, since France is a part of EUTINN consortium, yeah, then we can would like to emphasize that right now we are hosting around 200 French students coming from 3 private universities. Yeah, so basically this thing. And as for engineering and its importance in our society, not only in Riga as a capital of the country, but in the country in general. So a few years ago, our university, together with our government, they realized, okay, so in terms of, you know, to accomplish the long-term goals at national level, we have to do something about promotion of engineering in our society, because usually right now what the students are doing, so when they are enrolling in the university, so they are looking for humanity related fields, economics, etc. And what we are doing now is already for 5-6 years that we have established the very first stage in all this promotional process by establishing this Kids University, which means that they are formed two groups that are coming to our university every week, twice a week, and working with our researchers, professors, yeah, in terms of, you know, making some robot happen or whatever case may be, in order just to attract them to the entire process, okay? And then some of them might be also proceeding with the enrolling in our engineering high school that we have established also some 5-6 years ago. So basically 25 most talented pupils, let's say, in terms of their performance and knowledge and understanding in physics, mathematics, biology, and these kind of fields are enrolling in this high school. Just 25 out of them. Yeah, there is a very, very big competition, etc. And of course, then they are representing not only this engineering high school, but also our university in different kinds of competitions at the national or international level. Yeah. And of course, in such a small amount of time, which are these 5 or 6 years, it has already ranked as the very strongest university in the country, which we are really proud of. And so these are the research platforms that we are working on and building our university. So related to energy and environment, cities and development, information and communication, transport, materials processes, security and defense. And of course, our 9 faculties are issuing also these scientific journals. Yeah. So of course, everybody is also more than welcome to participate in this entire process. So these are the research platforms that we are employing, in order to take part in the research activities that are implemented at international level. And this is another thing that we have established again some few years ago, called RTU Design Factory, which is part of the entire design factory network that has been developed around the world. I think there should be around about 25 up to 30 these kind of design factories around the world. Yeah. So basically what they are doing, they are bringing together students, our researchers and the industry together in order to work on this problem solving thing, that companies are coming up or participating in other activities like Demola, where, for instance, again, we are forming up kind of interdisciplinary student groups assembled by the students representing different fields, and then they are working on different problems or developing new products that might be also placed in the market as well. So these are the networks we are part of. Yeah, so just a few of them, most significant ones. And of course, we have RTU Students Parliament, which is also now operating on, let's say, two different levels. Yeah, so the one is, so they are organizing events or trying to involve the local students, as well as now they have extended their operations to the implementation of different activities oriented to this international students as well. And there is just one slide regarding our how to say, in terms of production of scientific contents in the field of nano technologies, let's say. Yeah. So basically, you see the blue line, which is the amount of publications developed at national level, and the red one is that gives you an idea of the RTU contributions in this regard. So basically, we are producing the half of publications that are issued per year, and which are related to nanotechnologies. Yeah, thank you for your attention. So in case you have any question, you're more than welcome.
Thank you very much, Eric. Are there any questions? No questions? I just have a statement which I really, I mean, I see the same in Germany, that we are not getting too many students that are interested in engineering studies, which is a rather disaster, I think, because we need engineers. And so it's obviously something that we all join, and in all countries. I'm not sure if all countries are the same, but at least in Germany, we have the same phenomena.
Yeah, this is the thing that we are facing right now. And no, we are just trying to implement all these promotional activities. Otherwise,
Yeah.
And actually, in this regard, this morning I received an email from our student of the Institute of Biomedical Engineering and Nanotechnologies, who has also graduated from this engineering high school I mentioned in my presentation.
Yeah.
And now she's looking for a traineeship abroad. Yeah, and maybe if somebody has something to offer, yeah, maybe we could do it. Yeah. Otherwise, she will go to Italy, not to one of the EUT directions. Yeah, because I didn't mention. So we are very, very active with Italy. Yeah. So
send a
of course
CV.
we are.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Send a CV.
Send a CV.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna do this. Thank you.
And we'll do our best to keep her within EUT Plus.
No, of course, because we have to attract the attention and our students to EUT and move them around the consortium, of course. And so then, okay, I'm gonna do something about that, and we'll ask her here if she is interested also in EUT.
Yeah.
Because right now, of course, we are trying to promote EUT inside our university. Of course, it's also another challenge, and sometimes the people, they don't know anything about that, so we have to do what we can, right? So
yeah, that's right. And if you have connections to Italy as a university, I mean, the students know this already, and it's a long-term bonding, but we have to establish that here as well. And I think the easiest way to get there is via the PhD students. I think they are easily to move, and they will stay in touch for a couple of years, at least with the institution they are working in, and even later on. So it's a good effort to do. Okay, so that was networking. Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so who's the next one? Cluj-Napoca is on my list.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I have to share the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, yes, it works.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
So my name is Traian Petrisor, and I am professor at Physics and Chemistry department within the Technical University of Cluj. Also, I am responsible for the research center on superconductivity, spintronics, and surface science. I will present, my presentation is divided into parts. In the first part, I will provide some general information about our university. And in the second part, I will present the principal research centers within the University of Cluj-Napoca, which are working in the field of nanoscience and of nano materials and nanotechnologies. Cluj, the Technical University of Cluj, the Technical University of Cluj-Napoca is located in the city Cluj-Napoca. Along its history, the town was named Klausenburg and Kolozsvári, because here lives a great Hungarian and German minority. Actually, the town is multicultural and multi-ethnic town. In Cluj-Napoca lives about 500,000 people in whole metropolitan area, but the town is known in Romania as a university town. Here are 6 public universities with a total of more than 100,000 students. Also, the town is a hub of technology and innovation in Romania. Is the most important hub in these fields. It is interesting to note that in our town, more than 10% of the workforce are employed in information technology field. The main university universities in our time, in our city, are Babes-Bolyai University, which is the greatest university, Technical University. Also here in town, in our city, are University of Medicine and University of Agriculture Science and Veterinary Medicine.
Excuse me, Traian.
Yes.
Excuse me, it's Christoph. Do you mind sharing your screen, full screen, please?
Full screen, okay.
Is it possible? Because it's a bit small.
It's okay.
Perfect, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
Then we in the city are also 2 small universities in the field of arts. These are Music Academy and Art and Design University. Also, we have several small private universities. Here are presented this university. The most important maybe is Sapienza, which is a Hungarian university As far as Technical University of Cluj-Napoca is regarded, this is a modern, diverse and complex higher education institution with a well-defined identity, actively involved in the local, regional and national system, recognized and appreciated as a provider of high quality of education, research, artistic creation, technology transfer, and innovation. Historical background of our university began in 1920 as industrial college. In 1950, 53, the college is renamed as Polytechnic Institute, and in 1992, the institute is renamed as Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. Another important event in the history of our university was in 2012, when Technical University of Cluj-Napoca merged with the North University Baia Mare. Key figures of our university are following. University has more than 22,000 full-time students, more than 900 academic staff, and we have about 180 students program, including bachelor, master, and PhD studies. We have 12 faculties and 36 academic departments. Also, the university is a research university, and we have about 80 research units consisting in research centers, research laboratories, and research group. It is to mention that all these units are a training place for master and PhD students. Also, we have two main campuses with more than 5,000 accommodation places for students, and we have for the students a swimming pool, sport halls, and library, and we have also a publishing house. Regarding the academic studies, in our university, the structures of academic studies is based on the Bologna process. Thus, we have for engineering 4 years bachelor studies, and for science and arts we have 3 years bachelor studies. A Masters of Science degree and of engineering and for engineers is 2 years, and also 2 years are for arts. The bachelor studies is coupled with master studies for architecture faculty, and is for 6 years. A PhD degree in our university are for 3 years, according to the Bologna process. The Technical University has 12 faculties, which is grouped in 2 university centers, Cluj-Napoca and Baia Mare. The study programs are conducted in Romanian, but also in international language, respectively English, German, and French. In Cluj-Napoca, we have a Faculty of Architecture and Urban Planning, Faculty of Automation and Computer Science, Faculty of Automotive Mechatronics and Mechanical Engineering, Faculties of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Machine Building, Faculty of Electronics, Telecommunication and Information Technology, Faculty of Materials and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Building Service Engineering, Faculty of Electrical Engineering. In Baia Mare, in the University Center of Baia Mare, we have Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Humanities, and Faculty of Science. Regarding the research activity in our university, research is organized at a department level in our university, and within the departments exists the accredited research structure. The research strategy of university aims at creating self-sustainable, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary structure capable of outstanding scientific achievement. In general, the most important field in the research are engineering science, mathematical and natural science, and in the field of humanities and art. These, of course, are only the field of research in general. But more information of the research activity, about the research project, both European and national research project, and founding of the research activity in our university, which are interested, all this information can be found on the site of our university in the section of research. I have not time to insist on these all aspects. In the part 2 of my presentation, I will briefly present the main research laboratories working on materials and nanotechnology within TU. The first, this activity is mainly developed in the four research centers: superconductivity, spintronic and surface science centers. The second one is magnetic materials and nanomaterials centers, MEG-Nano. Another center is micro-nano system laboratories, and the last one is the biomaterials research group. Going further, I will present the main expertise in each center. Starting with superconductivity, spintronic and surface science center, the main research axis in these centers are high temperature superconductors, nanostructures, thin films, magnetic thin fields and spin orbitronics, and materials chemistry and nanoparticles. Of course, in the centers, there are complex research infrastructures. For example, we have all the methods for elaboration, both by physical and chemical methods of thin films. We have micro nanostructural, nanostructural facilities, including the clean room facilities. And for characterization, we have facilities for structural, chemical, magnetoelectrical, and morphological characterization. The expertise in the centers are presented here. Thin film deposition by physical and chemical method, and pulse laser deposition method. Structural, morphological, magnetic, and electrical characterization of thin films, micron nanolithography, spintronics and spin orbitronics, chemistry of materials and precursor for chemical solution deposition, oxide and metallic nanoparticle and core shell fabrication by chemical methods. We have several international collaboration which are presented here. The second research centers which are working in the field of nanomaterials is magnetic materials and nanomaterials, whose leader is Professor Lionel Kitchener. These centers is located in the Faculty of Materials and Environmental Engineering. Areas of expertise of these centers are presented here, starting with nanocrystalline and nanocomposites magnetic powders production by mechanical alloying process, and ending with materials characterization. In these centers, there are all methods for structural characterization, morphological, and thermoanalysis characterization. Another center is micro nano system laboratory. Areas of expertise of this laboratory include static analysis of MEMS, MEMS components, dynamical investigation of MEMS resonators, biological micro and nano investigation, and tribological characterization of electromagnetical system, microelectromagnetical system, such as adhesion effects, friction analysis, wear analysis. The last centers which I shall present is Biomaterials Research Group, led by Professor Cătălin Popa. Scientific interest of this group are biomaterials, tissue engineering, drug delivery system, and medical microfluids. Because of the lack of the time, I have not present fully these research centers, but anyway, more information can be found on in the site of this center. Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions? Okay, then probably they will come up a little bit later. Thanks again.
Yes, I want to point out that more information about the research and the output of these centers are presented in the section 4, 5, and 6 of the workshop.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. That's good. So we have the connection. Okay. Then we'll go on to the next one and last one of our partners, with is Cartagena. Is there someone there to present
Yes,
the university? Ah, hi.
Yes, Nicola, I'm going to go through
Okay,
it.
Great. So, can you already start your presentation, Laura, or is that?
Sure. I think Petrisol.
You have to close it.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
I try to stop share now. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Let me try.
Then I'll give the floor to you, Lola.
Let's see if it works. Okay, just 1 second, because I think because this is a live, I don't have the the right to share the screen. Just a second, please. I thought it was already configured, but maybe okay. Just a second, because maybe I have to. I don't know if it's going to recognize the.
You should be able to share. Yeah?
That's always a problem if you have two screens.
I think I need to get out and get in again in the meeting. I'm going to try. Oh no,
Here
okay,
it is.
It's working. Okay, perfect.
Perfect.
Perfect. So just give me a second to share, to put the presentation. Okay, is that okay for? Can you see my screen, right? And
you can see all of your screen, but I think this. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, no problem. I'll do it.
Okay.
So thank you very much. And my name is Lola Cano, and I'm a professor at the Technical University of Cartagena in Spain. And I'm also responsible for the technology transfer activities in this university. I'm going to try to be quite short to keep the schedule. Okay, so I'm going to divide the presentation in 3 sections. First, I'm going to talk about the university in general. Then I will briefly present the global research lines. And then very briefly, I'll point out some details about contributions to this nanolab experience that we are trying to create. So about the university, we are located at the southeast of Spain in the region of Murcia, which is in the Mediterranean coast. In Spain, there are 81 universities, but there are only 4 technical universities with total focus on technology, okay? And we are one of them. Engineering, architecture, and then we also have economy and tourism, okay? So we are a technical university with focus on engineering, but also incorporating these schools that I'm going to mention later. How many students do we have? Well, we don't have many students, despite this is a region with 1.5 million inhabitants. But as mentioned before, engineering is not very popular lately. So we have around 5,000 students. With around 4,000 in bachelor, 600 in master degrees, and around almost 300 PhD students. We are at Technical University of Cartagena. We are around 600 professors, and then around 300 staff. And we also have the technical support of staff focused only on research, and well, they are around 130 people. Okay, so in general, in big numbers, around 5,000 students and around 1,000 people working here at the university. Our employment rates, our alumni employment rates is quite good for Spain. We are above 80% in almost all degrees. And we also have specific programs for entrepreneurship. We have a very particular collaboration with Telefónica in Spain through an initiative called Open Future Hub. And we also have the Cloud Incubator Hub, which is the second best accelerator in Spain. It has been top ranked in the last, I think, 4 or 5 years. So we are very proud of these entrepreneurship initiatives. Our relation with the industry sector is quite good at local, regional, and national level. And this is reflected on more than 50 chairs that we have with companies from agriculture to, for example, SABIC in plastics, okay? So we have a very wide range of collaborations with the local and national industry. Regarding mobility, we, in the last, this is the data from the 18 and 19 academic course. At that moment, we had 500 students participating in mobility programs, around 50-50 of women and men, and we receive more students from abroad than we send, okay? And we are very happy to receive all these students. We also have European double degrees with Germany, France, Lithuania, Turkey, China, and India. And it is, I would like to remark that most of our degrees have an English itinerary, so that our students can choose between doing their education in Spanish or in English, okay? And we also have an MBA fully in English available for the students. Not everything is about studying, so we are very aware of that at Cartagena. So we have very active associations within the university. For example, we have the Moto Student UPCT, which is like a club or association where students create their own motos to participate in competitions, okay? We also have the eSports teams. We have the solar team, which is focused on creating electric, in this case, solar cars, also for competition, and so on, okay? So we are very, very happy to know that our students have alternatives to socialize and to increase their knowledge and to be able to put in practice what they learn in during their studies. Regarding the structure of the degrees, well, first of all, our university is located within the city of Cartagena, and we have 3 campuses within the city. So we have one campus here with industrial and telecom engineering. Then we have another campus here with architecture, agricultural engineering, and some other degrees. And then here we have business and also architecture, okay? So we have 3 campuses on the city. And then our degrees, if it is bachelor, they are 240 credits. If we are talking about master degrees, we have 60 credits masters, but we also have 2 years masters of 120 credits. And our PhD programs are carried out in 3 years although the students obviously have the possibility to increase 1 or 2 years in order to complete the quality requirements in order to defend their PhD thesis. So as I mentioned, we have 8 faculties or schools. We have the School of Architecture and Building, the School of Civil and Mining Engineering, Agricultural Engineering, Industrial Engineering, and then Telecommunications Engineering. In addition to that, we have the Faculty of Economic and Business Science, the School of Naval and Oceanic Engineering, and also we have a Center of Defense, which is for the military, okay, specifically for them. So this is our scope, 8 schools, either from engineering or architecture or business. Our PhD programs, I'm going to enumerate them. If you need more information, please do not hesitate in contacting us. We work on renewable energies, environmental sustainable civil and mining engineering, information and communication technologies, advanced techniques in agriculture and food, industrial technologies, electrochemistry, and business administration. Those are our 7 PhD programs, okay? And here you have, just for the record, some beautiful pictures of our daily life in the university and the campuses that I mentioned before. So about research and development, we are very aligned to the research clusters identified in the Horizon Europe program. So I'm going to briefly mention what do we do in these clusters, okay? So that we can speak the same language in this sense and try to find synergies. In the first cluster, health, we work in functional food, food safety, in public health system and healthy policy, and also in creating robots to help people, okay? So this could belong to the health cluster. In the second cluster, culture, creativity, and inclusive society, our architecture faculty is very involved in this creative area. We are participating with you at EUT with the City Lab. And as I said before, our technology contribution is represented through the creation, in this sense, of robots and mechanisms to help people, okay? In the third clusters, civil security for society, we work in 2 areas, maritime disaster prevention and cybersecurity and blockchain. And we are also very present in digital industry and space, either in Industry 4.0, in the creation of new materials, renew energy and space, including Earth observation. In the 5th cluster, again, new energies, next generation batteries, and for example, green hydrogen, how to improve public buildings to make it more intelligent, or in the area of smart cities, we also are present in that theme. And finally, in the last cluster, we are very strong in research in farming systems, sustainable enhancement for plant productivity, new ways of irrigation, new food systems, blue economy, and biomass and waste, okay? And all of these topics are done by our researchers. Here at Universidad Politécnica de Cartagena, we have more than around 90 research groups. And we are committed to promote research, development, innovation, and scientific exchange with public and private institutions, and with a very strong emphasis on collaboration with the industry. Some key performance, some KPIs from the last academic year. We published more than 470 research papers in JCR journals. We defended 34 PhD theses, and we capture more than 5 million euros in research projects. And the KPI, in collaboration with the industry, we were able to bring more than 3 million in contracts with companies that belong to our ecosystem, to our technology transfer ecosystem. And finally, contributions to this nanolab. I would like to briefly mention the infrastructure available in the central services of the UPCT, which is called SITE. SITE brings together specialized services in instrumentation, industrial design, and scientific calculation that, due to their characteristics, exceeds the scope of action of a single department or center. It is like the one-stop shop that Dublin mentioned before with the Focus Institute. So the main purpose of these central services is to facilitate the work of various units and research groups of the UPCT, obtaining the maximum benefit from the available resources. And it also serves technology-based companies, public agencies, private companies, and individuals outside the UPCT. So we are not only focused on our community, but we also want to leave our help and our stamp in all the society, all our neighbors. At the site, there are two sections called SEDIC and SIT. And I would like just to highlight some of the infrastructure that could contribute to create this nanolab project. For instance, the electronic microscopy available, such as scanning electronic microscopy, transmission electronic microscopy, field emission microscopy equipment, or instrumentation for thermal analysis techniques such as calorimetry, and for elemental analysis such as X-ray fluorescence. In addition to the SEDIC, in addition to this equipment that I just mentioned, the SEDIC also has a data processing center, a research development and innovation classroom with the appropriate facilities to house the equipment it manages, and offers, among other services, graphic design, prototyping using 3D printing, 3D scanning, 3D modeling and design, animation and rendering, and also immersive and augmented virtual reality service. It is also important to mention that the manufacturing laboratory, that we have a very new manufacturing laboratory called Fast Lab. And the goal of Fast Lab is to facilitate the access to all these services to all potential users outside the university or not within the university community, to help them to develop and materialize their ideas and projects. So the SEDICAP City, this entity here, will make available to users the different digital manufacturing technologies available here at UPCT, and it gives access to training and workshops oriented to these technologies to promote the approach of society to the Fab Lab network. So these are the very briefly the idea behind our central services, our one-stop shop. And then what are the research groups working with nanomaterials or nanotechnologies? Well, we have 6 research groups working in this area. You can find the information here in the slide. Just to mention a couple of them, in quantum technologies, we are also interested in the application of nanotechnologies from the control of matter at quantum level. In collaboration with leading experimentalists around the globe, we model and design applications for fields as varied as communications or metrology. And these take place on different platforms. Superconducting nanocircuits, trap ions, and the crystalline defects in nanodiamonds, which are highly sensitive to small magnetic fields. In addition, for these applications, it is crucial to understand the fragility of quantum processes in an abstract general manner, but also in the context of the theory of electronic transport and thermodynamics. So we're going to talk about all of this in the presentation that is going to be today, this afternoon at 4:15. And there are also other groups working in these areas. For example, the MEIPA research group that works on advanced materials for energy storage and production, from creating solar cells to new batteries to chromogenic devices. It's a very strong group in this sense, and they combine the 3 phases of fabrication, assessment, and characterization of nanomaterials and new nano devices. So thank you very much. I think we are out of time, but if you have any question, please send me an email, okay, here. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lola. That was very impressive what you do.
You're welcome.
As well, it was interesting for me to see that so I'm, as a civil engineer, being in water science, it was interesting to see that you don't have any hydropower when you look at irrigation systems. But I think I'll come back to your colleagues.
Sure.
Because there is an EU proposal, a call coming up, and I would like to do something in that field.
Sure, I think this is very productive because we can know what we are doing, any of us. So I'm very happy to be here today. Okay. Thank you. We will talk about that.
Yes, we'll talk about that later. Thank you very much. So we are now, all institutions have presented themselves, which was very, very interesting to me to see what you're all doing. And I think there are many, many more connections than we knew already there are. And so this is really great to see. I think I'll hand over to Christoph.
Yes.
Is that okay for you? Because it's I'm leaving my chairing position now.
Okay.
And it's up to you now to welcome or to invite everyone to the lunch break, I would say.
Yes. And thank you for sharing, Nico. Well, before we go for the lunch break, and because I'm thinking of it now, I don't want to forget it. It would be nice if we could, most of, or all of us, ideally, put our cameras on so I can take a screenshot, and so that would be done for PR and you know. So please, if you can, I mean, you know, there is the being at home kind of. For some of us, we all know that. So if you can, please put it on. If you can't, then never mind. Or if you'd rather not, then never mind. Thank you. So on my side, what I'm going to do is put a slide as well, so that if I take a nice screenshot, and then we should have everything. Let me see. I've got the intro. Where is this? This should do. Here we go. So if I do this here, Oops, no, no, ça, je vais passer.
It is nicer with people there.
Much nicer, right? It's like in the lectures. They don't show up, the students, but then when you ask them, they turn on their cameras, which is really good.
Still some, yeah, please, we've got a few more to, we can't, I'm not a big, because I haven't done that much with Zoom, but there's a certain number of people we can have, right? But I think this is not too bad. We can do a bit better, I'm sure. Okay, no, that's fine. All right, I'll take, let me try this. So now you have to smile, I suppose. So, there we go. So let me check before you go. Let me check if it's okay. I just want to juggling with 2 screens and about 15,000 applications.
We'll do another picture when we see each other, whenever that will be.
Oh yeah, of course, yes. Yeah, I think this one's good. Let's do it. So the principle works. So we can try another one. So again, there we go. Oh, after good. Okay. All right. Okay, good. So I think we'll probably do it again, but that's fine, just to make sure. Thank you. So yes, I think it's time for lunch, especially today. The lunch break is a bit short, it's only 1 hour. But yeah, so we'll resume at 1 and we'll start with the technical sessions. So yeah, thank you and have a good lunch. And as we say, bon appétit. It's an English word anyway. So. Thank you.
Bon appetit.
Bon appetit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Hugh.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. You next sharing, so good. We just we try to start on time. Well, I guess we can start.
Yeah, the talks were fairly on time this morning.
Yeah.
I hope we can continue.
Yes. All right. So I guess we can start so that we don't start late. Just to say, so before all the sessions, so one thing just to apologize for the future chair people, including you and others, is that they don't necessarily have who is going to be the speaker, because I didn't necessarily have this information. So but at least we have the title and where the speakers are from. But yeah, so within that, so I'll stop sharing my screen and yeah, so you will be sharing the first session. So.
Okay, thank you, Christophe. My name is Hugh Byrne, Hugues in French, or Hugo in Espanol, or Hugo auf Deutsch. So I'll be chairing this first session on nanomaterials 1. We have 5 presentations, each of which the guidelines, there should be about 12 minutes with some time for questions, or else if there's no time for questions, you can put your questions in the chat area or contact us afterwards. As Christophe says, we don't necessarily have the names of the speakers, so maybe I'll just introduce by the home organizations. So our first presentation is from the Technical University of Sofia, and it's on deposition of conductive copper patterns on nanoporous anodic aluminium oxide.
Is the floor mine now?
Yep.
Okay, great. So I'll just share my screen. Okay, so can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, I just have a bit of kerfuffle here because I cannot move the... okay, fine. Well, I should probably first introduce myself. My name is Bojidar Stefanov, and I'm an assistant professor at the Department of Chemistry of the Technical University of Sofia. Our department is part of the Faculty of Electronic Engineering and Technology. Due to historical reasons, and most of the work we do is pretty much related to different technologies for the preparation of nanostructured materials, metallization of dielectric surfaces. We collaborate a lot with the Department of Microelectronics because we share a lot of our research interests. And today I will do a brief presentation on some of our, I would say, very recent work. So it's a bit preliminary. I'll try to be excused for this. But before this, let's begin with the material. So for the past few years, pretty much the biggest interest, the biggest research interest of our group is this material, which is called anodic aluminum oxide. And I'm sure that many of you are already familiar with it, but I'll just do a very brief intro on why is it so important for the, I would say, nanoengineering. So what is anodic aluminum oxide? It's pretty much an oxide layer which can easily be formed on the surface, pretty much any aluminum surface. It is formed by an electrochemical process. We usually start with a piece of aluminum foil, and then it's placed inside an electrolyte, which can be inorganic acid. And upon the application of a positive potential, we form this oxide layer. But the oxide layer is not interesting itself. What's really interesting about it, it's that it's defined by this very well-defined pore structure, and one has a lot of flexibility on control of the morphology of the pore structure. Pretty much just by altering the anodization potential, you can change the diameter of the pores. I have 2 examples here for phosphoric acid at 2 different potentials. And also the thickness of the layer can be controlled, and many, many other factors. I mean, we have very huge flexibility, so we are interested in this material. So you know that usually it is used as a template for the synthesis of one-dimensional nanostructures such as nanotubes, but we have some other interests. So in our group, we can prepare the anodic oxide either directly on top of the aluminum foil. Sometimes we can separate it as a freestanding membrane, but the most important for us, since we want to build devices on it, is if we can selectively anodize some bits of the aluminum surface, like the example here. So the biggest application of anodic aluminum oxide is, for example, in filtration or as a template, as a sacrificial template for nanostructure synthesis. But for us, it's very interesting to be used as a substrate for construction and the fabrication of microelectronic devices, because it has some very interesting properties. For example, first, it has a very good electrical insulating ability. It has a very high dielectric constant. You can see even a layer 12 or 10 micrometers thick, it has a breakdown voltage of several hundreds volts, which means that's a very good substrate. Secondly, it has a very good optical properties. The refractive index can be controlled. You know, it's used very often as a structural cover filter, for example. And for me, this is very important since I work with photocatalysis mostly. So I would like to have a very good light transmittance. And then the third property, it's a bit controversial for me, but it has good mechanical properties. I say it's controversial for me because when I work with a freestanding membrane, sometimes it will break just by looking at it wrongly. But in general, on the scale needed for MEMS, for example, it has very good elasticity, especially when you have a very thin membrane. For example, a 4 micrometer thick membrane can be bent at 24 degrees, more than 20 million cycles before it suffers from fatigue. And you can see here, there is an image of a 500 nanometer membrane rolled into a nano. It's not a nanotube, it's like 300 micrometers dimension, but it's flexible. So this makes it very suitable for MEMS devices. So now the big question is, how do you build a device onto the aluminum surface, on the oxide surface? Since it's a dielectric itself, you need a suitable technology to deposit metallic layers on top. In our group, we work with electroless deposition. It's very popular technology, especially in PCB building. You know that it's used to metallize the vias, and it relies on chemical deposition of metal. But we have a lot of experience in developing compositions for these electrolytes, because typical electrolytes, they're very aggressive towards the aluminum oxide. It's not stable in alkaline conditions, and the most popular ones are very aggressive. But I will not be talking about the electrolytes today. But pretty much our biggest interest is to prepare this type of structures where you have aluminum with the oxide and metal either on top or inside the structure, because then you can alter the electric properties. And of course, the most interesting project will be if one can construct an entire device on the aluminum surface. For example, here you can see an example of a pressure sensor, which has selective metallization, and the openings here, they're freestanding membranes, so it's quite flexible. But this one was prepared by multiple steps of photolithography and selective etching. So last year we started working on something new, and I will use the rest of my time to present you this, I would say, novel for our group technology, which allows for a one-step deposition of copper without using photolithography in the traditional way. So since I work with photocatalysis mostly, the most interesting material for me is titanium dioxide. And last year we had this idea to functionalize anodic aluminum oxide with a titanium dioxide layer in order to protect and stabilize it in an alkaline electrolyte, so we can use a classical electrolyte. But I had this secret idea that we can use the titanium dioxide itself because it's photocatalytic, and then by UV light we can selectively deposit a catalyst and then grow the copper layer on top. So that was the idea. And the titanium dioxide layer is added very easily by azo-gel dip coating. After heat treatment, you get this layer which has very good coverage of the surface. This is an effect of the dip coating here. You can see these lines, but it's basically we get this combination. So the next step, the idea was that we would use the light to deposit a catalyst and then use the catalyst to deposit copper. But actually it turned out that since titanium dioxide is photocatalytic itself, one does not need the noble metal, which traditionally is used in electroless copper plating. So simply by placing this membrane inside the plating but and illuminating through a photomask, we get this very thin layer of copper. It is not conductive yet, but the greatest thing is that since the electrolyte can be catalyzed by copper itself, just by leaving the membrane inside for a few minutes more, it will grow into a conductive layer. So the whole idea of the project is to be able to selectively deposit in one step copper wherever it's needed. So ultimately, this is what we get. Currently, we have determined that by using a traditional formaldehyde-based electrolyte, we get a very thin layer of copper. Gravimetrically, it says that it should be about 50 nanometers or 60 nanometers. On the ACM, it looks a bit thicker, but the most important thing is that it's conductive. We get a sheet resistance of less than 0.07 ohms per square, which means that it is applicable to be used as a conductive pattern. So I said that this is a very preliminary work. We pretty much started last year in October, and I'm very proud of this project because it was a diploma thesis worker who was involved into it, and he was my first diploma thesis worker. So I just want to say that we have very good students here. So ultimately, I think that I'm going to overshoot my time, so I should put the end here. I want to thank you for your attention. I believe that maybe you have a lot of questions, and I'm finishing with this image here. This is the logo of our Technical University of Sofia, and it's painted by silver nanoparticles deposited in the same process. Okay, so thank you. I'm here for questions.
That's very good. Bozidar,
Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have a couple of minutes, and thanks for sticking to the time. I don't know if anybody has any burning questions. If not, I've just, it's not really my area per se, but I was just wondering when you make actually with the aluminium oxide itself, so you say that you have a thickness of a layer up to say 15 microns or so, and you have the spacing, the diameter, but are the pores kept consistent through the whole thickness when you grow the films?
Well, it really depends on the anodization potential because this is a self-organizing pore structure, and one can prepare it in a very, very well-defined way. I even had the idea to use it as a photonic crystal for photocatalysis, but typically there is a sweet spot for each electrolyte and each anodization potential where you get very well-defined pores. Around it, they get a bit more disordered. But there are some ways to engineer them in a much more ordered way. For example, if one uses double anodization, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Christoph, did you want to come in?
Yeah, no, I just precisely on this. So you mentioned photonic crystals. So that's something you thought of? I mean, you could do. So what's I'm not quite sure. So what could be, what do you have an estimate of the wavelength that you could work with if you were to be able to do such thing? I mean, is it infrared or visible light, or what would be?
Well, the most amazing thing about the anodic aluminum oxide is that you can pretty much design it to have the structure you need for the wavelength you want to interact with. For example, in my case, if I want to combine it with titanium dioxide and use this photonic band gap to enhance the catalytic activity of my photocatalyst, then I need to aim for a refractive index, or for a pore structure where the bands of the photonic band gap will overlap with the band gap of my catalyst. So there is a lot of flexibility, but of course, since we are pretty much limited to pore dimensions between like 40 up to 300 nanometers with most electrolytes, I mean, for example, you can't really go to deep UV or to very long wavelength infrared lights. But it's a very popular application for this AAO to be used as a structural color filter. And I've seen examples where they even use it as like reflecting surfaces, where you can pretty much switch between it being reflective for a given wavelength or being scattering just by bending it. It was a MEMS device, I think. But yeah, there are ways. I mean, most of the models are very complicated, but even if you use a very, very like simple model like the effective refracting index, you can calculate what kind of pore structure you need for your wavelength and then try to design it electrochemically.
Okay, thanks. We should organize some electronic applause for the end of every presentation, but thank you very much. We should move on to the next presentation. Could you stop sharing? It sounds very abrupt, stop sharing. And our next presentation is from the Cyprus University of Technology and is about multifunctional magnetic-based theranostic nanoparticles.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
1 second, let me share the screen. Can you see my screen? Maybe there is some delay.
Okay, now.
So I will just turn on the camera to say hi, but I will have to shut it down, unfortunately, for the connectivity reasons, maybe. 1 second. So, hi, this is Melita from Cyprus, and I will begin my presentation. I'm sorry, I will turn off the camera and open it as soon as I finish for the questions. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone from Cyprus. I am Melita Menelaou. I'm currently working at the Cyprus University of Technology. And before I start my presentation, let me thank the organizing committee for this great initiative to gather together scientists that they are experts in the broad field of nanomaterial and cell nanotechnology. So my presentation today is entitled Multifunctional Magnetic-Based Theranostic Nanoparticles. So nanotechnology carries a significant impact and serves as a revolutionary technology across various industrial domains, such as the medicine, transportation, energy, materials, households, and communication. The global nanotechnology market was valued roughly around $54 billion in 2020, and it's expected to reach roughly around 127 billion in 2026, having therefore a compound annual growth rate of approximately 12% from 2020 to 2026. And the area of nanotechnology and healthcare is for sure one of those beneficial areas, providing a good use of nanotechnology and nanoscience. And for sure, we come a long way in healthcare, from Da Vinci Vitruvian Man to fiction movies, up to non-invasive full-body digital imaging, such as the MRI and PET, providing successfully the idea that nanotechnology is not just the future, but it's already here. Magnetic nanoparticles are ideal platform for theranostics. They demonstrate unique magnetic properties, which are different from the bulk counterparts. And since these properties are all affected by the size, by the shape, and the composition in the nanoscale. Magnetic nanoparticles have to demonstrate high saturation magnetization, specific surface properties, biocompatibility, among other properties, in order to be involved in bioapplications. If all these remarks and many more are accomplished, then actions such as the target imaging, the thermal therapy, the precise drug control, and the cell signaling control can all be possible. Nanoscaled materials can display physical and chemical properties that are different to those of the bulk counterparts. And for this reason, design and optimization of synthetic methods for the production of nanoparticles have been intensively investigated during the last few decades. As a result, important progress has been achieved in the interplay between the synthesis, the properties, and the applications of these materials. Spinel ferrite nanoparticles with the general formula of MX, iron M3-X04, are the most explored magnetic nanoparticles. They are widely used for many technological and medical applications, such as the magnetic storage systems, the contrast enhancement in magnetic resonance imaging, and hyperthermia. The unit cell of the spinel ferrite belongs to the cubic structure, and by adjusting the chemical identity of the divalent ion here, M, which could be, for instance, nickel or cobalt or manganese, then the magnetic configuration of the particles can be thus molecularly engineered in order to provide a wide range of applications. Bioapplications require hydrophilic nanoparticles, and there are many approaches in order to modify the hydrophobicity of the particles. Here I have added three cases which I have used. In the first one, we have the modification by adding a positively charged ligand with the name cetyl trimethyl ammonium bromide setup. And in this case, a ligand bilayer is formed. The second way, we can use a carboxylate ligand for ligand exchange technique. And this can be, for instance, the dimercamptosuccinic acid, DMSA. And the third way can be by the use of copolymers, such as the amphiphilic polymers, in order to encapsulate the magnetic nanoparticles. In today's presentation, I will talk to you about a part of my work, which is devoted to the ferrite nanoparticles, and more specifically to the nickel ferrite nanoparticles, which were isolated using the solvothermal technique. Nickel ferrite is a soft magnetic material. It has low magnetic coercivity, high electrical resistivity, and possesses a fully inverse structure, where all the nickel ions are located only in the octahedral side of the spinel structure, while the iron ions are occupied both tetrahedral and octahedral sides. Oleilamine, it's a long chain primary alkylamine, and there is a double carbon-carbon bond in the middle of the molecule, and this molecule can act as an electron donor at elevated temperatures, but is also a versatile reagent because it can act as a surfactant, as a solvent, and as a reducing agent. Having this in mind, we synthesize 4 different samples of nickel ferrite nanoparticles using solvents of different polarity. The XRD patterns of the nickel ferrite nanoparticles shows the line broadening, which is indicative of the nano size. The average crystalline size was calculated first from the XRD line of the full width at half maximum for the most intense peak, which for the case of the nickel ferrites is the 311, using the Scherer's equation. Here you can see the representative transmission electron microscopy images together with the corresponding size distribution. The size of the nanoparticles varies from roughly 9 nanometers to roughly 12 nanometers. And these values are in good agreement with the calculated ones from the XRD patterns. The FTIR spectra shows characteristic bands of the presence of oleilamine, and also these peaks, which are below 700 wave numbers, are assigned to the vibrational modes of the metal ions in the tetrahedral and octahedral sides. Also, we have magnetic measurements, which were carried out at room temperatures using a vibrating sample magnetometer, VSM. And the room temperature hysteresis loops for all the samples revealed the characteristic behavior of soft magnetic materials. The highest magnetization value, which was close to the bulk, was achieved in the presence of the non-polar solvent, namely the diphenyl ether. Thus, prepared hydrophobic nanoparticles were further modified to hydrophilic ones using various techniques for the reason to study the NMR relaxivity and the hypothermic effects and how the modification technique can affect these measurements. In the first method, we employed cationic surfactant setup, and we used it as a phase transfer agent in water in order to create an oil in water microemulsion. As a result, we have the formation of a ligand bilayer, and positive charge is surrounding the nanoparticles. The second method was achieved using the DMSA, the dimercamptosuccinic acid, where in this case, ligand exchange is achieved. The modified nanoparticles are further characterized using FTIR spectroscopy to identify the presence of the DMSA ligand, as well as from magnetic measurements at room temperature. And finally, the third technique was achieved using two hydrophobically modified water-soluble polymers, which are comprised by a polysodium acrylate or by polysodium methacrylate backbone and pendant dodecyl acrylamide or dodecyl methacrylate. Under specific synthetic conditions, the hydrophobic nanoparticles were able to enter the hydrophobic cores of the visceral polymeric structure, and effectively they were stabilized in water, as you can see here from the representative TEM images. The efficacy of a T2 contrast agent is defined in terms of transverse relaxivity, and the transverse relaxation time of hydrogen proton of pure water at various concentration of the aqueous suspension of each system was determined using the NMR spectrometer. The graph here shows the relaxation rate as a function of the metal ion concentration of all the samples, in this case taking into account nickel and iron. And the concentration was measured by inductively coupled plasma optical emission spectroscopy, ICP-OES. Therefore, based on this equation here, the relaxivity R2 was determined by the slope of a straight line connecting the different points in the plot among the different concentration values. In addition, the zeta potential of these hydrophilic nanoparticles was determined as an indicator of the colloidal stability of the aqueous suspension. Magnetic nanoparticles such as the ferrites have shown promising results as potential heating mediators in magnetic particle hyperthermia due to their efficiency in conversion of magnetic energy into heat, even at low concentrations. And thermal activation experiments were performed on the two nickel ferrite structures with the highest magnetization value, which were in the first case coded with setup and in the second case coded with DMSA, in order to determine the specific absorption rate, SAR. This value demonstrates the heating ability of the magnetic nanoparticles in the presence of an AC field. We can see here the temperature versus time curves for the nanoparticles at three different concentrations, namely 0.5, 1, and 2 mg per ml in water. And both graphs demonstrate a rise in temperature as the concentration increases in the presence of the AC field, while the particles coated with a positively charged ligand have the higher SAR value. And this behavior is also in accordance with the magnetic data and the NMR relaxometry. And the vast development of single nanoparticles in the past decade enabled us to create a second generation of nanoscale materials, namely nanocomposites, that refers to the assemblies of hetero and homo particle structure with variable properties. Such materials are subject of current research in diverse areas, such as the biological detection and catalysis. Our study was motivated by the emerging concept of creating heteronanocomposites through a post-synthetic approach, in which we were targeting to functionalize magnetic nanoparticles, in our case nickel ferrite nanoparticles, with non-magnetic ones, such as the copper-1 oxide, which have antifungal properties, through hydrophobic interactions. Here you can see the XRD patterns of the synthesized nanocomposites, and where diffraction peaks of both the nickel ferrite and the copper-1 oxide are present. In order to extract the composition of each sample, as well as the corresponding values of the lattice parameters, the diffractograms were fitted using the Lebesgue analysis, and the lattice parameters are similar when compared to the single nickel ferrite nanoparticles and the copper 1 oxide nanoparticles. The morphology of the preformed nanoparticles and the nanocomposites was studied using the TEM. And here we can see that the formed nanocomposites are mainly consist of larger copper oxide, which they are surrounded by smaller one nickel ferrite nanoparticles.
Sorry, Melita, I should say that's 14 minutes now.
Yes, this is my last week here. To summarize, I would like to say that today I talked to you about magnetic nanoparticles. I am in general interested in nanoscale materials with enhanced properties, especially magnetism. And I would like to thank you all for your attention, and please feel free to contact me. Let me 1 second open now the camera. Hello, I'm back.
Okay, virtual applause again.
Thank you.
So that's just on the 15 minutes. So I think we possibly should, just in fairness to the other speakers, we should go on to last. But if anybody has any questions from Melita, you can put them in the chat, or I'm sure we can. I've said Christoph has sent the connection, the links earlier. So our next presentation comes from the University of Technology of Troyes in France, and it is about the integrated freestanding 2D transition metal chalcogenites. So we have the presentation loaded, and so we can begin by Gilles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm Gilles Handel from University of Technology of Troyes, L2N, and I'm going to talk today about integrated freestanding 2D TMDs with an application to photo detections. This work has been conducted partially in South Korea, where I was affiliated for 6 years until last year. As already mentioned, there may be 2 reasons for you to come to Troyes. One is Champagne. The other one is nanophotonic materials, either the old one or the new one. Let me say a few words about nanophotonics. Very briefly, one way to illustrate nanophotonics is to use the emission rate of a material. And 2 important things here are the density of states, either the photonic density of states or the electronic density of states. Photonic density of states, photonic crystal, and so on, or plasmonic nanostructures. And as for the electronic density of states, this is all about electron confined system like nanowires and also TMDs that I'm going to talk today. What is quite interesting here, when you do control those properties and those density of states, you can have numerous applications. You can control the propagation of light, the emission, the absorption, the scattering. So application to telecommunication, sensing, lighting, and so on. There is, however, a key issue here, which is, well, there are a couple of them, but at least one major one is nanostructuring. So how can you structure the material? And of course, it is all about also modeling and observing, definitively at nanoscale. So this is the content of my presentation. I'm going to talk about the 2D TMDs, 2D material. Why are we using those materials? I already said about the density, electronic density of states. About nanostructuring, I don't have time to say anything. But the 4, let's say, issues we are trying to address here is how small, how large, how fast, and how easy you can nanostructure. So this leads you to something you may call smarty nanostructuring. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
That's fine.
Yeah, thank you. So about the integrated freestanding 2D materials, of course, how to integrate is a key issue when we are talking about applications. And I'm going to introduce you to the concept of limited contact and control, in fact, active substrates, so to say. About the TMD, so I guess many people are familiar now with TMDs or 2D materials. So this is graphene-like materials. So those are semiconductors. By playing around with the different elements, you can have different band gaps, so tuning from the visible to the infrared. And they have very nice optical absorption properties and emission properties. One issue, however, is that, first of all, you need to work with monolayer, not multi-layer. And for example, for MOS2, as it is shown here, if you have a multi-layer system, you are more dealing with an indirect bandgap material, which of course is much less efficient for absorption or emission of light. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that they are very, very sensitive to the strain. And in fact, you can even go to a direct to indirect material when there is a strain. And one thing to remember here is that, of course, if you probe with the Raman spectroscopy, you will be sensitive to the different modes. And when you have the material under stress, for example, you will have the splitting of the, especially the E2G modes, which are the modes of vibration in the plane. So having said that, what can you do with those 2D materials? Well, they are very sensitive, in fact. So this is nice for some, in one hand, but this is also the problem. And if you want to buy them, in fact, you can buy them, but you receive them on a holly substrate. And what you can use only is the central part, because all the other part, which is in contact with the substrate, is in fact quenched in terms of emission properties. And this is because of the interaction with the substrates. So how to avoid this? Well, for graphene, people are using so-called the chemical solution. So they're using the van der Waals interaction. So they are pairing graphene with HBl. We come up with another idea, which is more like a physical solution, is to avoid any contact. But to avoid any contact, of course, you will need kind of nanostructured pillars or nanostructured materials so that you will have your material lying on, a little bit like a fakir. So we are back to the idea of key feature, which is nanostructuring. I don't, again, have time at all to describe all the nanostructuring technique that we have been developing here at UTT. But let's say from 2001, we have been going from top-down structuring technique to bottom-up structuring technique. And now we are addressing large scale and even very large scale, in fact, structuring, especially with a joint lab with a company developing the roll-to-roll technology. So what are the substrates available? I forgot to mention that we are trying to work on multifunctional materials like silicon and zinc oxide. What are the substrates available that we had, for example, to lie on, let's say, the 2D materials? So this is a kind of illustration you have here. If you see my mouse, you have here zinc oxide nanowires, you have here silicon structures with metals, so Halley structures obtained by self-assembly. Those are silicon pillars. They are so thin, so small that you can see by transparency, by the way. Those are etching structures, again, silicon nanopillars. And these more like hemispherical shaped structures. So we choose the easiest one that we can have, which is the zinc oxide nanowires. And we deposit or transfer on these zinc oxide nanowires the TMDs. Again, as I said, the idea was how to transfer and, of course, try to find a way to do it rather easily. So again, to remember you that when you have a 2D material in contact with the substrate, there is no emission, and when it is suspended, there is emission. So we did that with 3 different TMDs, MOS2, WS2, and WSC2. And those are shown here, and this was the simple concept we had in mind. So we transfer the material on the nanorods. And this is here an SEM image of one of the flake of the material transfer on the zinc oxide nanowire. So we're dealing, of course, with very thin materials. So you can see, of course, again, by transparency with electron microscope through the 2D materials. Though there is no obvious contact between the 2D material and the nanowires underneath. But the most interesting part with this is that we observe clearly a strong emission from these material transfer on the zinc oxide nanowires. And this is more like a 2 or 3 orders of magnitude increase, in fact, in terms of emission. And plus, we see also a shift. And when you analyze this, as I said before, we use Raman scattering to analyze the material, and we found out that, in fact, when we are on the nanowires, in fact, you don't have the typical splitting that you see when the material is under stress. So it's meant that we had, in fact, freestanding materials. And again, why do we get large emission? As I said before, the materials, when under strain, will go from direct to indirect type of material. Of course, indirect means less emission. So here we were supposed to have, or we thought we had, in fact, these freestanding materials because we see a large amount of emission. Plus, we see also a clear shift of the excitonic emissions, which is again a clear evidence of a band gap shift due, in fact, to the fact that the materials are freestanding. Of course, if I said freestanding, you would like to be sure and you would like to observe if they are really freestanding. And in fact, if you look carefully at the SEM images, you will see that they are in fact freestanding, but you still have, of course, somewhere at some points, of course, some clear contacts, and that give rise to these little white lines that you can see here. So in fact, yes, they are freestanding, but you do also, of course, still have a couple of few point contact type. Okay, so this is again another image at larger scale. So because, of course, of the time, I won't have time to go too much into details, but to convince you that everything is freestanding, you can also do confocal microscopy, and you see that the entire flakes, in fact, emits light. The same with the Raman spectroscopy. Okay, so this is the work I wanted to introduce. Limited contact kind of approach in order to have these 2D materials integrated. Can we do more with this? Yes, we can think about, let's say, ultra-thin device, because of course these TMDs are atomically thin. And one of the structures we had in mind was this one, where we have, in fact, a nanowires sample coated with gold. And we simply deposit the TMDs on the top of that. We were looking at the change in the photocurrent. And in fact, we were quite amazed to see the big change in the photocurrent, as you can see here on this curve. And if you analyze any further, you see that there is a photo gain, in fact. And this photo gain is quite high, 23 ampere per watt, in fact. And for passive devices, is extremely high indeed. What is nice, of course, here is the simple architecture of the device, which is a simple freestanding material deposited on the contact. Okay, that's something you don't want to have or you want to avoid. This is, of course, the folding of the material once transferred. So I didn't mention much, but we had, of course, to develop a very specific thermal annealing removal of the so-called PMMA that is used to transfer the 2D material on the structured substrates. Okay, those are the people who did work on this this research. So the postdoctoral researcher, Hyun Jung, from South Korea. He was doing his work here at UTT. Anisha Gokarna. Anisha Gokarna is going to present tomorrow, in fact, the work on the zinc oxide nanowire growth. To mention that Anisha is looking for an academic position right now at the moment. I would like, of course, also to thank all my collaborators from South Korea working on this topic. And to finish with, I would like to put nano in a more general way of sustainability. And when we talk about ultra thin, of course, devices, we talk about a very limited amount of material. And the idea, of course, is to emit light or to absorb light with very less material, so to say. So it came up with the idea of efficiency. So we have, in fact, very efficient materials. I would like also to say that you can also imagine to think of using your materials, of course, your nanomaterials, for doing something else than just optics, like piezoelectricity or thermoelectricity. And to summarize this, I'd like to, for the students, it was also mentioned earlier this morning about the problem of having students studying engineering. And this is because usually this is not just about engineering. Students would like also to know, to associate engineering with something else, and especially, for example, sustainable development. I'd like for the students to take the example of white LEDs, where you can, in fact, have a very efficient way of emitting light using nanotechnology. As you all know, maybe white LEDs allows for 70% energy saving for the same amount of light emitted, as to compare with the historical, let's say, filament tungsten lamp. But one of the problems, of course, with this is what do you do for the recycling of LEDs, for example? And this is just again to illustrate what we are trying to do here in Troyes, we are trying to have a kind of comprehensive approach where we go from the nanomaterial, but also potentially, not always, but as soon as we can, to the recycling of the LED device, of the devices. Here, for example, LEDs. And I would like also to mention here the collaboration we had with the CRED, which is a research center for interdisciplinary research on sustainable development. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention. You're more than welcome to come to UTT. And I put here a picture of South Korea, where part of this work has been conducted, so that also within the frame of the European University of Technology, we can also think about collaboration with Asia. And thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks, Gilles. Very, very interesting presentation. And I suppose it almost brings into question of at that atomic level, then what does contact really mean? And what does contact mean in the lateral sense also, which influences the wave functions. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but please put your questions in the chat, or you can we can organize to contact people individually. I'm sure they won't mind. But I think we have to go on to our next presentation, which is from the Hochschule Darmstadt. And the presentation is on non-close packed arrays of nanoparticles on planar and concave structured surfaces.
Good afternoon. I hope you can see my screen and hear me. Yeah?
Yes, all good, all good.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Christina Graf. I'm from the Hochschule Darmstadt. I'm the professor for nanoscience and physical chemistry also, but mainly on nanoscience. And I would like to tell you today show you some results on non-close packed arrays of nanoparticles on planar and concave structured surfaces. So non-close packed colloidal monolayers are interesting. This means just particles on a surface with some distance in between. They're interested for many applications, for example, for biosensors, we need cell-separated particles, for optical devices, for lithography, or here some images here for superhydrophobic surfaces where we need nano objects well separated, for surface plasmon devices, or for anti-reflection coatings. However, when we simply have nanoparticles which are stable in the colloidal particles which are stable in dispersion, and we let them dry, we have usually capillary forces which capture particles together, so we get a closed packed structure. So now is the question, how can we get a non-closed packed structure from nanoparticles? Mostly the people in literature use very time-consuming multi-step processes, so they make first a closed packed structure, but then in the next step, they do something to bring the particles apart from each other, or we have to make complicated templates and so on and so on. So we were looking for a way, can this not be done more simple? Can we have a direct self-assembly of non-close packed particles? And we found an approach for this more or less randomly, where we are studying how particles are absorbing on surfaces, and this, most of the work was so studied in the Freie Universität in Berlin. And then we worked there. So we were wanted to study how particles bind on the surface, and we use a quartz crystal microbalance. A quartz crystal microbalance is a vibrating, like a vibrating crystal, and then something is binding on it, the frequency is changing, and this gives us information about the binding process and about the energy in this effect and so on. But when we did this, we want to check also how other structures look like, what we get at the end, so what do we get at the end, collecting to the curve. And then we found an interesting finding. And we had two kinds of nanoparticles. We have silica particles, very simple, smooth one, and we have some which were slightly rough. You see the roughness is in the range of a few nanometers. And we use standard gold substrates which have also some roughness, also just in a few nanometers range, or less than a nanometer. The particles were amino functionalized, and they had a quite positive Sika potential. So amino functionalization was to have a coordinative bond to the gold surface. And we have electrostatic repulsion between the particles because they're positively charged. And what we observed then was that, can you hear me well? Is there any problem? No. Okay. Yes. What we then observed when we let the particles dry, we see different effects. When we have the rough particles, we get a nice structure where almost no aggregates were present. So the particles are not all put together, we don't get a closed packed structure, but we get a non-closed packed structure. When we had the smooth particles, that was a little bit different. We had much more aggregates. You could see it more here when we do checks near neighbor distances. We see for the smooth particles, there were almost no aggregates. Most particles are nicely separated. Here, it's much worse. This is already a nice picture. There are all areas where it looks like that. So there's a difference between the particles, and we get nice non-closed packed structures. Although when we investigate this one with the quartz crystal microbalance, we see that the frequency change was different. It was less for the rough particles, because we have less rough particles per surface area, because the roughness of the particle reduces the mobility during the binding process. So why is there this difference? The particles had the same size, the same surface ligands, the same Saker potential, and so on. The only difference was this very slight roughness of the particles. So what we normally have when we have particles on the surface, they're nicely stable in colloidal dispersion. We put them on the surface, they will somehow place on the surface, and then we let them dry. And then what happens, we have capillary forces in between the particles, and in this drying process, we get a closed packed structure. But when our particles are slightly rough, we have some friction between the particles on the surface. So when we now dry the particles keep nicely separated. Still, we were not totally happy. We had some aggregates, and we had to make a very careful drying process. So that was not so nice. To avoid this, we could not enhance the friction more. We enhanced a little bit the contact between the particles and the surface. So what we do, we functionalize our gold surface with carboxylic groups, and with the classical EDS and NHCS chemistry, we can get an amide bound. So it was even more stable. And then we can have a much higher binding strength, and we can directly dry our structures in a nitrogen drop flow within a few minutes or within seconds. It goes very quickly, and we get very nice structures with almost no aggregates in a relatively simple way. That can be extended. Okay, we use small 1 centimeter arrays, but it can be also larger. So still, we had this quartz crystal microbalance, which is quite costly, costs about 10,000 euros. So just is nice for fundamental studies, but not for just making structures. So we replaced it by a very simple orbital shaker or shaking table, just a thing that's not very expensive, it's simply shaking, that's all. And we put our particles just on a substrate. Could be gold or silicon or a piece of glass, it all works. And also in this way, we get the same structures. You can see we get from both techniques the same quality. It's even better when we use the cheaper equipment. So we get the same distances further, and we need no expensive instrumentation. What we could also do, we could also adjust the distances between the particles. And this can be easily done by playing with the ionic strength. So what do we have when we have, for people who are not so familiar with colloidal particles, when we have a nanoparticle in dispersion, and this has it's a charged particle, we have an electrostatic double layer. So when we increase the salt concentration, this happens, the electrostatic double layer will shrink. That means when we have a higher salt concentration, our particles come more close together. And this is here now analyzed for different particles, for different salt concentration, and we see that the nearest neighbor distance scales very nicely with a square root, with a negative square root of the sodium chloride concentration. So this corresponds to the thickness of the so-called Debye layer. This is called the Debye length here. This is an extension of the electrostatic double layer. And so we can very nicely control this. This is published this last year. And another thing which we checked is the saturation coverage. These are data from other people. This is how much particle can be put on maximum on the surface for a certain, which is K and R. This is just the particle radius, and the inverse of the radius is always the same, and A is the inverse, kappa is the inverse of the Debye length. So this is our data. We see they fit nice in what other people have found before, but we can very easily adjust this. There's some limitations still when we cannot get to this point. Why? Because when we have high concentrations, then two things happen. When we have high salt concentration, two things happen. High salt concentration, at the end, they reduce the colloidal stability of our particles. And the other thing, well, ink dispersion is already reduced, and then in the drying process, the particles are too close together. They cannot withstand as well as before the capillary forces. We are tuning the colloidal stability. This was done in a bachelor season recently by using a higher valency co-ion. This is so-called inverse Scholz-Hardy rule, which tells us this. And we increase, of course, the particle link, which is this ongoing work. We can not only adjust the distance, we can also modify the structures. For example, we can put other kinds of particles on it. Here we put polystyrene particles on top of the silica particles to get a second structure. Or we can bind other silica particles to the positive ones. We bind negative ones, and we get more of these worm-like things. We can do some chemistry on the surface. Here we put gold on it. Or we can sputter it with gold. It was a physical gold deposition, and then we get here the negative structure. What we're currently doing, because silica is not so interesting for many applications, we are now using this for other particle tubes. This was just a recent student project where we used up conversion particles. These are very interesting because we want to use it for one array for investigating blood samples, and then we want to have the particles on the surface. This was not perfect yet, so some are close together because they aggregated before, but in principle it works. And we are now investigators for a lot of different particles in a current and ongoing PhD project which has started recently. We can not only make substrates that put the particles on flat surface, we can also put them on concave surfaces. So we were thinking, okay, this is nice when we want to put particles on the surface, we can just make a concave structure. And then the particles will fall into the holes. It looked like a children's game. That's very easy. Why should we do this? Well, this is interesting for plasmonic enhancement effects, because when we have here not just a particle, but maybe a particle with a dye or a luminescent particle like an upconversion particle or a quantum dot inside, we can here have a plasmonic enhancement of the luminescence. And this is interesting for sensing applications. So our primitive idea was we make the structure first, and then we put the particles into the holes. So the structure can be easily made by a template technique. We make a quadratic crystal of polystyrene particles, put the gold on it, transfer the gold onto a other surface via cyral bond, remove the template particles, and then we get, this is the chemistry behind, and then we get a structure which looks like the toffee filled chocolate. If you know, this is, there are a lot of gold holes. Can be also nicely extended. And when we do so, we thought now we put our particles into the holes. In fact, this is not so easy as we thought, because we have to consider some effect. So we thought, okay, we make the holes large enough and the particles fall into the holes. What happened? Well, when there's a particle and there's another particle, the particle cannot occupy this hole. Why? Because the particles are charged. So we have here an electrostatic repulsion, and this particle cannot go in this place, it cannot go here. So this is, and sometimes particles fall even not in the hole, but on top of here on the side, and then all the holes here are occupied. Only 36% of the holes were occupied. Okay, we make the holes larger. We think that was a progress, yeah, but then the particles were deposited here. It was not really a progress. Then you made the holes even larger. It was again not really a progress because the particles were placed here and here, and the next one was then placed here instead of here. So that was not so nice. But then we remember our earlier experiments where we used the salt to adjust the distance between the particles. So that's what we did then. We had our gold holes, and we want to have the particles exactly in the gold holes. Okay, so then we have to adjust the distance between two silica particles simply by the ionic strength of the salt of the salt solution. And if we do so, we get much more particles in the boat. So already 60%, it was a quite improvement. And then, well, there were still some particles on the wrong place, but they were not very stable band. So that's not a big problem, because then we use a little bit of ultrasound and then they disappear and we have only particles in the holes. And then we can make nice gold shells. Here this is just for silica, but of course it could be done with more interesting luminescent particles. And with this, I come already to my conclusion. I hope I could show you that it's some of it we can make such nice non-closed packed arrays of particles. So this is a combination of the electrostatic repulsion supported by the roughness of the particles. We can also make mixed arrays, and we can further modify the structures. They're quite stable. We can adjust the interparticle distances. We can also make gold balls or concave arrays and put particles inside. And when we want to have a lot of particles inside, we just have to adjust the distances via the ionic strength and apply some ultrasound. And we think such structures can be very interesting because they're very easy to make. They would need no expensive equipment and could be interesting for sensors and for plasmonic applications. So if anybody's interested in collaborating with us, we would be very happy. And this is then the end of my presentation. It was also funded by the German Research Foundation. And I would like to thank you for your attention. I have on the last slide also some other fields of research that we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christina, and virtual applause again. It's a very, very nice work and very important in the sense that even years ago, working with molecules, then I always thought that there's no point in creating, putting a lot of work into functionalizing something, molecules and stuff. And the same goes with nanoparticles if they all stick together once you try and do anything with them. So thank you very much. Again, we'll have to take questions online, offline. And move on with the next. But thank you very much, Christina. So our final presentation of the session is from the Riga Technical University, and it will present information about near threshold photoelectron spectroscopy towards characterization of nanostructured objects. And that's from Yuri.
So good afternoon, everybody. I hope you see my screen. Is it true?
So I just want 1 second, Christina, I think we need you to stop sharing. Yeah. And then Yuris, I don't know, can you start sharing?
Already, trying again. Yeah, I'm sharing. Do you see now? Yeah.
Yes.
I believe.
Okay, and if you could show, yeah, full screen. Thanks.
Okay, so I have prepared you like the mosaics about our research, and first also. Okay. So at first, I'd like to explain what is electron emissions that we're dealing with. So this is a emitter, the electron emits because of some excitation, and so when the energy of excitation is close to the electron function, or maybe a little bit less too, so this is so-called near threshold electron emission. And we're dealing with this phenomena, trying to apply it for different ways to characterize materials. Because the electron function is approximately from 0.5 to 5 eV, so this means the electron escapes from the layer that has a thickness 10 to 100 nanometers. So I'll speak about the photoelectron spectroscopy that is well known, I hope, dual electron spectroscopy and X-electron spectroscopy that are known less. And I'm going to speak about the electron emission inducted or induced by mechanical loading. So for the electron emission, it's very easy. We deliver the light, photons, and the emission of the electron, the current of the electrons is directly proportional to the energy of the photon and the electron function in some power index m. So the electron function can be identified if we follow the conditions that the current is equal to 0, and so this means that the energy of photon is equal to the electron function. So there is an easy procedure to find this electron function. In the case of the semiconductor and dielectrics, when we excite the electron that escapes from material, it needs to overcome the barrier. So this is the electron function, and the barrier phi consists of two components, the electron affinity and the energy gap. So this means that electron function is the index both of the affinity, means the surface electrical charge, and the energy. Now, several examples. So this is a multi-layer structure. One part of the surface was masked, and the second one was radiated by electrons to get the positive charge in the silicon dioxide. And further, we scanned the surface to identify if the emission current became changed. Yeah, it is a little bit higher compared to the native material. So this means that the surface became charged positive. So the second example, dealing with nanoparticles. So we are working with hydroxyapatite nanoparticles, and so because of the particle dimension, the atoms, the protons of the hydroxyapatite became redistributed over the surface, and that is why the positive charge became different. And this charge could be measured, and actually has been measured, because of photoelectron emission work function. So this is a dimension of the particle in the logarithm scale, and this is the electron function. So we see really changing the dimensions, the surface charge of the particles is also altered. So we have used this to prepare ceramics for biomedical applications. And further, we've verified if the cells like this surface. And so the result of this experiment was more or less surprised, because the cells like the negatively charged surface. Why? I don't know. So we need to ask the cells. So the second point on the same measurements is connected with the energy gap. So really, the energy gap can be identified in the very nano layers of several nanometers. And this is the example of silicon, crystalline silicon, that became doped with boron. It is known that because of this procedure, the energy gap is changed. And that is why the emission current from this area and from this area must be different, because of the different electron functions. And so this is the image of the surface. So now the coefficient that is in this formula is this coefficient more or less directly proportional to the density of electron states. And this is the idea, and this became in use for the idea to identify the hidden layers of this nano multi-layer structure for the nanocapacitor. So we excited layer by layer, interface by E-beam. And because of these local states that are located here and somewhere here were filled in by the different way. So, and this is the spectra of photoelectron emission when we increased the energy of the electrons. And so we see layer by layer, some interfaces became unhidden. So the next one, dual electron emission. So this is the same photoelectron emission, the classical one, the ordinary one. However, in addition to the photons that excite the electron to vacuum, we are using the infrared photons to generate the electron and hole pairs. Because of this, in the semiconductor material, the Fermi level is shifted, and as a result, at the surface potential, electrical potential is changed too. So that is why we can identify the energy gap at the surface layer, because when this energy of the photon is equal or more than the energy gap, this effect, this phenomenon becomes detectable. So as a result, the energy gap may be identified. As a result, the surface electrical potential may be identified, and time-dependent excitation or relaxation of this surface electrical potential may be identified too. So, and this is the example for the cadmium telluride crystalline material when the emission of the electrons became changed because of this infrared light photon energy, and so the energy gap of this material was identified. So the same technology was in use to identify the design of the electron states in boron. And we have concluded that the boron is really semiconductor material, or something like this one. And this idea was in use to, so the next step, we used measurements to identify the relaxation of this surface charge. So this relaxation, switching off and switching on the infrared lights. This relaxation takes some 30 minutes. That is very comparable with the clinically related time for optical technology treatment or photonic treatment. So that is why we try to excite the electrons from different states within the energy gap, and by this way to influence the surface charge of the bond. And the next step, this surface charge has to influence the cells that are coming to the bond to repair it. So, and for this we have used the experiments with animals, the rabbit, we had provided the holes in the jaw of the rabbit and provided different energy of the photons to this hole. And so we see that really when we excite, for instance, with this wavelength, so means the excitation of these electrons, the development rate of the bond became lower, and this also lower, and we identified this is because the surface was charged positively. So now the X-electron spectroscopy, actually the same photoelectron spectroscopy, however, a little bit modified with heating of the specimen. So in this case, the photoelectron emission current must be transformed using the temperature index. So in this case, the emission of the electrons is changed or altered independent on the temperature by a very abnormal way. So there is some peak. And so today, the temperature range isn't so wide, maybe 200, 300, 500 Celsius degrees. And today we know that the total emitted charge is directly proportional to the defects that are annealed in this specimen at the surface layer. So this means that this technique may be used, and we are using it for to reach the bioequivalent dosimeter, for instance, to measure doses by UV radiation. And so this is a calcium phosphate material that demonstrates the response to UV radiation independent of UV wavelengths. And we have compared this response with the skin erythema reaction. So they are very rather close. And so we decided that this can be this material can be used to reach the dosimeter. Moreover, if the dosimeter is nanostructured, we can reach the nanodosimetry technology that is very important for radiation therapy. And now we are working this area too. So the next one, what is the reason of these two branches coming up and falling down? So the simplest model that has been developed some decades before explains the following processes. For instance, so there are local states that are filled in electrons, and because of heating, the electrons escape, means the emission current increases. So this is this branch, and finally, when the amount of the electron is falling down significantly, so there is a falling down branch of this line, of this spectrum. In the case of semiconductor, today we know that the growing branch demonstrates the annealing, or is responsible for annealing of the single complex defects within the material surface layer. The falling down branch indicates the migration of the single defects that are produced because of these defects, complex defects, dissociation. So examples. So this is a silicon crystal that was radiated by phosphor ions, and the amount of the tetravacancies concentrations identified by the electron spin resonance and electron emission, so they are very similar. And at the same time, we have measured the activation energy of this process that demonstrates, that actually indicates the dissociation energy of tetravacancies. So, so it is clearly seen it's falling down because of fluence, radiation fluence increase, so that is logically. However, somewhere suddenly there is some abnormal jump up that we consider that this is connected with the concentration increase of the tetravacancies, and so means that they have some interactions. So migration falling down. So this is an experiment by radiation of silicon radiation again. So, and the falling down branch of X emission was measured. For this branch, the activation energy was measured, and it was identified as the activation energy of vacancy migrations. So what is important, I believe, that the threshold to identify the defect is rather low, 10⁻⁶ atomic percent for both measurements. So one more example is molecular PVDF film. It is this molecule is rather well polarized, electrically polarized, and so if this film is deposited, for instance, on dielectric on the glass substrate, this glass substrate may be provided, and we have provided it with electrical charge because of ultraviolet radiation, and the polarized film became depolarized. Because of this, the emission current that was measured during heating, and heating induces this depolarization very well. We have identified this maximum, and the energy activation energies of this one and this one branches were connected with the polarization depolarization processes within the film, and from these measurements it was possible to identify the electrical polarization, so the field for electrical field of polarization for this nanolayer. So, and the last one, electron emission induced by the mechanical deformation.
We're just coming up to 15 minutes, Yuri.
Yeah, just 2 minutes. Can I ask 2 minutes? Yeah, okay, thank you very much. This comes from 1972 idea that was published from the Institute of Physics of Joffe Institute in St. Petersburg. So these guys said, they said that the strength of the material is a thermo-activated process. So that is why it is necessary to measure the mechanical strength in dependence on time and temperature. And actually this has been done. So this is the example for the reinforced polymer composite with nanotubes. So this is a deformation line, and this is the emission line that has some fluctuations. So it was identified that the trend really depends on the electron function alteration because of the concentration of the nanotubes, but these fluctuations were resulted by destruction of the bonds. So from this one, we came to Fourier transform analysis of this process. And because of this, we have identified this time that is responsible for destruction of the material. So, and this is a diagram that demonstrates how the time depends on the strength. So really, this is the activation process, and from this one, it's possible to identify the activation energy, etc. So everything that I have presented was achieved by cooperation and working together with my co-workers. So on my students, former and current students. So, and I'm really very indebted to them and collaborators from different countries. So, and now I need to make a conclusion. So, but this is instead of the conclusion. So we really believe that the emission is the best. So thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you. So I think with that, we need to close the session. I actually have to give a talk in another meeting. But we would like to thank all of the presenters, especially for more or less keeping on time. So that's the end of the first technical session. So Christoph, I don't want to come in, but the next session is due to start. We're due for a coffee break. And the next session is due to start at, what time are we now? Sorry, 14:30. Is that correct, Christoph?
Yes, at 2:30, yes. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Hugh, for that. No, just one thing is that just to let you know that my university has decided to work on our email server this afternoon, which I forgot. And so that means if you try to contact me by email this afternoon, I cannot receive any more. I can send any. So we have to interact to Zoom, so or any other means, but not email. All right, thank you for all the speakers. Thank you, Hugh, and yeah, we meet up in again in 10 minutes or so, 12 minutes at 2:30. Thank you.
So I believe, Christophe, it's time to start again.
Almost.
Almost.
But yeah, so we have two more sessions indeed. So first one that you will be sharing, Gilles, on nanotechnologies and sensors, and then later on one more on nanotechnologies for communication and information technologies. So yeah, so quite still a busy afternoon. So, but that's fine.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Again, Gilles from UTT L2N. So, second session of the afternoon, nanotechnologies and sensors, as Christophe said. And the first presentation will be given. Well, will be from Bulgaria, Technical University of Sofia, and it will be more about modeling, I believe. If the presenter here.
Yes, I'm here. My name is Evelina Ruskova.
Evelina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Just to share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Sorry, yes.
Hello, dear colleagues. I'm going to present you our work, which is entitled COMSO TCAT Model of a Junctionless Transistor for Sensor Applications. The presentation is separated into 4 sections: introduction, what is a JLT, our activities, and of course the future tasks. So in the recent decades, microelectronics applications increased in number and complexity in almost every aspect of our daily life. Key factor of this development is the conventional bulk silicon CMOS technology that is based on p-n junction devices. Following the trends for constant increase of performance, power efficiency, miniaturization, we are reaching the limits of conventional technologies. So most device downscaling implied lots of unwanted short channel effects and phenomena, as well as manufacturing challenges. To surmount the above limitations, new device structures and new materials are being developed and implemented, such as the junctionless transistors. The transistor is junctionless because its channel is nanowire. The current in the channel is controlled by the gate voltage applied over the nanowire. The nanowire is highly doped to enable enough carriers for the channel current when the device is on, and the nanowire is thin enough to enable full depletion of the carriers when the device is off. Depletion is caused by the work function difference between the gate and the doped silicon. These transistor structures has IV characteristics similar to conventional MOS transistors, with applications as amplifiers, logic gates, and sensors. Junctionless transistors are very prospective for sensor applications. For instance, by functionalizing the surface of the gate of the JLT can be used for a sensor of presence of certain molecules in the ambient air. The large surface to volume ratio of nanowires means that trapping of molecules on their surface can effectively modulate the carrier distribution over the entire channel, making these devices highly sensitive. In addition, decreasing the size of the nanowire reduces the capacitances and enables shorter time responses. So we have designed a 3D model of the nanowire in COMSO, varying the gate length in order to estimate the active device area. Our model employs the density gradient theory to account for the effect of quantum confinement in the conventional formulation of the drift diffusion approximation at a low computational cost. The nanowire length is 1 micrometer. We have modeled characteristics of a nanowire for 7 different lengths: 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and 70 nanometers. For each gate length, we set the drain to source voltage to 0.05 volts, and we vary the gate voltage between 0.1 to 0.8 volts. On this slide, I have presented the basic parameters of the modeled nanowire, its dimensions, and some physical parameters, such as the longitudinal and transverse effective masses, doping and gate metal work function for the gate metal. Here you can see the obtained experimental results. The graphs present the drain current as a function of the gate voltage, as well as drain current as a function of the drain voltage at different values for the gate voltage. Here you can see the electron concentration along the channel with 3 gate voltages, 0.1, 0.3, and 0.5 volts. We have observed that as larger the gate channel is, as bigger the inhomogeneities are present. The concentration of electrons along the gate length is inhomogeneous when the gate is larger than 70 nanometers. This inhomogeneity in charge distribution characteristic could lead to disturbance and wrong interpretation of sensor data in case of molecule chemicals bonding to the sensor. So the next step of our work was to model junctionless transistor consisting of highly doped silicon nanowire covered with silicon dioxide layer with software-defined terminals of source and drain, and three-side gate of the nanowire. We have investigated the influence of the work function of the output IV characteristics of the transistor, as well as the influence of the channel length under the gate upon the charge distribution and carrier concentration in the nanowire. The length of the nanowire here is 250 nanometers, so as to compare the results with the one from the literature and thus to verify our model. The obtained results of the output IV characteristics are in the same order of magnitude with the experimental data, and the achieved error is approximately 11%. Here, the IV characteristics are present for different metalwork functions. So we have tested the 3 work functions for polysilicon gate, for aluminum gate, and for platinum gate. Comparing the output IV characteristics for the 3 figures, the 3 work functions, we confirm the fact that the drain current decreases when the work function is increasing, which means that the channel is pinched off. The investigation of 3 different gate lengths ascertained that the concentration of electrons along the gate length is inhomogeneous when the gate is larger than 100 nanometers. So as a conclusion, I can say our future task, they include building a 3D TCAT model of nanowire on a silicon substrate, model of sensitive materials deposition on the nanowire, investigation of modified gate parameters due to the sensitive materials deposition, and a 3D model of sensors based on the JLT. Thank you very much for your attention.
So again, online applause. Thank you very much, Evelina. We have time, plenty of time for questions, comments. Well, I will have one then, if there is not. Can you also add in your model light absorption, Evelina?
What is the light absorption?
Yeah, so I mean adding in the model the fact that the nanowires can also absorb light, so generated or photo-generated carriers.
Yes, of course, it's possible, but our goal is to absorb the molecules. It will be an electrolyte which is deposited on the top, so it will catch the molecules from this electrolyte. But I think that this is very interesting, of course, to be added as well as a study here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I would like to add a few more comments.
Yes, please.
In fact, here the applicability of this model does not include photo effects, I mean light effects. So this device won't operate if it is irradiated with light. In fact, it operates in the principle of accumulation. So it is normally on and it is cut off when you apply voltage. So here we don't have a physical layer with such sensitivity that could trigger such effect that could cut off the channel. And the basic idea is to functionalize the top surface of the gate that is surrounding the nanowire in order to obtain controlled voltage and with enough certainty to be sure that it will be cut off or switched on depending on the amount of the voltage on the gate.
Thank you for the precision. No, I understood the purpose of this work. I was just trying to see if we can, what else can we do with your know-how on this kind of modeling?
Yeah, but for me, it is not studied in the literature whether it will be sensitive enough, and yeah, it will be interesting to be subject to further research. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Maybe a last one is a computational time. Evelina, how long will the calculation take typically?
Well,
it's not an issue. I don't know.
Now it's not so complicated, but in future we'll add more, let's say, structures to our model, and then it will be really difficult to calculate, but hopefully we'll manage to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I believe if there is no other questions or comments, we can even move on so that we have more time at the end eventually. So if the next presenter is already here, maybe we can start. So the next presentation will be about special, I believe, or special displacement methods for displacement methods for the calculation of nanomaterials properties at finite temperatures. And the presentation is given by someone from Cyprus University of Technology. Mario.
Hello?
Marios, maybe.
Marios, this is Marios.
Marios.
Like Super Mario.
Okay. So Super Mario, this is your turn.
Thank you indeed. So let me share my screen. And here's the presentation. So yeah, hello everyone. My name is Mario Zacharias and I'm a postdoc in Keliris Group at Cyprus University of Technology. And our research is based on computational materials modeling from first principles for the study of nanomaterials properties. Today, I'm going to present some work related to the special displacement method that enables calculations of temperature-dependent materials properties. Our computational materials group studies nanomaterials, including molecules, crystals, surfaces, and header structures. Materials modeling is the use of mathematical models for investigating materials properties. And by first principles, we refer to an empirical free strategy that relies on quantum mechanics. The term computational is used to indicate that our computations require high-performance computing in order to solve the Schrödinger equation. For our calculations, we use state-of-the-art codes that rely on density functional theory to study the properties of many body systems from the electron density. This requires solving the Kohn-Schrödinger equation for electrons until self-consistency in the electron density is achieved. We perform computations in highly parallel environments for an accurate description of the electron wave function in the system. Today, materials modeling techniques that rely on density functional theory are the most accurate available, and publications in this field are growing rapidly, making a tremendous progress in material science, as illustrated in this figure. Europe is the leader, and European University of Technology needs to follow the standards for remaining competitive. Our research interests include going beyond standard density functional theory approaches and include finite temperature effects in first principles calculations. Thermal effects mostly depend on the effect of electrophonocoupling, which represents the interaction of electrons with quantum nuclear motion. Here is an example for the optical absorption of silicon, where electrophono interactions play a critical role. For an electron to complete an indirect transition from the valence band top to the conduction band bottom requires the assistance of a phonon. Including this effect in our theory, we reproduce nicely the experimental absorption coefficient, capturing precisely the absorption onset of silicon. If we exclude electrophono interactions, we reveal an absorption onset beyond the visible spectrum. So, without the effect of electrophonocoupling, silicon, the most widely used material for solar cell applications, will not be feasible to absorb sunlight. To include in our calculations temperature effects, we rely on the special displacement method. In this method, we use this equation to displace the nuclei deterministically away from their crystallographic positions. This equation requires to make a particular choice for the phonon signs based on very phase concepts and exploit the phonons of the system as calculated from density functional perturbation theory. Using this method, we displace the nuclei in a large simulation cell, and then we perform a standard density functional theory calculation. We have shown that these special displacements are not just a numerical trick, but they give the correct mean square displacement of the atoms, the correct quantum mechanical probability distribution of thermal nuclei displacements, and that our structure reflects precisely the thermal ellipsoids of the system. Here we show spherical thermal ellipsoids for silicon, reflecting the cubic symmetry of the structure. Another important concept connected to the special displacements is that they provide the best collection of scatterers that reproduce all phonon in elastic scattering patterns. Imagine now that we send an X-ray beam that inelastically scatters from the sample. Then on the screen, we will obtain the so-called diffraction pattern. During a scattering event, the beam interacts with the phonons of the system and changes momentum. The scattering intensity is collected on the detector, showing the momentum resolved diffraction pattern. With blue, we represent the Bragg peaks, while with red, we represent the phonon-induced inelastic scattering. Here we decompose the pattern of black phosphorus into contributions from one phonon and multi-phonon processes. We see that multi-phonon effects make a clear impact in the diffraction patterns of black phosphorus. If we now perform the calculation of phonon-induced inelastic scattering using special displacements and the exact formula, we see that the results are almost identical and reproduce nicely the experimental diffraction pattern. This result clearly shows and adds value to the physical meaning of our special displacement method. Now, I will present briefly some applications of the special displacement method. This includes calculating temperature-dependent band structures with band structural unfolding technique, showing here the example of a temperature-dependent band structure of 2D molybdenum disulfide. In this technique, we unfold the folded band structure obtained from a special supercell calculation and reveal the renormalized electron spectral function in the fundamental Brillouin zone. Recently, we applied this technique to understand the fundamental optical properties of double perovskite cesium bismuth indium argillium bromide in collaboration with Snaith's group at Oxford. We found that the absorption onset is shifted to shorter wavelengths upon increasing the indium content, leading to wider band gaps essentially. Other applications of the special displacement method include the calculation of phonon-assisted spectra. Here we show the example of gallium arsenide and diamond, the 0-point band gap renormalization using the GW method in several semiconductors, and the calculation of excitonic effects at finite temperatures using the Bith-Salpeter equation. Recently, we applied the special displacement method to examine the temperature-dependent photoluminescence peak of silicon nanocrystals under different passivation regimes. Here we show first the experimental observation. It was found that the photoluminescence shift of freestanding silicon nanocrystals, represented here by yellow, is much larger than the corresponding shift of matrix-embedded silicon nanocrystals in amorphous silica, shown here as red. In their interpretation, they completely ignore the effect of electrophonocoupling and thermal vibrational motion. However, when we talk about finite temperature effects, we should always consider the interaction of electrons with phonons. So for including this effect, we use the special displacement method, and we calculate the phonons by displacing the atoms of freestanding and matrix-embedded silicon nanocrystals, and then we obtain the energy changes of the HOMO-LUMO gap as a function of temperature. With red points, we have our results of freestanding silicon nanocrystal with hydrogen passivation. With green, we show an intermediate step where we oxidize the nanocrystal. We readily see that the slope of the gap variation with temperature decreases considerably. Then, upon placing the nanocrystal inside the matrix, the band gap shown as blue squares agrees very well with the experiment. So our finding here demonstrates that indeed the passivation regime affects electrophonocoupling and therefore the shift of the photoluminescence peaks. To shed more light on this aspect, we present the phonon density of states of the three silicon nanocrystals and the Liège perfection. The Liège perfection represents a contribution of phonons to the gap renormalization at various temperatures. We decompose the phonons into core and surface phonons. Low energy phonons are related to displacements of surface atoms, while phonons with energy around 500 inverse wavelength are related to displacements of core atoms. Here we have the Liège perfection for the three systems. We see immediately that upon oxidizing the nanocrystal, the interaction of electrons with surface phonons is suppressed. This effect becomes more important when the nanocrystal is placed inside the matrix, where now only core phonons contribute to the gap shift. This is a very important result, rationalizing the photoluminescence dependence of silicon nanocrystals to temperature, allowing to optimize the performance of solar cell devices. These results bring me to my conclusions. And so overall, we are a materials modeling group specialized in density functional theory and post-density functional theory calculations. We perform high standard research to explore properties of nanomaterials which are at the forefront. We have a unique expertise in electrophonocoupling and finite temperature calculations, and we are more than happy to discuss further how we can contribute to make the European University of Technology a hub of technological innovations. So I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like also to thank my supervisors, my computational funding, and also my financial funding. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very nice presentation, Marios. So it's again, it is open for discussion or comment. Guess we may have comments or questions because we are dealing here with the modeling of nanoscale system.
Well, I have one which
yeah, please, Christophe.
You did ask previously, Gilles. So in terms of computation time, what's the or resources? What's the
something that I didn't say at the beginning is that the reason we call it special displacement is because effectively this displacement enables one to do a single supercell calculation to calculate the temperature-dependent properties. So we are using supercells. So by supercells, I mean we use a lot of atoms to model the phonons in a system. So to model the atomic vibrations. And by using only one supercell, we reduce the computational cost significantly. So the computational cost is not an issue here. So the only challenge here is to calculate the phonons. And this requires displacing one atom at a time to calculate the interatomic force constants. But I wouldn't say that this is expensive. if you have a solid plan, you can complete these calculations within 1 week using like 10 nodes of 18 cores, more or less. So I wouldn't say it's the most, is that something that is very computational demanding. And here, imagine that we use around 500 atoms, which is a lot for n-density functional theory calculation.
Yes, indeed. Okay, thank you.
Any other comment or question? So I would have one, which is related to what I presented. That be possible to calculate on 2D systems, and then what would be the challenges
to
do this,
calculate
if
what
any?
on 2D systems?
Like monolayers,
Yeah, to calculate what properties?
like phonon dispersion in the system.
Yeah, that's yeah, fully applicable. As I show here, so for example, here we study the excitonic effects in 2D germanium selenide. So this requires calculating the phonons.
Ah, okay, sorry.
And knowing the phonons, then you can displace again the atoms in a supercell of a 2D material, and then perform a bit salpeter calculation and capture the excitonic effects in these materials. So yeah, the methodology would be much easier to be applied on 2D materials, to be honest, because in 3D materials, you always have more atoms, and for simulating the phonons, it's a bit more computationally challenging. So yeah, 2D materials, it's much easier to do calculations on.
Okay, thank you. So then we will have to discuss further.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, maybe time for one more question. Comments? No? Okay, then we thank you very much again for the presentation. And then we move from Cyprus to Ireland. And the next presentation.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. Yep. Isabella is here.
Probably you know who is going to present, but if you don't, my name is Isabella Naidinova, and I'm a professor at the School of Physics and Clinical and Optometric Sciences at TU Dublin. And
Okay,
I just
so Isabella,
wanted to...
please. Yep. You can start sharing your screen and
Thank you.
And present your work. Thank you.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, sorry, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I just would like to start by thanking the organizers. I think it's a great idea to get us all together and to see what everyone is doing in the field of nanoscience and nanotechnology. And today I'm going to present our work on holographic sensors and how we use photosensitive nanocomposites to functionalize our photonic structures for sensing. And this work is carried out predominantly at the Center for Industrial and Engineering Optics, which is associated with the School of Physics and Clinical and Optometric Sciences, also in collaboration with the School of Chemical and Pharmaceutical Sciences, and with our collaborators at the University of Caen Laboratory for Catalysis and Spectrochemistry, which supply us with the nanoparticles that we add to our photosensitive materials. I'll say a few words about our research center. It was created in 1998, so it has been in existence for more than 20 years. And here I have included some key indicators for the performance of the center in terms of publications, patents, postgraduate students graduated, and so on. One thing that I would like to also emphasize that in addition to disseminating our research, we are very active in commercialization of research, and we have established a spin-out company in 2013 with the help of Enterprise Island. And this company is in the field of security, holographic security labels. In our research center, we have 5 main areas. I'm the lead on functionalized optical structures for application in sensing, security, and microactuators. But we also have holography for diffractive optical elements for light management. We have holography for wavefront sensing and vision, interferometry and computational imaging, and calibration and quality assurance of medical technologies. But what brings together all these areas is the interest in holography and also the interest in developing new materials for holography. So today's talk will be mainly to introduce photosensitive nanocomposites in holography, and then I'll give few examples of proof of concept devices applied in sensing for volatile organic components detection, detection of heavy metals in water, temperature sensors, indicators, and pressure sensors. So for many years, we have invested our interest in developing different photopolymer materials, and they are interesting for holography mainly because we can introduce in them refractive index changes, and we can copy interference patterns in terms of refractive index modulation through photopolymerization. And these are the 3 main processes involved in the refractive index modulation. Photopolymerization, which is due to change in molecular refractivity, diffusion of monomer molecules, which leads to a density change. And there is one more process which is observed particularly at the early stages of recording. This is the diffusion of short polymer chains in the opposite direction. And this is detrimental for the high spatial frequency response of the materials. So what we have been trying to do with our research is to increase larger refractive index modulations, to make the layers stable mechanically, because due to photopolymerization, photopolymers usually experience a significant amount of shrinkage, and for many applications this is not desirable. And my group is looking into adding functionality to these materials and creating interactive holograms that can interact with the environment, and they can be used as sensors. So in terms of nanocomposites, we have actually looked at different nanodopants, mainly zeolite nanoparticles. These are synthesized at the University of Bonn. The group of our collaborator, Professor Svetlana Mintova, also metal oxide nanoparticles. And recently we are interested in adding magnetic nanoparticles, and we have started this research. So the zeolite nanoparticles we add in 3 different ways. We mix in the photopolymer solution, and we redistribute them as a result of the holographic recording. So we pattern them as a result of holographic recording. Another way of functionalizing the structures is by creating surface profiles first in the photopolymer, and then spin coat the zeolite nanoparticles embedded in a zoogel. And these structures we use for sensors in liquids, in water mainly. The zoogel is there just to prevent the zeolites to be washed away into the solution. And the third method is by inkjet printing. This one allows us to control very precisely the amount of zeolites we deposit and where we deposit mainly. And also it's useful if you want on the same layer to have different areas sensitive to different analytes, so we can deposit different zeolite nanoparticles. So how they operate, they very much operate as, especially in reflection mode, as a Bragg-Stack sensors, where we have, we record changing refractive index planes, and these planes, when they illuminated with white light, they will reflect in a particular wavelength depending on what the spacing is. So when this structure is exposed to an external analyte, it may swell or shrink and or change its average refractive index, but this effect is much smaller and it changes the color of the reproduced image. And here we have an example of a sensor which is exposed to different humidity in a specific formulation of photopolymer, and we can see how it changes color as it is exposed to higher humidity from blue to red, and this sensor is fully reversible. The other option is and this type of sensors, they can be used for electronic readout where we can see the shift in the peak, but they can also be used as a visual indicators. So the transmission type of holograms, and in this case, the simplest one, holographic grating, is used mainly for electronic readout because these are much less wavelength selective. So it would be very difficult to see a change in color because all the different colors are diffracted. And so we just observe the change in diffraction efficiency. Very briefly to say why are we interested in holographic sensors, because they are very thin, very wide. They can be incorporated into packaging. We can have both remote monitoring, but also visual indication, and they are relatively low cost, and you can have more than one sensor multiplexed in the same layer. The challenges are similar to the challenges of all sensors. So these are the selectivity, the sensitivity of the device, the visibility, especially for the indicators, the response time. And each one of those, we have figured out some approaches how to address them. Maybe the biggest challenge, which I will focus now, is the advantage of existing technologies, because this always stays as a question. Why would you look to develop another technology when they are competitive technologies? So the advantages we see for these sensors are mainly because they are so thin. They can be included in, incorporated in wearable portable devices. They can also be incorporated in microfluidics, and because they can be miniaturized. So what's the role of the nanocomposite and the nano zeolite particles? So when we redistribute them, and this is just a model how they work, when we redistribute them, we get one refractive index modulation in the material. And when then this structure is exposed to the external nanolight, it is absorbed by the zeolite nanoparticles, then this refractive index modulation changes, and we see an overall change in the contribution of the nanoparticles to the refractive index. This is observed as a change in the diffraction efficiency, and it depends on the amount of nanoparticles we have redistributed through the recording process. So a lot of work has gone into optimizing this. The two types of nanoparticles I'm going to present today are MFI. These are hydrophobic nanoparticles, and the interesting thing about them is that when you add them to the photopolymer, they remain, the pores remain empty. So because they are very small, and they are hydrophobic. The LTL nanoparticles, on the other hand, they have larger pores, and some of them are filled with water. So the first example is just a hologram exposed to different vapors of volatile organic components with the change of the size of the molecules through methanol, ethanol, butanol, xylene. And what we have observed is with time how the diffraction efficiency changes, and we see that methanol and ethanol, there is a significant difference of the response of the material to them. We attributed this mainly to the polarity of methanol and the ability of the layer to swell, and thus the diffraction efficiency increases. We have done this one slanted gratings, then we are studying now slanted gratings where actually any dimensional change is significantly multiplied because the Bragg angle of the Bragg selectivity curve also shifts. So if this is the original change in diffraction efficiency, if you see my mouse, due to the shift, this is actually the observed change in diffraction efficiency, now much larger. So this is just an example of sample being first the gas chamber evaporated, then exposed to the methanol, evaporated, exposed again to show some repeatability. We also were able to, in this case, because not only when the layer swells or shrinks, also the period of the grating changes, so there will be a wavelength shift. And from this, we developed a model to identify separately what is the contribution to the diffraction efficiency of the thickness, the refractive index modulation, which is typically very difficult to separate. But the limit of detection, we still haven't managed to estimate, because we need to be able to deliver much smaller quantities of the analytes. Then we need to figure this out. So another example is the sensor working in liquid. This is surface grating coated with LTLZ white nanoparticles. These are the nanoparticles, the surface after coating, and then we have all the diffraction efficiency. What we observed here is that there is a selectivity between the monocations and dications, but actually this sample is more or less sensitive to most of the cations. So selectivity is not so huge in terms of when we want to discriminate between the different cations. This was done in water. So another example is material which was based on N-isopropyl acrylamide. When polymerized, this material, this polymer has a low critical solution temperature of 32 degrees. And when exposed above this temperature, it becomes hydrophobic, so expels water. Below this temperature is hydrophilic. What we observed is that when you expose these holograms, their diffraction efficiency changes. And when you go to 60, this is just an example of one temperature above the critical solution temperature, but the change starts being observed somewhere there. Of course, this is the critical solution temperature of pure polyNIPA, and when it's in a photopolymer with other components, it will be slightly shifted. But what we observed is that when you go back to the original temperature, it actually remembers that it has been too high temperature. So you need to bring it down below a recovery temperature in order to bring the original diffraction efficiency. And we have seen this as well in reflection mode in terms of color. So if we start with a hologram that it's recorded in green and then bring it above the critical solution temperature, it becomes blue. When you come back to room temperature, it's still blue. So you need to go below the recovery temperature in order to, so it remembers that it has been above the lower critical solution temperature. So one application that we see with this material is to incorporate magnetic nanoparticles, which can locally heat up the layer and then switch, go across the boundary for the liquid lower critical solution temperature, and remember that the layer, for example, has been exposed to a magnetic field above a threshold intensity. So this could be used in characterizing magnetic fields that are used in medical devices, but this is a very early stages work. And actually, I just wanted to say that I already identified that it would be very interesting to speak to Melita Minewao from Cyprus, which is developing these magnetic nanoparticles. So maybe we can figure out some interesting collaboration. And the final example I wanted to give you is a pressure sensor, which is the same type of optical device. It's a reflection hologram, which is responsible to pressure when pressure is applied. And here we can see there's a point indentation where we have pressed the hologram and we see the green color, and these others are just stamps. This we have tried to use to characterize the output from ultrasonic devices that are used in medical applications. Again, to try to find whether the device is operating properly and that it delivers intensity above a specific threshold. So in conclusion, I think, I hope that I did manage to show you that this platform based on photopolymer holograms is a highly versatile sensor platform. And I have given you some examples of the proof of concept sensors that we have been working on. And our future work will focus on integrating transmission gratings into microfluidic devices. We have actually started this work with some collaborators from Italy, and use asymmetric surface photonic structures to increase the diffraction efficiency. And also utilize polarization holograms, utilize the change in state of polarization when we want to analyze target molecules with some optical anisotropy. And of course, we will keep working on materials development, optimizing the polymer matrices, and looking for novel functionalizing materials. And these are the people involved from our center in one way or another in holographic sensors research. Also, these are our collaborators from CON. We have a very strong collaboration with the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, Imperial College London, and these are internal collaborators. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Isabella, for this presentation. Again,
sorry.
We have time. Well, we have time just for one question, one comment, if we want to keep the time. I will have a quick one, Isabella. Can you comment a little bit on the operating mode of the sensor? So you show for the pressure, you have the white light, and then you look with a CCD, I believe, or CCD camera from the top. But what about the gas sensors? How do you measure the, what is the operating mode? Do you have a laser going through the sample?
No, it's a white light source and a spectrometer. It's a fiber optic white light source, which is coupled into a fiber. And then this can be easily adjusted but to actually be on Bragg angle. And then we collect the light in the first diffraction order again and couple it into a optical fiber. But the idea would be to miniaturize this is, of course, to be able to collimate the light from an LED, white light LED, with some holographic optical device, which again is going to be a thin layer, and send it towards the integrated in a much smaller device. That's what we are working on. Because as I said, the other groups actually, they're looking at different aspects, but for example, Dr. Suzanne Martin is working on holographic for diffractive optical elements, especially for light management. And they have put a lot of effort into developing holograms that can operate in white light, which is quite challenging actually for LEDs, because not only they are broad wavelength band, but they also, you know, the cone of the incident cone of incident light is quite large, the divergence. So, and holographic elements are quite angularly selective in general, but they have quite nice devices now, and they are doing a good progress. So hopefully we'll be able to incorporate this in our sensor devices.
Okay. So we have also the possibility to discuss further. We have been working on integrated spectrometers, so that's also
yes, definitely
of collaboration. I'm sorry, we have to stop for.
Okay, thank you.
Here, so we move on with the last presentation of this session. And from Ireland, we are going back to the south, Romania, southeast. And next presentation. Hello, Marius. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope my presentation is okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Marius Pustan. I'm a professor in the Department of Mechanical System Engineering, the Faculty of Industrial Engineering, Robotics and Production Management from Technical University of Cluj-Napoca. And in the same time, I'm the coordinator of Micro and Nano System Laboratory. The presentation from today, first I will introduce my research team, and after that, I will give some information about our research activities concerning to micro electromechanical systems, MEMS. In fact, I will present to you our work about the reliability design of these microsystems. So we are a small research group in the Minas laboratory. permanently, we are 5 researchers. I'm working for reliability design based on nanomechanical characterization of MEMS, of microsystems. My colleague Corina is working for nanotribological characterizations. Christian works for finite element analysis, and Violetta is specialist in material science. Florina is working for mathematical analytical model development and also for optimizations. Where we are involved in the reliability design of MEMS and NEMS, or micro nanosystems. This is the main task. What is the reliability? Is to design reliability design, to design a systems, MEMS or NEMS, in order to develop the functions as accurately as possible and to operate a long lifetime. In order to develop this task we connect the nanomechanical characterization of microsystem, nanosystem, starting from the materials characterization and going to the final device. And also, we are taking into consideration the tribological aspect, which means the friction, the wear, and the adhesion aspects in these microsystems. More exactly, our mechanical nanocharacterization is orientated for statical analysis, where we apply force, a statical force, on a movable component from MEMS, and after that we will deter the stiffness and the stress strain behavior. In the same time, we are working for dynamical characterization. There are more micro elements which will perform the function based on the vibrations. So, in this, like seismic sensors, mass detection sensor, and in this case, we're interested to determine the amplitude of vibration, the resonance frequency, the velocity, but also the loss of energy, the quality factor, and the loss of energy. On the other hand, if I discuss about tribological nanocharacterization and materials characterizations, we take into consideration the adhesion effects, the friction analysis, and the wear. For material characterizations, we are going to hardness and modulus of elasticity. These parameters, which are under our interest, are determined, the behavior of these parameters are determined for different operating conditions, starting from temperature, different humidity, different pressure of the operating medium. New research area in our laboratory is orientated to characterization, the characterization of dental materials and biomaterials. The same, we are interested to determine the wear, the hardness, the modulus of elasticity, the friction as a function of operating condition, the temperature and the humidity. Of course, we are working in a clean room, the class 1000, based on atomic force microscope devices. We have NT2000 and the other one, a multifunctional AFM XE70, which has full modules. So we have the contact mode, we have the taping mode, we have the nano-indentation module. We are able to determine the electrical properties of thin materials or to some components by using the electrical module. And of course, we are able to determine the behavior of components and materials in liquid by using a biological cell. In the same time, we have equipment for tribological analysis going from macro scale to the nanoscale. Let's go to the MEMS. What is MEMS? We know the MEMS is a very small device which has electrical and mechanical part connected together on the same chip. The mechanical part is a sensing element. In our case, our interest is to determine the behavior of this mechanical sensing element and during operating, and to improve its function. In our laboratory, our work is oriented. We are already performed some research work on this kind of vibrating component, the flexible component. For example, in the first figure, there is a pedal cantilever. It oscillates and it is used in mass detection sensor. After that, we have a simple clamp beam, a bridge, a free clamp beam. In the case of the vibrating components, vibrating MEMS, like vibrating sensors, in order to increase the quality factor and to decrease the loss of energy, one solution is to perform during fabrication the holes on these samples. In this case, the loss of energy given by the air damping, the damping with air, will decrease. We are working with different dimension, different configuration of MEMS components fabricated in one layer or multi-layer, like in the next picture, where we have a cantilever which is fabricating from SU8, and on the top we have a nanometer film, from a reflective film from aluminum and gold. We are not working for manufacturing. We have collaboration with manufacturing company, manufacturing laboratory, and the main one is the National Institute for Research and Development in Microtechnology from Bucharest, IMT Bucharest. I'd like to go to the other kind of MEMS component, flexible component, and this is micromembranes. These micromembranes are used in order. One of them to supporting the other components which are rigid, or to include to provide the necessary flexibility in a micro device. What is important of this? What parameter is important of this micromembrane? One of them is the stiffness, the rigidity. The stiffness, and in fact, the mobility of micromembrane is given by the type of the hinges. If you change the shape of the hinges, we can obtain different responses of these components. The micromembranes has the thickness much smaller than in the plane dimensions. In this slide, in this figure, I presented to you some micro membranes which were and which are under investigation in our laboratory. There are three main parts of micromembranes. The first one are the anchors. After that, the mobile plate, which is the central one, and at the end, the hinges, the configuration of the hinges, of the connection part between the mobile plate and the anchors. There are different forms. I will present next some behavior, mechanical and tribological behavior of these micromembranes. For example, this one, serpentine hinges, after then rectangular hinges like this one. This is very interested. The second one, serial parallel connected hinges. The central plate is connected by two sets of the hinges to the anchors. So let's go to the first one, and this is a micromembrane with rectangular hinges. Of course, these are fabricated in different dimensions. The length of the hinges, you can see, is changed from 160 to 260. The dimension between the hinges is modified. In this case, we determine the stiffness by using the AFM cantilever. So the force given by the AFM cantilever is applied in the mid position of the micromembrane and move it toward to the substrate. Based on the AFM experiments, we will obtain a curve which looks like this one. There are two steps and two lines. The red one is for loading. when the AFM probe, which is in contact with the sample, with the membrane, is going toward to the substrate. And after that, in the second step, the membrane touch, we have the contact with the substrate, and we have only the bank of AFM probe. The blue line is unloading part of the cure when the micromembrane together with the AFM probe try to come in the initial position. Based on this one, on the first part of the loading, you are able to determine the stiffness, and this jump is given by the adhesion between the micromembranes and the substrate. These adhesion effects will keep the micromembrane to substrates, and after the contact is removed, there is a jump, which is directly proportional with the adhesion force. Of course, we are not limited only to the experimental test, where we have to do the numerical simulation and also analytical validations. We applied a force in the mid position, and after then, under the given force, we monitor the deflection. And after, we'll go to the stress distributions in our micromembranes. The second one, I try to present this one. It is the shape is like a serpentine one, and of the hinges. These hinges connect the mobile plane to the anchor. What is interesting of this kind of micromembranes, we can move out of the plane, we can move in plane, or we can transmit the signal by rotation of the mobile of the central plate, depending where the acting electrode is applied. In this case, by using the AFM probe, we control the force in the mid position and the force in the lateral part of the mobile plate. In this way, we are able to determine the stiffness in the case of out-of-plane movement and in the case of the rotations. The same finite element analysis in the case with a force applying the mid position or the force move at the end of the center plate. And the other interest is to see what is the temperature effect on these micro membranes, because there are some applications where thermal gradient appears, like in optical application, for example. So in this case, we are able to apply a thermal gradient to increase the temperature on the anchors. And what is interesting in this kind of the hinges is that the shape will decrease the thermal expansion. If, for example, the temperature increases from 20 degrees Celsius to 60, we determine experimentally and validate based on numerical simulation, there is a very small thermal expansion, approximately 1.2%. The other kind is...
sorry, it will be time to conclude now.
Okay, this is the other one. And the same is performed, the testing, the numerical, the finite element analysis of this one. And of course, the results was presented to different conferences and including in different journals. And we are open for collaborations. For any informations and collaboration, please contact us. And only 1 second, regarding this, I'd like to propose to you, I'd like to invite for a new proposal, European proposal. It is mRNet. There is two stage for a submission. The first one is the mid of June, and there is a very interesting topic, modeling for materials engineering and processing properties and durability. And we are working now to a proposal in this durability, in this task, in order to improve the lifetime of MEMS for thermal application, starting from the materials behavior to analyze the material behavior to the micro component and after that to the final device. So if somebody is fitting with us in the research topics in the research area and want to cooperate, please contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. Thank you very much for the presentation. So I think we don't have time for questions if we want to keep some time for the break. That was the end. I would like to thank all the speakers for this second session of the afternoon. And that's it. So Christophe, maybe you have something to say. Otherwise, I think it's going to start again at 45.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Christopher, so perhaps we have to start.
Yeah, sure, we can.
It's already 4:45.
Yeah, let me just one more thing yet again. So if any of you wants to reach me by email, currently my email is down, which is near catastrophe for me. But but I will get them tonight. It's just that there is some maintenance going on. But so good. Please, the last session, so please.
Okay, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. So we are starting the last session of the first day. So we have one time, 15 minutes for the session, and we have 6 presentations. So that is why we have to be very, very strongly in time. And so you'll listen the ring when 1 minute before the end of your presentation. So the first presentation will be delivered by Dr. Angelov, Modeling and Characterization of Sub-10 nanometer Semiconductor Devices, Technical University of Sofia, Bulgaria.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing the presentation. Okay, I already in the morning presented myself. So today's presentation is an overview of modeling and characterization trends and expected developments in the upcoming 20 plus years in the area of VLSI technologies, and also the characterization tools that will be used for characterizing these devices. In fact, the developments of semiconductor industry are forecasted by the International Roadmap of Semiconductors, well-known fact. It started some 50 years ago, and the building block of the integrated circuits and the VLSI technologies is the conventional MOS field effect transistors, which gradually evolved during the years in the current mainstream FinFET transistor that is for more than 10 years in production. Moore's law is well known to describe these developments, starting from 1965 when it was first formulated by Gordon Moore. In fact, now, and not only now, but in the recent 30 years, we have facing gradually short channel effects which compromise the conventional operation of MOS transistors. And currently, because now mainstream technology is 5 nanometers, we are facing a lot of physical limitations, and the work and the way forward is in 2 directions. One formerly referred to as More, which includes modification of CMOS technologies to extend the traditional Moore's law, and number 2, referred to as more than Moore, generalizes the other direction of implementing novel device structure, the so-called diversification, including MEMS and other type of devices in the same wafer, in the die of the chip. Some of the physical limitations: the gate oxide thickness, theoretical limitation is 0.7 nanometers. Currently, we are around 1 nanometer, junction depth, channel doping, and so on. Technology evolution. In fact, due to this device miniaturization, new devices and new materials have been developed and are implemented in fabrication. This innovation, as we mentioned, include modifications of the CMOS technologies and implementation of novel devices. And here we have listed the technology developments in conventional bulk CMOS, silicon on oscillator, FinFET, high carrier mobility devices, 3D integration, nanowire and nanosheet gate all-around devices. These are the expected upcoming new competitors that will replace the FinFETs and the devices with advanced 2D materials. Silicon insulator is well known, a technique some 15, 20 years ago. An insulating layer is buried in the device substrate in order to minimize the unwanted quantum mechanic tunneling effects. And we have two types of SOI transistors, partially depleted and fully depleted. In fact, in the industry, it is used where it is used, fully depleted SOIs. Here is a cross-section of the FinFETs. This is the current modification of the traditional MOSFET transistor, where the gate is vertically lifted in order to gain dimension reduction in the planar, in the flat area, and to be able to drive more currents, we use the upper, the 3D, the other direction in order to have enough performance for this transistor. In fact, the FinFETs were introduced in 2011 by Intel. They referred it as a 3-gate transistor, and it was invented in 1999 by the group of Chemin Hu in University of California. And in fact, for about 10-12 years, it was implemented in main production. In 2013, TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, announced its implementation in their manufacturing processes. Next, Samsung Electronics in 2014 and 2016 used it. And in fact, currently, Intel, TSMC, Samsung, and Global Foundries are using FinFET transistors in their production. It's interesting to mention that currently the market of FinFET technology is around $390 billion. And in 7 years from now, in 2027, it is expected to have 40% growth. That means around $545 billion in FinFET technology. So this technology is expected to develop further. Here is a very brief comparison between FinFETs and MOSFETs. It can be seen the gains from changing the traditional structure of the device. In fact, by this structure, we managed to obtain better gate control and in result device performance. Here is a brief comparison between SOI and bulk silicon FinFETs with their pros and cons. And what are the challenges? In fact, the challenges are that by reducing the sizes further, even this structure could not be able to produce well enough control of the current. So now the industry is facing at the gate-all-around configurations, where we expect to have better gate control. In fact, these transistors in some modifications, we will see them later, nanosheet and nanowire transistors are already experimented, and it is expected that Samsung next year will implement them in mainstream technology. In fact, the FinFET is the first representative of the multiple gate transistors, which, as we mentioned, gives us the possibility for better gate control. Here we have listed some of the typical types of SOI devices: single gate, double gate, independent double gate non-planar. The gate-all-around structures could be quadruple gate or surrounding gate, depending on the core, whether it has quadrangular cross-section or circular cylindrical cross-section. Here are the types of SOI devices. In fact, in the previous presentation of our group, we are investigating here, shown on the right, the surrounding gate-all-around transistors, but it is special type, so-called junctionless transistors. Here we have listed some of the high carrier mobility materials used in VLSI technologies with respective properties. In fact, it is used to increase the drive current in the channel, so-called strain engineering. Also, the 3D integration is another trend where we use to stack one over the other the integration of devices, because traditional planar technology uses integration in the planar area, and now we use the third dimension in order to gain more devices integrated in a volume of the silicon. Nanowire transistors are expected as successors of traditional FinFETs. In fact, they are investigated for the last 15, 20 years. Here it's worth to mention the groups of Dupré from Leti, where they fabricated in 2008 the FIFET transistor. Also the HUR in 2013 group of Samsung, where they fabricated the gate-all-around nanowire on insulator transistor. Zheng in 2015 from the University of California at Berkeley, that their device was referred to as iFinFET. And also Martens et al. From IMEC, Leuven, Belgium. We have close collaborations with them. I mean, our group in the university, the people from IMEC, they proposed the so-called nanowire gate-all-around transistors 3 years ago. Here we have listed, presented some of the basic structures. In fact, we see the analogy between the traditional FinFET and the nanowire FETs proposed by the group of Mertens in IMEC. And the next step in evolving this nanowire structure is the nanosheet transistor, where it is a very interesting analogy to go back to traditional planar technologies, where in fact we stack one over the other sheets that are also planar, but we are using the 3D, the third direction perpendicular to the planar, so we achieve better performance. And in fact, here is what Samsung is expected to introduce next year in their mainstream production. This is the MBC FET, which is multi-bridge channel FET. And also IBM and Global Foundries are working in the nanosheet gate-all-around transistor direction. And the 3 nanometer node is expected to be realized by using and implementing nanosheet field effect transistors. So another area of development is implementing 2D materials. Here we have listed some of the most prospective candidates for 2D materials that could be introduced in the upcoming devices. The so-called transition metal dihalogenates, such as molybdenum disulfide, wolfram disulfide, wolfram and so on. And the main plus and the main advantage of using such devices is the better better properties of device performances. Next generation transistors are expected to have sub-threshold slopes under 60 millivolts per decade. This is, 66 is the optimal figures. And also there is a lot of research area in the so-called negative capacitance materials, where we can make use of better gain and performance, also tunnel FETs. Now let's proceed for taking a look on compact modeling aspects of modeling these upcoming devices. Here are some known fundamental positions in modeling. In fact, all of the models proceed from basic physics, from solving the Poisson equation, the current density equation, continuity equations. All of the last 15 years models are analytical. They proceed from device physics and formulate all of the modeling equations from the surface potential. In fact, threshold voltage based was initially in the 60s and the 70s. At that time, the computational power that was able to be used didn't let to use more sophisticated methods, but in the upcoming years, this was overcome, and now all the state-of-the-art models such as BESIM and PSP and all their variations are based on surface potential modeling approach. In fact, the last 10 years multiple gate transistor has adaptations of the well-known models that account for the different structures of the devices and address the properties of these multiple gate transistors. The BESIM multiple gate models are available in common multi-gate and independent multi-gate variations. We also have variation for multiple gates of the PSP, which is a very interesting model. It was implemented 15 years ago. And now it is state-of-the-art and also addresses the multiple gate transistors. There are a lot of still research is very active in the area of modeling devices with advanced 2D materials. And here it's worth mentioning the MIT Virtual Souls Compact model. There are a lot of other models that address some or certain particular devices that are not well developed compared to the conventional BESIM models for MOSFETs or PSP for MOSFETs, but still it is under very active progress. And we are close to the end. Now we'll take a glimpse on the key measurement techniques that are expected to characterize the upcoming devices. Of course, scanning electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, atomic force, atomic probe, optical critical dimension, and X-ray. In fact, in the upcoming devices, the SAM will be focused on the so-called critical dimensions, which requires a lot of more fine and low dimensional imaging, which will be used with the high throughput SEM. Also, the 3D atomic force microscopy version of the traditional force microscopy. The transmission electron microscopy.
Dr. Angelov, I'm sorry.
Yes, I will.
How many minutes do you need more?
A couple of minutes. Here we have some requirements. This is well known for sample preparation, which is not present in scanning electron microscopy. And also atom probe tomography, which is expected to offer high resolution for imaging of devices with critical dimensions, optical critical dimension, and X-ray microscopy in its variation, which are listed here. I will not read them to you, they're well known. And in conclusion, in fact, the device developments from technology point of view required respective modeling approaches to address the new properties, and of course, development of other respective characterization tools and techniques for characterizing the devices. In fact, some of these, some of the methods that are listed here are on our disposal in our facilities and laboratories. So we are pleased to work on some of these technology trends in person. Thank you very much, and excuse me for being long.
Thank you very much for your presentation indeed. And unfortunately, we don't have time for the questions. So that is why we are forced to go to the next presentation without the questions. So the next presentation, aluminum optical nano antennas. This is a presentation, the report by the team of the authors, Thomas Simon, Jerome Martin, Sikwan Lee, Dmitry Chlopin, Matvey Kotsiak, Jerome Plain, and David Gerard. And the presentation will be delivered by Dr. David Gerard from University of Technology of Troyes. Please, the floor is yours. Actually, the desk is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So I'm sorry, my internet connection is a bit unstable, so I hope there will be no problem during the speech. So let me start this. If it won't. All right. Okay. So thank you for the introduction. So I'm going to talk about aluminum nano-optical antennas. So it's a work we are doing in Troyes at UTT, and also in collaboration with people in Paris for the characterization part. So I'm going back to optics, and I want to briefly recall you what is an optical antenna. So this is the kind of device we are trying to fabricate and characterize. So simply, an optical antenna, it's a device that converts propagating or freely propagating energy, let's say, into localized energy, okay, but with optical frequencies. And so these antennas can be used for a lot of applications, which are mainly enhanced fluorescence and spectroscopy. So that would be metal enhanced fluorescence, that would be SIRS. You can use them to heat locally the system. You can use them to extract light or to harvest light. You can use it to direct light and beam light also, okay? And one of the interesting properties of this antenna, if you want to have a useful antenna, is that it could be broadband, okay? Because if you have something that is broadband, it can work, for instance, at several frequencies simultaneously. So that could be interesting for nonlinear optics, for instance. And a very simple way to make optical antennas is to use plasmonics. So plasmonics is to use metallic nanostructures. So just again, something very simple. So if you start with the simplest system you can imagine, that is, let's say, a metallic nanoparticle, like a gold nanoparticle, okay? It's a sphere, let's say like 100 nanometer or less. So if you shine light on it, you have several ways for light to go away from this particle, okay? So one of these ways is radiative decay, okay? And that would be scattering, okay? So this is one of the properties you want for an antenna, okay? It can scatter light. And you will have, for instance, different colors. Another property is that near the nanoparticle, you will have near-field enhancement. So you will have a concentration of light around your particle, okay? So that's what is shown on the little sketch below, on the pointer here. Okay, when you have a very strong concentration of light around the particle, okay, with 20, the field is enhanced 20 times around the particle. And last point is that you can dissipate light, okay, with Joule effect, okay, excite also intraband excitation, interband excitation is as a material, and you will have heating, okay, so you will have heat generation around the particle that you can use, for example, to boil water, for instance. Okay, so that's the idea. And so people are using plasmonics and antennas to make all these applications I already mentioned. So in this field, so it's a very active field, so a lot of people are doing that. And what we are doing in Troyes mainly is to work with other metals. So the classical metal to do that is gold or silver, that is to say noble metals, okay? And in Troyes, we are trying to use aluminum as a material for plasmonics. So why aluminum? So the first answer is that if you look at its optical properties, so here I show you the real and imaginary part, okay, of the dielectric constant of aluminum in the visible UV and near infrared, let's say. And I compare aluminum which is in red, okay, the red curve here, with gold and silver. And what you can see is that you have a material that is a metal, I mean negative real part of the electron constant, over the whole visible, and also in the UV. Okay, so that's something interesting. You have something that is very broadband, and with good optical properties, sorry, in the UV. So people have already tried to use aluminum for making antennas. Okay, so this is a couple of examples from the literature. So it's interesting, for instance, to make structural color. So you can see in the bottom left part of my slide an example of a color pixel only made with aluminum with different sizes on the arrangement. So people that are making that kind of antenna use generally a way to characterize them, which is based on extinction spectroscopy. So you just shine light on your structure and you look at the transmission of light in far field. So what we are doing in TROA is that we are trying to use another technique to get the properties of nano antennas. And this is where the collaboration with people in Paris is involved. Let me skip that. This collaboration is based to use electron energy-layer spectroscopy. So I just want to introduce you what is this technique and how it can be used to study a single metallic nanostructure. So this technique is a very old technique. It's based on electronic microscopy. So you need an electron microscope. And the idea is to send an electron beam on your sample, okay, and through the sample, so in transmission, you will look at the energy of your electron after interaction with the sample. So you go from your gun tip, you go through the sample and through an aperture, which is basically the entrance of a spectrometer, and you will separate your electron. You are sorting them with energy, and you make a spectroscopy of your electrons, okay? And if the electron interact with the structure, it will lose some energy corresponding to the energy of the optical excitation, if there is optical interaction, okay? So it means that you can probe optical excitation with your electrons. So what I'm going to show you here is the example of what kind of image you can get over a sample, which is here, this triangle. So it's an aluminum triangle. So it's about 200 nanometers of side, okay? And here is the kind of response you can get. In fact, what you get is you have a spectrum over each pixel, okay? So each pixel, you have a whole spectrum. So it's a kind of hyperspectral imaging. And the movie you are seeing is, we are scanning energies. So it's the image at different energies. And you can see that you can probe different optical excitation through your structure at different energies. So here I'm scanning from roughly 0 to 15 electron volts. Okay, I'm starting with modes that are located in the corners. You can see that at low energy, you can see structures that are more and more complex when you are going to higher energies. All right, so that's what we are doing with this technique. So what is very interesting is that this technique, electron energy-layer spectroscopy, it can be shown that it gives you the same results than extinction. Okay, so you probe the same modes that you are probing with extinction spectroscopy in optics, unpolarized extinction. Okay, so if you want to do such kind of characterization, the first problem you have to solve is that you need to have a sample that is compatible with an electron microscope, okay? So all the samples I'm going to show you have been made by e-beam lithography on a TEM membrane like that, okay? And everything is deposited over very thin membranes. It's like 15 nanometers thick silicon nitride membranes. So that's an example of antennas. And this is what you can see with optics. This image is a dark field optical image of nanorods of different lengths. And depending on the length, you can go from something that is scattering blue light, then something like pink or blue or green light, okay? So what kind of results we can get? So this is the first example of the very simple antenna. So it's a nanorod. So it's just a rod. That's the most simple antenna you can make, in fact. And here I show you 5 different images at 5 different wavelengths. Okay, here it's in UV. In EV, sorry. So you start from a very simple mode, which is the dipolar mode. And we are going through higher and higher energy, and you can see that the modes are going more and more complex. Okay, and simultaneously with this image, you get spectrum. So here you have the spectrum recorded at different points of your particle. So you can see through the spectrum the different resonance of your system, and each resonance can be spatially mapped. Okay, so that's a very simple one. If we increase a bit the complexity, we can go through triangles. Okay, so now it's not a 1D resonator, it's a 2D resonator. And so you have a bit more modes that you can see here. So you can see that there is in fact 2 families of modes. Some modes that have, are located on the edges of the particle. Okay, like these ones. Okay, they are labeled E, E1, E. So it's edge modes. E1, you have 1 node in each side. E2, you have 2 nodes on each side, etc. All right. And then you have other modes that I'm called here the ERBMs for radial breathing modes, which are more like the mode of a drum. Okay, so it's more located in the center of your system.
David, I'm very sorry.
It's possible to
excuse me,
sort
David.
again.
David, how many minutes
Yes?
do you need more? Excuse me. How many minutes do you need more? Because it is already 10, 11 minutes.
Let's say 5.
Pardon?
I'm at 11. I need 5 minutes.
11 minutes. Oh, I'm very sorry. Excuse me.
I didn't get it, but okay. So let's keep that. This is, in fact, the last part of my presentation. So I just want to go now to the most complex structure we have tried to simulate and to characterize, which are self-similar nanostructures. So it's again, you have the simple antenna 1D, no 2D, and can we increase a bit the complexity? And the idea was to make self-similar structures, which are more like, let's say, fractal, but it's not really a fractal, which is called Cayley trees. So Cayley trees are simply a structure that is made by reproducing a basic element. So if I can get my pointer to be, okay, so this is the first generation, okay, so you root and then you create a branch, okay, 3 branches. And at the second generation, at each apex, you create another branch, okay, 2 other branches, in fact, at each apex, and then you go and go, okay? And you can go from systems that are more and more complex. And each new unit is a kind of copy of the previous unit, but smaller, okay, very simple building system. So this is what we created. I'm going to show you again what kind of response we can get with that. So it's a small movie again. Okay, so that's the structure you can see on the right. And I'm scanning the energy. And you can see the kind of modes you can get in the structures. Okay, again, when you scan the energy, you get more and more complex structure inside the system. Okay, that's the kind of optical response you get. And if I summarize it at different energy, it looks like that. So this is another structure, which it's another fractal, which it's only bigger. And what you can see from that is that you have one structure. Okay, it's only one structure. And on the very same structure, you have a whole wealth of resonances. Okay, and you can span energy that starts, this one, it's in the mid-higher, so it's like a wavelength of 10 microns, so it's thermic emission, something like that. And you can go through the UV. So this one is it's like 300 nanometers in wavelengths, okay? And you have all these resonances on the same structure, okay? From UV to thermal emission wavelengths. Okay, so I told you in the beginning that aluminum is a very broadband material. This is a proof of that. Okay, on the same structure, you can span from the UV to the IR. And maybe I can go quickly to the end with that. Okay, this is just to show you that you can have the very same kind of modes. So let's say, for instance, if you want light in the center of the structure, okay, you can have the same mode with different sizes of structure, and so at different frequencies. So you will have the same spatial distribution of light in your antenna, but at different wavelengths. Okay, and just maybe to finish, I can show you this slide. Just as a proof that these modes are in fact self-similar, okay, that it means that if you look at the Sarge distribution of your mode, you can see that it's made with the same basic pattern, okay, that you just copy in your system, okay? So the structure is self-similar, and the mode profile is self-similar too. And I think I'm good, so because I'm probably over of my time. So I'll just leave you with this conclusion, that is that you can make plasmonic structure with aluminum, and it's a broadband material, okay, and it works very well with the UV. So something we are doing right now, and we can discuss that later if you want, is that you can couple that with wide bandgap semiconductor. So we are trying to couple that kind of antennas with zinc oxide, and that you can create designs that are complex to create scalable multi-resonant optical antennas. Thank you.
So thank you very much indeed for your presentation. So I'm very sorry again that my clock sending me the signal, something was wrong. I'm very sorry again. So I'm now, unfortunately, we don't have time for the questions to ask, because the results are really very, very interesting from my point of view. But unfortunately, yeah, really, unfortunately, we don't have time for questions. So that is why behind the screen we can communicate. I believe that tomorrow we have the round table and we can speak about the things and some features. So the next presentation will be delivered. Thank you again, Devi. So the next presentation will be delivered by Javier Cirillo, Technical University of Cartagena, Spain, quantum technologies on superconducting circuits, diamond effects, and trapped ions. So, welcome.
Yeah.
So the desk
Thank you very much. So, as my colleague mentioned this morning, Lola, in her pitch, I'm going to be talking about quantum technologies. I will be mentioning a few platforms, superconducting circuits, diamond defects, and trapped ions, but I will be focusing on superconducting circuits because of time constraints. So, quantum technologies offer very promising, very exciting prospects. They offer fully safe communication thanks to quantum cryptography, exponential enhancement of computational power in the context of quantum computation, and quantum sensors and metrology that is precise to many order of magnitudes higher in comparison to predecessors. So all this is very exciting, very promising, but for this we need quantum coherent control of matter, right? And by that we mean the ability to create and maintain very fragile states of matter, such as, or at least, quantum superposition states, but also a more desirably entanglement state, right? So Realistically, this is nowadays only possible at the nanoscale or even beyond at atomic scales, and this makes it clear that quantum technologies and nanotechnologies go hand in hand. So we're interested in the modeling and design of applications in collaboration with experimentalists. We have a number of open collaborations at the moment. And our interest is in the design of preparation protocols, so how to generate quantum states from classical ones. Also in the design of control strategies. So once you have these quantum states, how can you transform them? How can you operate with the quantum information that you have generated? And finally, analysis methods. So how to measure out your performance and how to certify that indeed what you're performing are the quantum processes that you were intending. So I will mention very quickly the first platform, trapped ions. So in this context, for instance, in these Paul traps, you can locate here in the center a small number of ions, 1 or 2, and perform quantum operations or even build atomic clocks as the one that we explored in our collaboration with the Physikalische Technische Bundesanstalt in Braunschweig. So another interesting platform are nanodiamonds and paramagnetic defects in nanodiamonds. In particular, these ND centers, which are substitutions of the crystal structure of diamond with nitrogen and a vacancy. In this vacancy, these vacancies host 2 electrons that pair and form a spin-1 system that is very well isolated from the environment and that additionally possesses a very strong quadrupolar moment, so that they're very sensitive to very specific kinds of magnetic fields or a very specific direction, right? So they make they become perfect candidates for nanoscale NMR, and we proposed a new control method that made nanoscale NMR available also at very small magnetic fields, right? And it was actually recently accepted in physical review letters. So, but as I mentioned, I'm going to talk mostly about superconducting circuits in our collaboration with Yale University, and more specifically about Josephson weak links here. Josephson weak links are very close cousin to Josephson junctions or SQUID, superconducting quantum interference devices. And they are essentially semiconductor nanobridges, nanowires placed on gaps in superconducting circuits. So here we have a picture of the circuit of this experiment, and on the right, a schematic view of what we see on the left. So here we have first a microwave cavity here in red, which is our readout device. In the bottom, this is coupled to this superconducting loop in green. And this superconducting loop has a gap here in the middle, which is bridged by a nanowire, a semiconducting nanowire, which is our Josephson weak link. Additionally, we have electrodes here that act as our controls. Okay, so we have here a close-up of our nanowire. We have big confinement of charges here. So we can understand current as single electrons tunneling through the semiconductor. And as the electron travels through the nanowire, and it reaches the superconducting circuit, it can only tunnel if it takes an additional electron from the semiconductor, leaving a hole behind. The electron pair travels further in the loop. Around the loop, the hole travels back until they meet again at the beginning of the weak link. There they match again, and the electron continues its travel. So what we have seen here are two instances of Andreev reflection, and essentially a particle that is partly a hole, partly an electron, bouncing back and forth in the bridge, in the nanowire, right? So this quasi-particle has been predicted and detected very recently, and specifically the spin degrees of freedom has been detected last year and published in Nature. And what we have here is essentially a candidate for quantum bits and for further quantum technologies. The problem they have in these systems is that given their controls, all they can do is excite these Andreev quasi-particles to states that are higher in energy, but they cannot transform the spin degrees of freedom between spin up and spin down, right? So of course, this is essentially a fermionic particle. It has spin half, it is endowed with a spin half, and this is the degree of freedom that we want to address in order to do quantum operation. So what we proposed here was the following. We used a property that has a quantum state. So, okay, I didn't mention that indeed quantum control was not possible. And then our proposal is the following. If you have a spin up particle and you attempt to control it with a spin down control, of course, you will not affect it. The same will happen if you have a spin down particle and you try to control it with a spin up control. But something very interesting happens when you gradually change the control that you're using to address this particle. So, of course, now you're not addressing the particle, but if you slowly increase the spin down control, what happens is that the particle will prefer to change its spin state to avoid being seen by the control. So it will remain in a dark state that we call. And if you reach this situation where you have the same intensity of the control for both spins, it will populate this quantum superposition state that we were looking for. So finally, with this, indeed, what one has managed is to control the quantum state of this particle to generate this quantum superposition state. And this essentially is the birth of a new quantum platform beyond superconducting circuits, qubits, and trapped ions. We now have the possibility to operate on these systems in a quantum level. So with this, I will finish my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to receive any questions.
Thank you very much indeed. So we have saved time somewhere 3.5 minutes, maybe even 4 minutes. So thank you for this. And so now we have time for questions, maybe some discussion. So please ask a question.
Yeah.
So Christopher, yeah.
Yes, I have a question. So, so you mentioned several groups. You mentioned Yale. So are they? So they are currently implementing this this scheme or idea?
Yes, yes. So we propose this as a theoretical proposal. This has been published in Physical Review Research Letters, or it has been accepted, not yet published. And the implementation by the Yale group is currently under review, and hopefully we can say soon that it has appeared in an important journal that I cannot say the name of yet.
So I have another quick question on this. So as you bring semiconductors, so optics. So will there be more optics involved in that? As in, when I say optics, I mean, of course, electromagnetic waves is also optics, but I mean more on the sort of visible to near infrared range.
Well, for the moment, the control is fully on chip, let's say, and with the microwave cavity. So beyond that, for the moment, the scheme is not available, but it could be a future direction to explore, definitely.
So it's microwave right now. I mean, it's like
yeah, for the moment, it's microwave.
Some more questions, please.
And I have a question too.
Yes.
I am interested, what kind of superconducting materials did you use for superconducting circuits in order to realize the superconducting circuits?
Yeah, so in this case, what they have is aluminum here. This is an aluminum loop, an indium arsenide nanobridge, nanowire. Yeah, this is what they use.
Okay, so the temperature is very, very low.
It is low temperature, yeah.
Yeah, and so what is your prediction to increase the temperatures? How do you feel?
Well,
to have nanowires with the superconductor properties.
I think this is my opinion. Please, Javier.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna mention that for the moment, everything that has to do with quantum technologies, except for the case of nanodiamonds, everything has to happen essentially in cryogenic temperatures. Maybe different superconducting circuits could be used, but for the moment they're focused on aluminum.
Okay, so thank you very much indeed for your presentation. So now it is time to go to the next one.
Yeah.
So the next presentation has been prepared by the team Gabor, Petrizor, Nasui, Nsbi, Nas, Miron, Technical University of Cluj-Napoca, Romania, spin orbit tux and magnetization switching in epitaxial palladium, cobalt, ferrum, aluminium, magnesium oxide structures. So the floor is yours, and unfortunately, I don't know who is the presenter. Please introduce yourself.
So thank you, Chairman. So I am Mihai Gabor. So I am going to present today our work concerning spin orbit torques and magnetization switching in epitaxial palladium, cobalt, iron, aluminum MGO structures. And this work was done in collaboration with the group of Mihai Miron from SpinTech Grenoble. So first, I'd like just to start by putting our work in context. There is a recent report from the International Technology Roadmap for Semiconductors, which predicted that unless we do some radical improvements in the way we design computers, by 2040, the computer chips will need more electricity than the world produces. So as the transistor size continues to shrink down, the leakage current continues to increase, which affects both the static and the dynamic consumption. Of course, the energy production can increase in 20 years' time. However, we do expect a constant increase of electrical energy demand, for example, with the advent of the new electric cars. So therefore, there is a constant struggle to try to improve the energy consumption of a computing machine. And one possible solution to reduce the leakage current, power consumption, is to use non-volatile memories. So this will immediately reduce the power consumption, since there is no need for constant power on the memories. And it will also allow what we call normally off and instant on operation, in which is a new computing paradigm in which when the CPU is in the idle state, the information is stored in the memories, in the non-volatile memories, and then it's retrieved instantly when on the on state. So one viable route to reduce the power consumption of the computing machines is to replace both the DRAMs memories, which are relatively slow but dense, and the SRAM memories, which are very fast but less dense, with non-volatile memories. In fact, there is a report which estimated that by replacing these memories with the non-volatile ones, the power consumption of computing machines could decrease by up to 60%. So one type of non-volatile memory, which is researched nowadays, is the so-called magnetic random access memory, or the MRAM. And the basic element of the MRAM is the magnetic tunnel junction, which consists of two ferromagnetic layers, which are separated by a thin oxide. The oxide is so thin, so the electrons can tunnel through it if a bias voltage is applied on the electrodes. Okay. In this type of structures, the magnetization of one layer is fixed, is pinned to a certain direction, and the other one, and the magnetization of the other layer is free to change orientation. Okay. The most important property of a magnetic tunnel junction is that its resistance, electrical resistance, depends on the relative orientation of the magnetization of the two ferromagnetic layers, and usually the resistance is low when the magnetizations are parallel, and high when the magnetizations are anti-parallel line. So this can be used as a two-state system, a 1 and a 0 system. And this property makes the MTJs prone to be used as memory elements. Okay, the MRAM is considered as a universal memory because it's fast, it is dense, is non-volatile, and is energetically efficient. The information in the MRAM can be read by measuring the resistance of the tunnel junction. The problem is with the writing, because the writing of the information in the MRAM is not trivial. In principle, there are three methods which are used to write the information in an MRAM. In the conventional MRAMs, one uses an external magnetic field to change the orientation of the free layer magnetization, and thus write the information in the memory. Okay, this type of device has some advantages because it has a very high read-write endurance cycle and has a high thermostability. And for this reason, it is used in special applications like aeronautics or automotive and so on. But it has a really important shortcoming because in order to produce this external field, you need additional current lines, which limits the scalability of the device, and it is not suited for application where we need a large density of memory cells. Okay, another method which provides a local means of magnetization control and which has an improved scalability is to write the information by using the so-called spin transfer torque. It was shown that a flow of spin polarized current can transfer angular momentum from the electrons towards the magnetization and can change its orientation even if we don't apply an external magnetic field. Okay. Within this type of MRAMs, the switching of the free lever magnetization is done by a relatively large charge current density, and the information is read by using a much smaller current density. Okay. And this type of devices, which have a dimension down to 10 nanometers and a switching time down to 10 nanoseconds, have already been demonstrated, and they are a direct competitor for the DRAM's memories. but they cannot compete with the SRAM because there you need much faster times. Faster switching times can be achieved. However, you need larger current densities, and since the current passes through the oxide layer, this may produce potential endurance issues because of the electric breakdown of the barrier. Okay, so another method which was proposed in the recent years, which provides also a local means of magnetization control and scalability, is to use what we call the spin orbit torques, which I'm going to discuss next. So it was shown that if a charge current passes through heavy metal, then you have a production of a transversal spin current via the spin orbit coupling. Okay, it's still a controversy if this is due to the spin hole effect or the Rashba effect. So I'm not going to go into this. But the idea is that if you have a charge current, for example, in this underlayer, then this charge current will produce a spin current, which can, in the transverse direction, which, for example, can enter in the upper ferromagnetic layer, and will produce two types of torques on the magnetization of the ferromagnetic layer: field-like torque and the damping-like torque. These torques can induce a continuous precession of the magnetization, can produce nucleation or even a fast domain motion, and also can switch the magnetization of the ferromagnetic layer. So we can easily imagine a three-terminal spin orbit torque ARAM in which we pass a charge current, which produces a spin current to switch the magnetization of the ferromagnetic layer, of the free ferromagnetic layer, and then we can read the information stored in the MRAM by passing a much smaller current through the magnetic tunnel junction. Okay, so this type of structure doesn't have the endurance issues as the spin transfer torque one has. So typical materials which are used as heavy metals in this type of three-terminal devices are highly resistive polycrystalline or amorphous tungsten or tantalum. The reason is that they allow the 001 crystallization of the cobalt iron boron MgO interface during annealing. Okay, this is essential to achieve a very high magnetoresistive ratio in the standard cobalt iron boron MgO based magnetic tunnel junctions. However, the use of low resistivity materials is more desirable because, of course, it reduces the ohmic losses. But the problem is that they are not compatible with a typical cobalt iron boron MgO magnetic tunnel junction. So we have a different approach. Our approach is to engineer materials in this type of devices and to use low resistivity heavy metals and ferromagnetic layers which are structural compatible and which can grow epitaxially starting from 001 MgO template. For the low resistivity material, we use palladium since it's compatible with magnesium oxide. And as a ferromagnetic layer, we use the Heuss alloy, cobalt to iron aluminum or CFA, which is a material which has a large spin polarization and a low Gilbert damping. So our structures have the following, our samples have the following structures, and they are all grown by ultra high vacuum magnetron sputtering. And first, we grown samples with a relatively large thickness of the CFA layer, just in order to be able to prove the crystal structure using X-ray diffraction. So out of plane and in plane X-ray diffraction experiments indicated that we have an epitaxial growth of the samples, and the phi scan show that the lattice of the CFA layer grows epitaxially, but with an in-plane 45 degree rotation relative to the palladium and MgO lattice. Next, in order to characterize the torques in our samples, we have decreased the thickness of the CFA layer down to 2 nanometers. And first, we perform magnetic anisotropy analysis by using ferromagnetic resonance. Our measurements indicated that the 2 nanometer sample is in-plane magnetized, has a negligible perpendicular anisotropy field, and has a relative low damping, which is comparable with the standard cobalt iron boron ferromagnetic electrode. The in-plane anisotropies were characterized also by ferromagnetic resonance, but this time by in-plane ferromagnetic resonance. And what we see here, we see a polar plot of the resonance field versus the in-plane applied field angle. And the polar plot has a nice butterfly shape, which indicates that in our samples, we have a superposition of 2 types of anisotropy, a 4-fold and a 2-fold one, which is typical for epitaxial strain Heusler films. Finally, we determine the spin orbit torques in our samples by performing in-plane angular scan harmonic Hall measurements. In this type of measurement, what you do, you inject an AC current into a pattern stripe and measure the first and the second harmonic Hall voltages. Okay. The first, as a function of the in-plane angle of the applied field. Okay, the first harmonic will give you information about the planar Hall effect, and the second harmonics contains 2 terms. One term which is proportional with the damping-like effective field, and the other term which is proportional with the field-like effective field. And we have calculated the spin orbit torque efficiencies, and we have observed that the efficiencies they show monotonous increase. Both of them show monotonous increase the thickness of the palladium layer, and we have no obvious saturation up to 12 nanometers. Okay, we have fitted these efficiencies in the drift diffusion model just to be able to compare our results with more standard ones. And we observe that we have a relatively large spin Hall angle, which is comparable with the platinum cobalt system and in agreement with palladium cobalt systems. But I want to mention that these systems are not 001 texture, but 111 textured, and they are not compatible with the cobalt with the magnetic tunnel junctions technology. Okay, with the MgO 001 tunnel barrier. Okay, but to be viable from an application point of view, the magnetization of the ferromagnetic layer needs to be to point perpendicular to the sample surface. Okay, it needs to be perpendicular to the sample surface.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so finally, we have done some switching experiments. So we have sent current pulses through our stripe and measure the Hall voltage. Okay, the anomalous Hall voltage. Here, if we have a positive voltage, this means that our magnetization points upwards. If the voltage is negative, it means that the magnetization points downwards. And what we observe is that indeed, if we start from, for example, from this configuration, when the magnetization points upwards, by applying pulses with a certain polarity, the magnetization switches down, and then again, by changing again the polarity of the current pulses, the magnetization switches back up. So this is the type of bipolar switching that we have, that we need in order to be able to use these type of structures in MRAMs. And just a final, I would like to mention finally that this current, the current for which the switching is achieved is comparable with a more classical platinum cobalt or palladium cobalt system. So just the conclusions. So we are able to grow fully epitaxial system. We show that we can obtain perpendicular magnetic anisotropy, and we have a spin orbital driven switching for a relatively low charge current and density. And with this, I would like to acknowledge my collaborators and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Unfortunately, we are in lack of time, and so that is why we postpone the question behind the screen. So thank you indeed. So the next presentation by Renaud Bechelot from University of Technology of Troyes, France, Advanced Hybrid Nano Sources for Nanophotonics. Please, the desk is yours.
Thanks, and happy to see you again.
So Chills is reporting, okay.
Let me
thank you, yeah.
Let me share my screen. Yeah. Yes, so I am happy to briefly share with you a new approach of nanosource for nanophotonics. So the context is has been already stressed by some speakers. The faster development of nanophotonics and integrated optics leads to a strong need for nanosources to be integrated into the circuits. And it turns out that these nanosources have to be scalable, and in particular they have to be suitable for nano circuits, and their size should be nanometer size. That is to say, that is a size that is much weaker than the wavelengths of light. So there are many approaches of nanosources. We are working on a specific approach that is based on the molecular nanoplasmonics, hybrid nanoplasmonics. So in that case, we try to control the energy transfer between a plasmonic nanocavity and the excited emitter, especially through the local density of states of the nanocavity, the plasmonic nanocavity, that acts as a channel of desexcitation of the excited states of the emitter, basically boosting the light emission and controlling the lifetime. So ultimately, I guess you heard of this approach. The excited state of the emitter can pump the high states of the plasmonic cavity to leading to a plasmonic laser. So this is our approach of fabrication of such nanosource. And this approach is very original. It is based on nanophotopolymerization triggered by plasmonics. So in that case, we use the modes of the plasmonic structure to trigger a photochemical reaction, especially photopolymerization, resulting in a hybrid system where the polymer nanoparts are actually molding of the local near field of the metal nanoparticle. And what is very interesting is that we can rely on polymer engineering to integrate some active nanoemitters within the polymer. So we have demonstrated over the past 15 years, we have demonstrated this plasmonic photopolymerization on many kinds of metal nanoparticles. And I would like to stress that this plasmon-induced nanochemistry is actually within a topical frame that is a hot topic. So typically, plasmonic fields can be used for triggering a chemical reaction at the nanoscale, and this reaction can be an optical reaction for photochemistry, but also the energy transfer can involve heat transfer or charge transfer. In our case, we rely on light transfer from the plasmonic nanostructure to the photochemical system. So recently, we decided to take a step forwards by developing a photopolymerizable formulation containing nanoemitters, quantum nanoemitters. So they are grafted to the chain of the polymer, and this photopolymer can be used for pattern the space optically, resulting in some patterns that contain nanoemitters. So this is here a demonstration at the microscale using a laser scanning lithography and 2-photon polymerization. So as you can see, we can fabricate different kinds of polymer object containing nanometer. And as a result, such a pattern can emit light at different colors, depending on the QDs that are integrated inside. So at the nanoscale, I selected for you an example, a recent example. We can use the plasmonic field that is highly confined, especially to trigger the photochemical reaction, resulting in a hybrid system that is shown here. So in that case, we excited this mode to trigger the photochemical reaction and to integrate the polymer here. And this polymer contains QD. So this is an active medium that is anisotropic. And the photoluminescence of this hybrid system is expected to be polarization sensitive because the active medium is not isotropic. And this is illustrated right in this slide. So if we excite such a hybrid system using blue light with different polarization, we can see a red pixel whose spectral signature is a proof that light comes from the is a photoluminescence from the QDs within the polymer. And this hybrid nanometer turns out to be highly polarization sensitive. As shown here, if we rotate the polarization for exciting this pixel, we can see a photoluminescence level that depends strongly on the polarization angle used for excitation. Here we see this curve showing the evolution of the photoluminescence with a pretty strong high contrast of 0.7. So what about the origin of this polarization sensitivity? It can be discussed in terms of nanoscale spatial overlap between the local exciting field and the active medium. Typically, if we excite this hybrid system with this direction of polarization, we have this local field for excitation that overlaps well here with the active medium, resulting in the state 1 of the photoluminescence. On the other hand, if we excite the system with this perpendicular polarization, as you can see, the spatial distribution of the field, or the exciting field, does not overlap well with the active medium, resulting in the state 0 with a low photoluminescence. And in the far field, this is pretty impressive. By rotating the polarization, we can see this red nanopixel turning off here and which is turned on here. Actually, we have been demonstrating that hybrid nanopixel can be made with different kinds of meta-nanoparticles by exciting different modes, resulting in different symmetries in the active medium and different photoluminescence sensitivity to the polarization. So this is pretty controlled now, and that opens up many routes for designing new polarization sensitive nano sources. And to finish, I would like also to stress that such a system can be developed at a single photon level by decreasing strongly the concentration of QDs within the initial photopolymerizable formulation. We have been able to trap within the nano volume single QDs, and this is a typical signature with blinking of the photoluminescence of the single QD attached to this nanocube. And the single photon nature has been confirmed by some G2 autocorrelation measurement, showing the signal lower than 0.5 for zero time delay. And what is very exciting is that by rotating the polarization, we can switch on or switch off this single photon emitter. So here it has been the first demonstration of a single photon nanoswitch. And to finish, this effect is also, I would like to stress that it is associated to a very strong Purcell effect. So what is the Purcell effect? And this is an effect that describes the way a nanoemitter emits light within a cavity. And in our case, the cavity is a nano cavity. And as I told you at the beginning of my talk, this nano cavity presents a local density of states that act as channels of desexcitation of the excited states of the emitter, resulting in the boosting of the light emission and also in acceleration of the light emission, a higher rate of desexcitation. And this is shown here at the single photon level. You can see here the lifetime measurement of the QD in free space or on a substrate. And here the lifetime measurement of the same QD, the same single QD in the vicinity of the nanocube in the hybrid system. You can see a very strong Purcell effect, resulting in a very strong decrease of the lifetime, a very strong increase of the rate of desexcitation. Okay, so this is my conclusion. So I have been very happy to share with you a new recent approach of nanosource for nanophotonics, and the specificity is the active medium at the nanoscale has a special distribution that is controlled at the nanoscale by plasmonic nanophotopolymerization using the field of the meta-nanoparticle itself, resulting in the polymer molding of the specific plasmonic modes. And this polymer model can host active species, resulting in a very efficient hybrid nanosource that is polarization sensitive. And its sensitivity has been discussed. I have no time to give you more details, but we have made many calculations for confirming that. But it turns out that this polarization sensitivity can be explained fully through the concept of spatial overlap between the local exciting field and the probability of presence of the QD through the distribution of the nanopolymer. So thank you for your attention, and I would be very happy to consider some collaboration within this frame.
So thank you very much indeed for your presentation. We have maybe 1-2 minutes for questions, please. If anybody has a question, please feel free to ask. No questions. Okay, so that is why, following our schedule, the session is over and we have to come to the end of the day. It is 7:00 time following the workshop program. Thank you to the presenters and the teams that became presented by the presenters. So thank you to everybody for taking part. And now I believe that Christopher will say us something about our plans for our future life. So
No,
thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Yuri. So thank you. No, I think just for tomorrow, plan for tomorrow. That's good enough. No, so thank you for thank you to everyone and all the contributors and all the participants and so on. So it's been a rather long day. So I think we should end here for today, and we'll resume tomorrow at 9. So we have a bit more time than this morning. With more sessions, and then indeed we'll finish the second day with the roundtable and in the mid-afternoon. So unless so again, I still do not have any emails. So right now, if you send me anything very urgent or I did not receive it, I believe I will receive it before the end of the day, hopefully, and that the email won't be down. So that's it. So thank you very much for everybody, and we can resume tomorrow unless people have any comments, any questions for tomorrow. I think we're okay.
Okay, so Christopher, may I ask you a very short
Sure.
question? Just from the management point of view, is it possible to get the list of the participants and their email addresses to communicate in the closest future?
The list, yes, because I'm working on it with the technician, the colleague who's, so hopefully he's going to get the list of participants because it's interesting to know. But the emails that I don't know. I can't promise that because I need to gather emails. And as
I've got, but some emails are cancelled, are not included in the list. I don't know, some persons.
Yeah, but I'll try. Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, thank you. So see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Tomorrow. See you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.